Hello, I'm author Ellie Hall, and I would like to welcome you to my Sweet and Swoony Romance Audiobooks channel. You are about to listen to a digitally narrated version of the Blue Bay Beach Romance box set, books 1 through 3. It's a mouthful. I hope you sit back, grab a refreshing beverage, and enjoy this sweet small-town romance collection of books.
Blue Bay Beach Romance Series. Box Set Collection Books 1 to 3. By Ellie Hall. Copyright 2020 Ellie Hall, all rights reserved. Chapter 1. Isley. Isley Higgins hoped that moving to Retirementville, USA wouldn't be that bad. No, that wasn't entirely true. She didn't just hope, she begged, wished, crossed her fingers and prayed that she'd survive moving in with her mother in the small coastal Florida town. When she'd left the apartment that she shared in Baltimore with 3 other women and a ferret, it was Lacey's, not hers, they all warned her. She'd never been to Florida but was told it was the land of senior citizens and snowbirds, not to mention alligators and giant palmetto bugs. Her mother had retired after working in the admissions office at Rutgers University Camden for 30 years, and soon became one of the many retirees to flee cold northern winters to the Sunshine State. Regardless, Isley had experienced a series of setbacks recently, for the last 10 years. Despite moving in with Mom, she'd deemed it the summer of finding herself. She needed to get her life on track, and quickly because bills and debt didn't pay themselves. It wasn't that she was irresponsible with money or couldn't keep a job, but for various reasons both slipped through her fingers like fine grains of sand. She didn't mind getting her hands dirty or sticky. She was a hard worker and honest, but had bad luck in life and love. Isley exited the highway and followed a long flat road that led to the Gulf Coast. She sang along with an oldies station, the only one the radio in her 1992 Honda Civic picked up without too much static. After the chorus, she wasn't sure of the words, so with the windows down and the wind whipping her hair into a tangle, she belted out, "It's only temporary. Just for the summer. I can do this. This is my summer." She was a little off-key, but didn't plan a career in the music business. The virtual assistant on her phone somehow butted in and said, "That doesn't sound good." Isley, startled, glanced at her phone, which had the GPS running. Had she tapped it, or was it listening to her? Moreover, she was offended. Her singing voice wasn't that bad, was it? "Robot lady, keep your opinions to yourself. I'd like to hear you sing." That silenced any further comment from the phone, as Isley continued to drive. Nonetheless, she stopped singing along. Isley and her mother got along, as well as a proud woman of Greek descent from New Jersey and her daughter could. Although, according to Diana, Isley's current status wasn't ideal. She was single, recently been laid off, and moving back in. Diana Higgins could be a bit pushy and sometimes meddlesome, but they didn't drive each other too crazy, although every time they spoke on the phone, Diana asked when Isley was going to hurry up and get married. "It's only temporary. Just for the summer. I can do this. This is my summer," she repeated as she rolled past a sign that welcomed her to Blue Bay Beach. She turned down the radio, pulled to the side of the road, and consulted the GPS. She blinked a few times. "I must have taken a wrong turn." The phone repeatedly told her, "Arrived." Only, she wasn't sure if the mansion set back from the road with big gates and tall palms on one side, and the crystal blue ocean on the other was the right place. Had she somehow gone off the map and ended up in paradise? Had her mother given her the wrong address? Actually, her mother didn't give her home address specifically because she said it wouldn't show up on the navigation system. Apparently, it hadn't been recorded by the mapping service. Her mother, Diana, insisted that the town was small, and she'd find number 4 Pelican Lane without any trouble. Catching sight of her herself in the car mirror, Isley combed her fingers through her dirty blonde shoulder-length hair. Her mother was going to tell her she needed a haircut. She wasn't wrong, but money was tight and she saved where she could. She also needed a tan, a job, and numerous other things, but first things first, find her mother's retirement community. She envisioned block-like buildings with a pool, and a multi-purpose building in the middle. Clearly, she was in the wrong place. Isley maneuvered back onto the sandy road, passing a few more mansions with Spanish tile roofs, fountains, and impeccable landscaping along with lush, exotic plants and flowers growing wild. As she rolled onto the main street of the town, her jaw dropped. It had to be a movie set. The shops were stucco or wood and painted pastel colors, the trees lining the sidewalk were strung with lights and flags, and the beachy vibe was all around picture perfect. She continued on and reached beach houses, then cottages. The streets were named after seabirds: tern, skimmer, plover, gull, and then she reached Pelican Lane. Apparently, she hadn't made a wrong turn. There were only 4 cottages on the street, covered in a canopy of trees. She stopped the car at the end of the driveway of number 4. How had her mother managed it? It wasn't the duplex she'd grown up in back in New Jersey, and it certainly wasn't the building in Baltimore that probably should have been condemned. The cottage's exterior shingles were painted a soft aqua shade of blue, and the trim was white. The American flag flew proudly from the eave over the roof. Isley never knew her father because he'd been missing in action toward the end of the war. He'd never met his daughter, but Diana named her after her father's middle name, which had been Isel. When she told Isley the story, she joked Bob wouldn't have worked, so she modified his middle name to suit the cheerful baby she'd had, and in hopes that her husband would be found and returned to them. At that twinge of a sad memory, Isley drew a deep breath and got out of the car. Her shorts stuck to her legs after the long drive in the humidity. She welcomed the fresh breeze that came from the nearby sea. The screen door to the house opened, and her mother emerged with arms outstretched, ready for what was sure to be a mama bear hug. Isley sunk into her mother's arms. For the first time in ages, she felt like she could take a deep breath. "Oh, you're far too thin, Isley. We have to do something about that. I made dolmadas, moussaka, souvlaki, fasolada, and spanakopita just like Yia used to make. I also got your favorite olives from the deli in Jersey. Do you remember Joan from down the street, back in the neighborhood? She brought a cooler full of items from the deli for me when she and her husband went to Tampa. I recently met them for lunch," Diana said, always excited when she had company. "Was Joan the one with the cats?" Diana nodded, then patted her daughter on the arm and squeezed her hand. "I'm so glad my little girl is home." "It looks like you have a really nice home, Mom." Isley had to admit she was impressed. The space was light and airy. Geraniums and an assortment of other flowers hung from the front porch, and a pair of rocking chairs were against one wall. There was also a hammock in the yard. She imagined it came with the house, because she couldn't picture her mother climbing in it with ease, due to her arthritis. "And it looks like you need a haircut." "Don't worry, I'll take care of you," Diana said. "I'm fine, Mom." Yeah. You're always fine." Diana's New Jersey accent was getting thicker with each word spoken, something that tended to happen when she got worked up or excited. Somehow, Isley didn't have an accent, but hearing her mother's brought on nostalgia. "Let me go grab my things from the car." Isley moved toward the driveway. "No, first let's eat," Diana insisted. "It's not much." Isley darted to the Honda and grabbed 2 suitcases. There were a few other odds and ends, but she'd get them later. Her mother helped. "I'll show you around quickly. Because of my knees, it's all one floor except for the loft. That's yours. My room is down there near the bathroom, where you'll find a closet containing the washer and dryer. But don't worry, I can take care of your laundry." "Okay, here we are in the living room." She pointed to the far right. "That's the dinette and of course the kitchen." The space was modest but perfect for Diana, and at least for a few months, Isley too. The decor was only a mild throwback to her mother's gaudy kitsch in New Jersey. She'd upgraded her ocean-themed decorations. Diana moved from Greece to New Jersey with her parents when she was an infant, and had always said she felt called to return to the ocean. So in central New Jersey, she decorated their home with as many seashells, hand-painted signs with beachy sayings, metal wall hangings with seahorses, flip-flops, and other items, and even had a flock of flamingos in the front yard. At Christmas time, they lit up. "You did a great job, Mom, and it smells delicious." "Of course it does. Today we celebrate. I'm so happy you're home." Even though Isley wouldn't expect or even let her mother wash her laundry, she was happy she didn't have to lug her bags of dirty clothes and linens to the laundromat, then leave with them damp, because she wanted to save her quarters for the parking meter. She also duct taped the monitor of her laptop to the keyboard and scrimped in countless other ways, like using cinder blocks and a wooden plank for her bookshelf. But she sold her books when her landlord raised the rent. The job market was tough, and Isley did her best. "You didn't bring much," Diana noted. "I left a lot of my belongings behind. I'm ready for a fresh start." She took a deep breath and was also happy because the house already felt like home. She gave her mom another hug. "I know the last few years have been tough on you. You tried hard, honey. You really did." Isley struggled to smile and then made a dash for the kitchen. "I'm ready to eat." As they plated up lunch, which was more like a meal fit for a holiday or at least a crowd of 6 or more, Diana talked a bit about the house and town. Blue Bay Beach is the best kept secret on the Florida coast. "How'd you find out about it?" Isley asked. "Kismet." "Kismet?" Isley repeated. "Fate," Diana said. She got up from the table and then pulled an envelope from a basket next to what was clearly her spot on the couch. "About 15 years ago, I got this letter." She passed it to Isley. The paper was yellowed, and it had the classic blue and red airmail stripes around the edge. "Go ahead. Open it. I guess it got lost in transit. But it eventually found me, and I found Blue Bay Beach." Isley read the letter, written to her mother in a man's blocky handwriting. It told how much he missed her and outlined a fantasy life he promised her in Blue Bay Beach. "We'll have a little cottage on the beach, with a hammock. The baby can run around with bare feet. We'll watch the sunset every night." Tears filled Isley's eyes. It was signed from her father, Bob, aka Robert Eisel Higgins. "They never found him, but somehow he found me." Diana clapped her hands. "And you found Blue Bay Beach?" Unnamed emotions flowed through Isley that felt like a strange mixture of sadness and happiness. Isley's mother nodded. "It's not on the map. I actually drove around for 4 days before I found it." Diana chuckled. "But it was worth it, and a very good thing I saved every penny I ever earned, because it's not cheap, but I own this house. It's also yours. Part of your father's brave legacy. He'd be so proud of you, Isley." The tears dissolved and she squished up her face. "Mom, I'm barely getting by." The confession, the truth, made her squirm inside. The women squeezed hands. "Good thing I got you a job." "What?" "Well, I put in a good word. Actually, the interview is this afternoon. Go get freshened up and I'll show you into town." Diana stopped as she passed the calendar while clearing the dishes. "Oh drat. I forgot. I have a canasta game this afternoon with the girls. Parking is scarce in town. During one of our games, I won a bicycle from Mavis down the street. Although I'd have paid good money to see her ride the thing." She chuckled. It was just collecting rust in her shed. Isley processed everything her mother said while she helped clean up. While she was appreciative, her mother was always overly involved. If Isley ever had kids, she'd take a slightly less hands-on approach. She'd let them figure things out for themselves. Then again, she'd probably never have kids, so it didn't matter. Her financial life was in shambles, and her love life was non-existent. Not that she was looking, for multiple reasons. She definitely needed to get her money affairs in order first and foremost, then find herself, and figure out what to do with her life. As Isley pedaled toward town on the coral-colored beach cruiser complete with a basket in the front, she passed a broad beach where people played volleyball and a few kids yelled as they jumped in the gentle waves. Others built sandcastles and one flew a kite. A dock stretched into the water in the distance with a sign that said Coconut Cove Cafe. A few colorful boats were tied to it. Isley pedaled in that direction. She passed several quaint shops and realized her mother had found her people, her tribe of beach-loving enthusiasts. It seemed everyone decorated with seashells, driftwood, and umbrellas. It was the perfect beach town with hardly any traffic, powder white sand, palms swaying in the breeze, and blue sky and water for miles. "Wow," she whispered as she parked the bike at the end of the dock. The scent of coconut and bread met her nose as she entered the cafe at the end of the dock. Windows opened to the ocean on 3 sides. Exposed wooden beams supported a thatched roof. On the left, a long counter with seats ran parallel to the dock, and the tables were on the right side of the restaurant and opened to a patio for outdoor dining. The place was moderately busy with people who looked like locals as well as visitors dressed in Hawaiian-style shirts, but the vibe was relaxed. That may have something to do with the oldies music tinkling in the background. A gorgeous woman, gorgeous with a capital G, stood by the register. Isley couldn't help but stare. She wasn't convinced she was really in a Florida town. It must have actually been a movie set. The woman bit her lip and gazed at her phone, then exhaled. "Are you here for the interview?" a voice called from behind her. Both the gorgeous woman and Isley spun around. Another woman with blonde hair piled high on her head in a messy bun, jotted something down on her pad as she approached. She had sharp but tired eyes, and a black apron was tied around her waist. "I'm Billy. I own this place and am looking for summer help. Is that the two of you?" Both the gorgeous woman and Isley started to answer at the same time. Billy held up her hands to stop them with the kind of command reserved for military generals. "Do you speak English?" she asked. They both nodded, then said yes in unison. "Are you literate?" Again, they both nodded. "What's the greatest movie of all time?" Billy asked. "Mamma Mia," Isley said. "The Summer House," Gorgeous answered. Billy shrugged. "That'll do. You're hired. Can you start now? Betty is here today, and she can show you the ropes." She didn't wait for an answer but went to the kitchen window and slid a slip on the counter, slapped it, and called, "Order in." "Don't you want to know about my last job?" Isley asked, hurrying after Billy. "I have my references and resume here for you," Gorgeous said, holding out a folder. "Have you ever waited tables?" Billy asked them. Isley and Gorgeous turned to each other. "No. But I've worked in retail, sold scooters, did landscaping, held numerous office jobs, and I served ice cream for 3 summers while I was in high school." Isley listed just some of her previous jobs. Ding ding ding. "You're in." Billy pointed at Isley, then strode across the dining room to a table full of customers. A hand gripped Isley's arm. She glanced back. An older woman who just barely reached Isley's shoulder looked up at her, and then at Gorgeous. Her white hair was pulled back in a clip and bangs skimmed her eyebrows. Her skin was deeply tanned, and the lines in her face indicated she'd spent many summers at Blue Bay Beach. "I'm Betty. Don't mind Billy. She's busy. I'll help you get started." At that, Betty showed them around the restaurant. "Don't be late. Do be polite. The customer is always right except when they're wrong. We pool tips and you get 1 free meal per shift," Betty said matter of fact. 2 hours later, they prepared for the dinner rush. Gorgeous turned out to be a woman named Claudia, who'd just moved to town from San Francisco. They were each assigned a section of the dining room and dove right in. Betty was more helpful than Billy, but both clearly believed in trial by fire. Isley managed to only get 2 orders mixed up. Claudia forgot to put 1 order in, but the cooks were kind, forgiving, and quick to prepare the missing meal. During a lull, Betty said, "Okay, time for initiation." "Wait. Wasn't." Isley didn't say more when Billy approached. She'd thought getting thrown into waiting tables right away was the trial, but maybe they were going to throw them into the water below the dock. Even with the sea breeze, it was hot after rushing around the dining room all evening, and she wouldn't mind taking a swim. "I don't think Mr. Fisher would approve of your so-called initiation, Betty," Billy said sternly. "If you're talking about the former owner?" "He's dead," Betty said and arched an eyebrow in Billy's direction. Claudia flinched. "May he rest in peace." Betty folded her hands and bowed slightly. "I think Billy meant her fiancé or husband," Claudia said, pointing at the ring on Billy's finger. Betty squawked a laugh. "Fiancé? Husband? He doesn't exist." Betty glared at the ring on Billy's finger. She rolled her eyes. "I wear it so no one asks me out. Believe me, half the guys who come in here aren't worth it." "What about the other half?" Claudia asked. "Are you both single?" Betty asked. "We know Billy is." Claudia nodded. Isley glanced at her, not so sure that was the right answer. She suddenly wished she wore a fake wedding ring like Billy. "Okay, are you ready for the initiation?" Betty asked. "No," Claudia and Isley both said. "The rule is, you have to go on a date with the next fellow you wait on." "Is this like a dare?" Isley asked. The older woman smiled and nodded. "It looks like the both of you could use a little fun in your lives. Plus, it's summer. There's nothing like summer love." Isley wasn't looking for fun or love. She was looking for a steady job, good tips, and for the summer to pass quickly. Billy smirked. "Oh, you're in too, dear," Betty said, snagging Billy's arm. No. I'm not in the dating game." The restaurant owner held her hands up again. Apparently, it didn't have the same effect on the more senior waitress as it had on the 2 new servers. "You'll draw straws to see who goes first." Betty presented them. Isley drew the shortest one. "You're up first, but you girls will take turns so I can keep up." Betty's eyes twinkled. "Next new customer is your first date, Isley." "Actually, she hasn't waited on that guy yet," Claudia said, pointing diagonally across the room. "I was getting over there, but Betty here got me distracted by her talk of initiation. I didn't know I was getting involved in a secret society, or a sorority. Well, you can consider us sisters. We're all family at Coconut Cove Cafe. Now off you go." Betty clapped her hands. Isley started walking in the direction of the table, and then glanced back. She needed the job, but she didn't want to date anyone. She could just go along with it for the evening, and then brush the whole thing off. She pushed her shoulders back, lifted her chin, and took a deep breath. The customer's broad back was toward her as he leaned on the table and studied the menu. His white t-shirt stretched across the taut muscles of his back. A tattoo on his bulging biceps peeked out from the sleeve, definitely a military symbol. His close-cropped hair couldn't decide if it was dark blonde or light brown, just like Isley's. She smoothed her fingers through her own hair, reminded of her best friend, the boy who'd forever won her heart, and then, much like her father, disappeared into the military. Only, as far as she knew, he wasn't missing in action. No, he was sitting at the table at the Coconut Cove Cafe.
Chapter 2. Ford. Ford sensed someone approaching from behind. He'd have sat with his back to the wall, but the walls were mostly windows at the restaurant, so he angled himself the best he could to get a view of the open air and ocean along with the dining room. His muscles tensed as the floorboards creaked at his back. "Dude, you're a civilian now." "It's okay," he murmured. Ford's discharge officer had suggested, and since he was senior to him, suggest was all he could do, that the Marine see a counselor for a few weeks as he integrated back into society. The counselor had suggested Ford put himself in situations that were mildly uncomfortable to prove to himself that he was safe and didn't have to always be on high alert. It was a way to retrain his mind so he could relax after serving in the military for over a decade. He owed it to Coco and to anyone who had the unfortunate experience of crossing his path if he was zone ready, as the infantry unit called it. He also practiced a few of the cleansing breaths the counselor had taught him. Previously, his life had been organized, regimented, and strategic. Recently, it had turned random, chaotic, and a battle to stay awake after a few long nights of teething. Ford sighed, scrubbed his hand over his face, and sat up straight as the waitress reached the table. "I'm supposed to ask you on a date," she blurted. At those words and the familiar-sounding voice, a jolt of shock rushed through him, but his face remained an impassive plane. Ford hadn't yet retrained himself to express emotion. Isley Higgins stood in front of him with a black apron tied around her waist and her dirty blonde hair hanging to her shoulders. Dark eye makeup circled her honey brown eyes and her lips were stained a faint pink. Her t-shirt said "No bad days." She wore sneakers on her feet and shifted from side to side as a full-body ripple moved from her head to her toes. She was never good at hiding her feelings and was somehow as cute as he remembered, having hardly aged at all. In fact, she was prettier than ever. A ripple moved through him that had nothing to do with nerves. Ford couldn't help but stare. Her eyes grew wider. "Actually, I think you're supposed to ask how I'm doing, if you can get me anything to drink, or if I'm ready to place my order. Any of those would have been appropriate." His tone was light, joking. Her mouth opened and closed. Color rose to her cheeks. "You don't recognize?" Ford nodded and then gave in to the smirk forming on his lips. "Of course I recognize you. Or you could have asked me where I've been. Or what you're doing here." Her sweet voice was practically a whisper. "I'm here for the summer," he answered. "Me too." Her eyes danced over him, likely taking in the fact that his once athletic build had morphed into what the guys in his platoon referred to as being a tank. They had other names for him too, like the Beast, Scarface, and Captain America, among others. When Ford had enlisted, he went to Paris Island, South Carolina, and after 4 years, moved up in rank to become Sergeant of Marines. He was in the Lima Company, 3rd Battalion, 7th Marine Regiment. They were known as the cutting-edge unit that had consistently seen action since World War II. The unit was so finely honed, it was said their fighting knives could cut a toothpick in half lengthwise. When the lieutenant was mortally wounded, he was assigned to take over the platoon and got a field-grade commission as second lieutenant. When he got out, he was captain, but went into the reserves acting as major of Marines. The men were like his brothers, his family, but never had he felt so at home as he did right then, seeing Isley. Ford got to his feet and the chair clattered. He wrapped her in a hug. Amidst all the uncertainty, the upheaval, and the straight-up insanity of the last weeks of his life, Isley, the most solid, loyal, and level-headed person he'd ever known, had appeared. He was quite certain God existed. Even amidst the horror of war, he felt especially like someone was shining down a ray of sunlight on him, and it had nothing to do with the Florida weather. Gratitude washed over him, and he hoped he passed it to her, because he wasn't sure he'd be able to find the words to express the way he felt. That wasn't his strong suit. She felt smaller in his arms than he remembered, or maybe he was bigger. His biceps were nearly the size of her head as he gripped her tight, holding fast like she was an anchor in the stormiest sea, weather worse than any war he'd fought in. "Well, almost." "Ford, you're crushing me," she choked out. He stepped back. "Sorry. This is such a surprise." She stood there, order pad in hand as her expression spanned the spectrum from wide-eyed and shocked to smiling and full of glee like the Isley he'd always known. Then she closed down with a scowl, an expression he'd never seen before. "What were you saying about a date?" Not that he was in the market. No, his life had just become supremely complicated, and women would be out of the picture for a long time. But Isley wasn't just any woman. They'd been best friends since 3rd grade when he'd moved to town. They'd fallen out of touch in recent years. Well, to be precise, he distanced himself when feelings he knew better than to disclose overwhelmed him. She started laughing. That was something he hadn't done for months, maybe years. But her laughter was welcome. It was the sound of freedom ringing in his ears, reminding him of home. She turned to the restaurant counter, then back to him. She cupped her hand over the side of her mouth and called, "Is this some kind of setup? Like one of those reunion shows?" "Mom, you can come out now," she shouted. The restaurant had slowed for the evening, and Ford tugged her down to the empty chair beside him. "What are you talking about?" His mind was already wreathed in so much uncertainty, an entirely foreign feeling when he'd been fully trained to be in command at all times. At the moment, he was fully confused. "I don't understand." "Isn't this some kind of joke?" Isley asked. "No, I just came to grab dinner. I wanted the surf and turf. A glass of soda and a nice view. I had no idea you'd be here." Her eyes flicked from him to the slivers of orange and yellow reflected off the glassy water as the last drops of sun faded. "Maybe it's fate." He shrugged. She got to her feet and scribbled down his order. "What kind of soda do you want, sir?" A crease formed between his eyebrows. "Are you mad?" "I thought we were friends. Best friends." Sadness pinched her eyes as though his past wrongdoing caught up to her. "We should talk. So much has changed. I don't even know where to begin." Before arriving in Blue Bay Beach, Ford had received one piece of life-changing news, and then a second. He had hardly processed either, which was partly what brought him to the small town. He needed to land, to regroup, and to figure things out. But whether it was fate or providence, he'd just been thrown another curveball. He wasn't looking to date or even be in a relationship, but he had a friendship to repair. He just wasn't sure how. He and Isley had met during lunchtime at the Little Brick Elementary School in New Jersey. It was a zoo, and the cafeteria monitors were chatting in the corner. A kid named Willie Lingberry teased her about the Greek food in her lunchbox. She was on the brink of tears and locked eyes with Ford. As though strengthened by that brief connection, instead of succumbing to sadness and embarrassment, she turned to Willie. "I dare you to try it." Willie made all kinds of grossed-out noises. Ford stepped up. "I'll do it." Isley gave him a bite of what looked like a very small burrito wrapped in a green leaf and stuffed with rice and cheese. She called it a dolmade. It was delicious. He shared his Cheetos with her, and they became inseparable for the next 10 years. Then things had changed after prom. She got busy with college stuff, and he prepared to enlist in the Marines. They hadn't seen each other or spoken since graduation day. "We should talk," she echoed his comment. "How about when you never went home for holidays or leave, or whatever you call it? What about never returning my letters or calling or—" She cut herself off. A guy with a sunburn and with his shirt unbuttoned slightly too low sauntered over. "I heard her ask you on a date. If not, I'd certainly be interested." He leered at Isley. Ford's muscles tensed and he forced down the growl in his throat.
Chapter 3. Isley. Before Isley could protest or explain, the whole thing had been a new employee initiation, aka dare, instigated by Betty. Ford got to his feet. He towered over both her and the sun-baked guy who'd asked her on a date. A scar that must have happened after high school ran from Ford's outer left eyebrow and through what had once been his perfect cheekbone. However, it didn't quite reach the strong edge of his jawline. "She's taken," Ford said. The other guy skulked back to his table. "I'm taken?" "No, Ford, I'm confused," she hissed. She gazed around the dining room. "And I'm at work. It's my first day. This is just," she waved his order slip between them. "It's unbelievable." She wandered toward the order window in a daze. After slapping the slip down and shouting, "Order in," she started to get him the soda he'd requested. Asking him what kind of soda was silly because he'd always just drank carbonated water with a squeeze of lemon, said it always reminded him of what life gave him, a little spin on the common saying about when life gives you lemons. She was his lemonade. Their friendship. When Ford said soda, he literally meant soda water, unless that had changed. It seemed so much had. He'd always been strong and athletic, he'd played football in high school, but the man at table 8 was another beast altogether. She wondered if being in the military had hardened him up on the inside as much as the outside. It must have, considering he didn't reach out to her for over 10 years. "Wow. You move fast," Claudia said with a laugh as Isley tallied up a slip for another customer. "The girl skips pleasantries, awkwardness, and flirting," Betty said. She moved right into the embrace. Billy's eyebrow arched. "He's quite the specimen," Betty said. "And you already have competition." Betty indicated the other guy who'd approached her. "I'd hardly say there was competition there." Billy smirked. No, Isley said, waving her hands in front of them. "Ford and I are friends." She swallowed hard and corrected herself. "We were friends." "This is a story I want to hear right after I bring table 3, yet another fork. It's the third that the lady's dropped since she sat down. I think she just wants me to earn my tip. Dang tourists." Betty scowled and scooted away. "Claudia, will you bring him his drink?" Isley asked the other new girl. "Order up, Claudia," the cook shouted. Claudia bit her teeth together, revealing the perfect gap between the first two. "I'm sorry, Isley. I forgot to put in another order, and my table has been getting cranky while waiting." Isley reluctantly brought Ford his soda water with lemon. His elbows rested on the table, and his hands were stacked with his chin resting against his massive fist. "Thanks." "Eyes," he said, calling her by the nickname that sounded the same as the beginning of her name that he'd started using after she'd tried to explain how to pronounce her name. "When do you get off your shift?" he asked. She shrugged. "I literally started today, so I have no idea." "I'll be waiting." His voice was even deeper than she remembered. Her shoulders dropped. No, she needed to process his return to her life, never mind the fact that she'd driven about 20 hours in the last 2 days, discovered paradise, and moved in with her mother. But she'd waited over 10 years to see him again, and if he was willing to meet with her, if she wasn't at risk of falling asleep, she'd do whatever it took to find out what had happened between them. When she returned to the area behind the counter, the others were waiting. "So tell us about your first date." "Wait, have you dated him before?" Betty asked, raising and lowering her eyebrows. "No, we never dated," Isley answered. "He looks very dateable," Billy said with a wink, playing along. The girls gathered around the soda machine that hummed and muffled their voices. He was the boy next door. Raised by his father. He had 2 brothers who were troublemakers. Their house was constant chaos. I think he enjoyed hanging out with my mom and me, although she's her own brand of crazy." Betty laughed. "My daughters would say the same about me." "You have kids?" Claudia asked. 5. 3 boys and 2 girls. 12 grandchildren and 9 great-grandbabies and counting. Betty beamed. "Talk about chaos. But let's hear more about Ford." It's a good strong name. We were friends for over a decade. Then he disappeared for a decade. Now he pops up here of all places. She went on to explain how he'd ignored her calls and letters for years. She'd only given up that last Christmas, but mostly she didn't send a card because she couldn't afford it, and she wasn't sure if his father still lived at his old address. Diana said she hadn't seen him for about a month before she'd moved to Florida. Things have a way of washing to shore in Blue Bay Beach. Some say it's fate. Betty gazed toward the sea. That's what Ford said. Isley recalled his comment. Or is it destiny? Billy asked as she restocked the napkin dispenser. What's the difference? Claudia wiped down the salt and pepper shakers. Most people believe that fate is something which has been predetermined. It is fixed, while destiny can be influenced by the path we choose to take and the choices we make. But both agree on one thing: whatever happens is inevitable. Betty shrugged. Who cares? He's a whole lot of man muscle, a customer said as she breezed by. The four women broke into laughter. That is true, Claudia said. Either way, he's here and you're here. Are you going to go on a date with him? Betty bounced on her toes. I'm upset, hurt. He brushed me off and basically threw away 10 years of friendship. I'm not going to date him, I'm going to give him an earful. Isley's jaw tightened. The dare was a date, Betty said. Claudia is next. Then Billy. She bumped the restaurant owner on the hip. If Betty weren't petite and older, Isley was quite sure Billy would have bumped her back, landing her smack on her backside. Clearly, Billy was not interested in dating. Neither was she. I don't date customers, Billy said. No, dear. You don't date, period. I'd like to see that change before I'm too old. Billy grumbled and wandered off at the same time the cook called Isley's order. She occupied her mind with how Billy was nice enough, but not the kind of person she'd want to see genuinely upset. Owning and managing a restaurant took some grit, and even though her hands were clean, she seemed to have a bit of it under her nails. She'd never want to be on Billy's bad side, that was for sure. Isley set the plate in front of Ford. Do you want a drink refill? Do you want a few fries? He offered, nudging the plate toward her. She was a sucker for French fries, and he knew it. She took one just so he'd have one fewer. She fought against sticking her tongue out at him like a petulant child. Do you want to sit down? He asked. I'm working, Ford, she ground out through clenched teeth. She had to be strong and not give in to the handsome, familiar man sitting in front of her. Then I'll take my time. He made a show of spreading his napkin slowly on his lap, as though at a fancy 7-course meal. She sighed. I've had a super long day. Can we meet tomorrow, or never? As minutes passed, she wanted to retreat and not revisit the pain and confusion of losing her best friend, who left without an explanation. As much as she wanted to talk to him and hear his side of the story, she became equally afraid of what she'd hear. What she knew to be true, what she'd proven, she was no better at keeping money in her bank account than she was at keeping a decent man in her life, whether as a friend or more. Can I have your number? He asked. He pulled out his phone and passed it to her. The password screen appeared. She typed in her birthday without thinking, because that was her code. The phone opened up. Isley shifted back on her heels. Ford's eyes locked on hers, causing her stomach to churn and a knot to form in her throat. Why would he have her birthday as his phone password? It must have been a coincidence, just like everything that day, not kismet as her mother had mentioned, or fate or destiny. She punched in her number and then went back to refill his water. The glass overflowed because she couldn't stop thinking about Ford. The cut of his jaw and the scar that nearly reached it, the way his eyes sparkled when he looked at her but turned flat when he glanced away. When they were younger, they'd been the kinds of friends who knew the locations of moles and freckles, and how his second toe was longer than the big one. He was privy to the fact that there was a spot just below her rib cage that was always ticklish. What had happened? What kept him away? As Isley returned to the counter, she felt his long lingering gaze. Her coworkers all stared at him like they were about to swoon. Her nerves were as frayed as the ropes on the dock. I need something sweet. Isley's eyes landed on a pie in a refrigerated case. Pie. Oh, pie please. Does that count as a meal on my shift? She asked. Betty was already cutting her a piece. One slice and all is right. That's what I always say. She cut a second piece and delivered it to Ford's table. Isley groaned when she heard Betty say the pie was on the house. In fact, he glanced over his massive shoulder in her direction, but she quickly ducked behind the soda machine. At last, he went to the register to pay his tab. Isley nearly charged him $1,000 as her shaky hands stabbed the keys on the machine. I'll call you, he said as he took the change but left the bills for a tip. Then he sauntered down the dock. After they closed for the night, the four women cleaned up and then sat at a table by the window open to the ocean. The warm breeze was soothing, and as Isley finished her pie, she realized there were worse places she could be. So, we know about your former flame, Betty started. Ford is not my former flame. I stand corrected. Your current flame. Betty giggled. He's not my anything other than my ex-friend. Betty and Billy exchanged grins. The older woman looked up at Isley over her glasses as she tallied the tips. Stay in this business long enough and you start to recognize things. Love, for instance. It's one of those things that's almost impossible to explain or understand. But it marks people in a unique way that's almost visible, if you know what to look for. Love, Isley stammered. Love, Betty repeated. Billy rolled her eyes. Claudia looked on as though the conversation was about as comfortable as being thrown in the ocean, fully dressed, on a winter day. Isley shoved the last bite of pie in her mouth. So, tell us what brought you here, Billy said, getting the conversation back on track. I lost my job in Baltimore. This is just temporary until but Isley wasn't sure how to finish the sentence. What did you do there? Claudia asked. I worked in the office at a car valet. She then went on to list the dozen jobs she'd had over the years that barely kept her rent and bills paid. As she looked at the last decade of her life, she'd been in a sort of limbo, not using her degree because that meant committing to something. It was as though she was waiting for something to happen, or maybe someone to return to her life. I'm not sure what I want to do when I grow up, she whispered. Those were the same words she'd spoken to Ford during one of their last conversations. He was preparing for the Marines, and she was getting ready for college, but hadn't declared her major. They'd been going over ideas along with her strengths and interests. She'd never committed, and simply got a liberal arts degree. What was that? Betty asked. I don't know what I want to do when I grow up, which is a problem since I'm nearly 30. They all started chattering about their various careers. Billy was basically born into the restaurant biz. Betty was a people person and worked a couple of shifts a week so she didn't drive her husband mad. Claudia was a musician, and in the process of getting her master's degree in music theory. I always told my kids to dream big, but plan big too, because life can happen even when you're not asleep. So be awake on your feet. Take action to bring your dreams to life. Betty smiled softly, then tucked her tips into her purse. As Isley rode the bike back to the cottage that night, all she wanted to do was sleep, but she remained on the steps of the porch, reflecting on the day and Betty's words about fate, destiny, love. Dreaming big, but planning and taking action floated around in her mind. The scent of coconut wafted in the air, and she had a sudden craving for ice cream.
Chapter 4. Ford. Standing on the upper deck of the house he'd recently inherited, Ford took in the sweeping vista of the bay. It was indeed as blue as the sky. The sun was bright and beamed off the white sand beach in the distance. Just a quick jaunt across Mansion Mile, and he'd have his feet in the water. A small hand tugged on his. Their eyes met. So much blue. He scooped Coco into his arms. His daughter was another anchor in the storm of his life, and yet she'd partly caused it. He sighed, pecked her on the temple, and the two bobbed down the stairs. They crossed the street and waded in the water on the private beach, collected a few seashells, and reapplied sunblock twice. Thank goodness there was a manual for how to take care of a 2-year-old's basic needs. Unfortunately, there wasn't one for how to mend her heart. At least he assumed it was broken. The story of his ex-wife's negligence and her untimely death certainly broke his. It wasn't that he'd still loved Tina or felt any affection for her, but she'd kept him from his daughter and made a series of decisions that were devastating. He'd hired a nanny as they made the adjustment as a family, but Ford wasn't sure what his next steps were. He figured having help would be temporary because he wanted to spend as much time with his daughter as he could, to make up for lost time, time he could never get back, time that was taken from him. His heart was broken for his daughter, but hardened to his ex. After seeing Isley, it had started beating faster. With her sudden appearance in his life, he had more to figure out, and nap time was all he had at the moment. His phone beeped in his pocket. He tapped in his password. It was a message from the lawyer. He'd get to it later. When he'd placed the phone in Isley's hand the evening before, he expected her to declare that she didn't know the password. Then he'd tell her, and maybe that would soften the tension between them. He wanted the gesture to say what he couldn't put into words. That rarely a day passed when he didn't think about her. That he was sorry for ditching her, for hurting her, and for confusing her. That he wanted to be friends again. That he'd never stopped being friends with her, at least in his mind, but it was what was in his heart that was the difficult thing that he couldn't put into words. Marrying Tina had been a mistake, a rash decision after the war, an attempt to capture what he wanted most, a family, stability, a home to return to. She'd given him a headache, heartache, and a solid need to question his judgment. He thought he was doing the right thing. It turned out his ability to do the right thing had been compromised when he'd left Isley and never responded to her. He was a God-fearing man, but if there was such a thing as fate, perhaps there was karma too, and Tina leaving him was payback for ditching Isley. However, Tina had also given him a daughter who he adored, even though that had been a complete surprise. In a strange way, life had a way of working out when he stopped fighting against it. He tapped Isley's name in his phone. It rang and rang. Her message was short. It's Isley. Leave a message. Hey Is. It's Ford. Not sure if you're working or busy, but I'll be at the beach next to Coconut Cove Cafe in an hour and a half if you'd like to meet up and talk. The words came out a jumble, as though he'd forgotten how to speak properly, or at least speak to her. Perhaps it was so much time spent with a 2-year-old. Ford slathered on more sunscreen, moving carefully around the scar. It had healed well, but from time to time the bone beneath still felt bruised. He was already tan from years spent outside doing drills, training, and fighting, but he'd recently seen some old-timers around Blue Bay Beach and took to heeding his doctor's warning about using sunscreen. He was new to listening to others, well, aside from those in command, but he was doing his best and would certainly listen to Isley because no doubt she had a lot to say. Back at the mansion, he and Coco had a snack, some water, and then he settled her in for a nap before the nanny arrived. When she did, he informed her he'd be out for a few hours. The garage of the mansion housed a Jaguar, a Maserati, and a Bentley, all courtesy of his benefactor. He was considering getting a minivan to replace his Jeep, but the beach next to Coconut Cove wasn't far, and the town wasn't welcoming of cars, so he went on foot. Plus, the walk would give him a chance to figure out how to explain things to Isley. Instead of cooperating, his mind crossed out all his ideas and then scribbled over them like a toddler with a crayon. His thoughts repeatedly drew back to Isley. Big honey brown eyes, bee-stung lips, apple cheekbones that lifted when she smiled. His stomach growled. He stopped at the Coconut Cove Cafe. Isley wasn't there. She must have had a later shift that day. He ordered a sandwich to go, and then plunked himself down in the sand on the beach. The tide was moving in, but the waves were lazy and at odds with how he felt. Jumpy, ready to take action, do something with purpose. It was hard retiring from the military. It had been his life. Now, he was adjusting to the new one that had been thrown at him from left field. His counselor's voice threaded through his thoughts, reminding him that his new role as a father held great purpose, and that he was in an adjustment period. At the same time, he heard his name. "Hey Ford, is that you?" It wasn't Isley, but a woman he'd met when at the market. Being a single father was Lady Bate, or perhaps it was the sizable house he'd moved into. He'd hooked at least 3 in the week he'd been in town. Not that he was interested. Not at all. They chatted for a minute, then a long shadow crossed the sand. "You're here," Ford breathed, accidentally interrupting the woman who was letting him know she'd love to have him over for dinner later that day, and that she was single and that she loved kids. Apparently, she made a delicious shrimp salad. In case she hadn't noticed, he'd need to eat a bit more than a shrimp salad. The woman rocked back on her heels and glanced at Isley as Ford brushed past. He couldn't hide his smile, directed at Isley, looking like pure summertime ease, wearing a sundress. She was the person he wanted to hear laugh again. No, he wanted to make her laugh. He wanted to see her smile at something he said or did. She was the person he wanted to be friends with again. "Nice seeing you," he nodded to the woman who'd approached him because he was a gentleman, despite his usual gruff manner. The woman tilted her head in a coy smile. "Well, the invitation stands. I'm on Egret Avenue." She wiggled her fingers in a wave and sauntered off. Isley stood there a moment. The light breeze off the water ruffled the hem of her dress. Her legs were long, and she dug her toes into the sand. Ford sat back down and patted the spot next to him. "I got you some fries. My mother said I'm too thin and won't stop feeding me. I see you're trying to plump me up too." There was a hint of laughter in her voice. He hoped it was the beginning of forgiveness. "I didn't know Mrs. Higgins was here too. Small world, huh? What are the chances?" "Let's just hope Mr. Knuckles isn't here or the rest of the block," Ford said. At that, Isley smiled, just barely holding back laughter. Ford warmed all over. "I forgot about Mr. Knuckmeyer," Isley said. "Mr. Knuckles, because he always threatened to give us a knuckle sandwich," they said at the same time around hearty laughter. "Remember Agatha Brush, Marty Cirillo, and Donna Picardi? They had it in for us." For a moment, they reminisced about some of their exploits and adventures in the New Jersey neighborhood they grew up in. "We were little scamps. They used other names for us," Isley said in a low voice. "Ones only my brothers would dare repeat." "How are they doing?" Isley asked. "Sonny is in jail, and Alex is a divorced father of 3. Sorry to hear that. We haven't talked in years." Ford shook his head. The wind picked up or she winced, he wasn't sure. He had a habit of leaving the past behind. "How about your father?" she asked. "I wish I had better news. He had liver disease and passed a few months ago. I was able to see him once more before." Isley's hand landed on his forearm. The connection caused his pulse to double. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know." Her soft palm rooted him when all he wanted to do was jump to his feet and pound something, channel his feelings somewhere. The counselor told him to get a heavy bag and take up meditation. He'd done both, and believe it or not, it helped. The breathing did too. So did Isley. "Did your dad ever turn up?" he asked. It was a bold question, but one that had come to be a sort of repartee between them after her cat had gone missing. Cosmo returned. Her father didn't, but he supposed it was a way for her to keep the hope alive. "No, but you did. You turned up." Ford nearly fell over in the sand. "I won't lie. I'm upset with you. But I'm willing to listen to what you have to say." She took another French fry. Hope sparked in him as well, then quickly fizzled as the warm salt water reached his toes on an incoming wave. They scooted back away from the tide. He rested his elbows on his bent knees. She seemed so small next to him. He wanted to tug her close and protect her from what he knew he needed to share.
Chapter 5. Isley. "So where have you been, Ford?" Isley asked. She'd taken the risk meeting him. She'd hardly slept the night before. Her stomach was in knots, and she'd made up a silly excuse about exploring the town so her mother wouldn't meddle. She wasn't ready to answer what were sure to be many questions from Diana, not that she even had the answers. There was no way to hide the Hulk, at least Ford wasn't green, but he was a dead ringer for the actor who played Captain America, and if the woman who was fawning over him when Isley arrived at the beach was any indication, it wouldn't take long for word to spread. She needed to hear the truth from him first. Her mother wasn't nosy per se, but she had a long neck and didn't take any pains to ignore the neighborhood gossip. At least that's how it was when they'd still lived in New Jersey. Blue Bay Beach was a small community, and likely there was already talk about how the new waitress asked out the hunky guy with the scar on his cheek. Ford took a long time to answer. First staring at his hands and then the ocean. He sighed. "Where have I been? I've been in the Middle East, Quantico, Lejeune, Paris Island, and a few other places besides." He brushed his hands together and dipped his head before turning to face her before continuing. Her gaze caught on the scar. It added to his rugged masculinity, and also suggested his story would take longer than an afternoon to tell. "I've been in a few tight spots as well." Her patience wore thin. She wanted him to get to the point, at least insofar as it related to their broken friendship. He swallowed and locked her eyes with his, as though forcing himself to say whatever was so difficult. They'd once been able to talk about anything, including her missing in action father and his dead mother. "A little more than 3 years ago, I met a woman. We had a quick, and looking back terrible, relationship. If you could call it that. We got married. I was deployed. Later, when I got back stateside, there was an envelope on the table. The house was otherwise empty. It was as I'd feared. She divorced me less than a year after we'd wed and left without a trace." His words were clipped and the muscle in his jaw pulsed. "You said you were afraid? You're Ford Armstrong. The only thing you were afraid of was swallowing watermelon seeds," she said to lighten the mood. She hated seeing him so torn up. The comment referred to their shared childhood and brought a faint smile to his lips. "During training, I ate 99 watermelon seeds." "What?" Her stomach churned at the thought of growing a watermelon in her belly, even though she knew it was something the kids on their old street made up to freak them out. "It was a bet." "To eat 99 watermelon seeds? That's cruel. Did you win the bet? Was it worth it?" "I lost the bet because I was supposed to eat 100 seeds. But as I brought the last one to my mouth, I thought of you. So yes, it was worth it." It was as though speaking those words took all of Ford's courage. His eyes blazed, then he turned his attention back to the ocean. It was hard to remain angry at him. It was as though they both fought against falling back into what once had been such an easygoing friendship, with laughter and conversation that flowed like the water by their feet. "Anyway, my ex left me. Then about a month ago, I learned she died from a prescription pill overdose. Oh gosh. I'm so sorry to hear that. A wrinkle of concern formed between Isley's eyebrows. Ford shook his head. It's tragic, but don't be sorry for me. He must have loved her. She couldn't imagine. Then she realized that she could. Betty was almost right. She had loved Ford. Past tense. And he'd left her. Granted, he didn't die, but he went off to war, and like her father, she wasn't sure he'd survived until the very day before. But he was alive, and that was the most she could have hoped for. He didn't owe her anything. Relief washed through her and took the sharp edges of her anger with it. They'd both suffered so much, why not just let the past go? My ex Tina had her troubles. Looking back, I hardly knew her. Her favorite color? Ice cream flavor? Movie? He shrugged. I didn't even know her long enough to memorize her birthday. It was sometime in March. That's all I know. Isley bit her lip. On the other hand, he did know her birthday. In fact, when they were younger, they'd always surprise each other with a birthday adventure that took them out of the neighborhood. It all happened so quick. We dated for a few months, got married, then I was called away. At the time, I figured the divorce was for the best. I didn't want my wife to have to live in the shadow of whether I made it through another day out there. You know. Ford turned to her. The proximity of the ocean almost made his blue eyes look green. Was he trying to tell her something? I also have a hard time sometimes. I was trained to push everything down, away. It sometimes comes out. I guess I wouldn't have wanted her to have to deal with that, either. Do you mean like PTSD? She'd heard about it plenty, through charity work with veterans her mother did in her father's memory. Yeah. Wounds aren't only visible on the body. I guess. How'd it happen? She pointed at the scar. Oh. This. I got this in a bar fight. Isley swallowed thickly. His eyes crinkled. I'm kidding. Laughter helps me to cope. No, it was a piece of shrapnel. My vision is a little foggy on the left side, but I'm lucky I'm not blind or dead. I'm glad you're not blind or dead. It's funny, being here and seeing you again has given me a new way of looking at things. He got to his feet, as though realizing something important right then. There's so much loss and death, but also so much hope and new life. That's a really good way to look at things. He reached for her hand, sending a zing, like being splashed by cold water from a wave, through her arm and into her chest, but it gave way to a pleasant warmth, flooding her. Remember what you asked me yesterday? Ford asked. If you wanted a drink refill? She knew what he meant, but wanted him to hear him say it. The corners of his mouth lifted. The smile reached his eyes, skewing the scar. My answer is yes. Yes, you'd like some more water with lemon? Yes, I'd like to go on a date with you. That was a dare. Her eyebrow arched. All the same. I'd like to go on a date with you, Isley Higgins. Well, it's about time. She tried not to smile. What's that supposed to mean? He asked with amusement in his eyes. She dropped his hand, smiled, and started toward the street. I'll pick you up at 6, he called after her. Do you know where my mother lives? I'll follow my nose. I could always tell when it was dinner time at your house, and time for you to go home. But you'd never let me. Always saying you wanted to take one more bike ride around the block, needed more help on your homework assignment, or that the show was almost over. She walked slowly backward. Whatever it took for 5 more minutes with you. His comments kindled something between them. She waved, and had to suppress the skip in her step as she left the beach. Had she been in a car accident on the drive south? 2 10-hour days behind the wheel of her Civic wasn't advisable, but perhaps she'd made it to heaven. No, if that were the case it wouldn't be so humid, causing her hair to frizz. Isley spent the next few hours unpacking and then focused on making ice cream. Experimenting with combinations, getting the balance of flavors and consistency right, was one of her favorite distractions. The humidity gave her a good excuse to brush off the old machine, one of the few things she'd brought from Baltimore, and get churning. The key lime coconut cream pie she'd tried at the cafe was beyond words. If she hadn't been so preoccupied with Ford's appearance, she would have sung its praises or asked Claudia to write a song about it. The tang of the lime, the smooth nuttiness of the coconut, plus the cream and graham cracker crust was beyond delicious. It inspired her. "Mom, have you ever had the key lime coconut cream pie at the cafe?" she asked as she researched recipes online and in her notebooks. "On Fridays, Betty makes an extra one for the girls and me who play canasta. We can polish one of those off in a heartbeat." Isley laughed to spite herself. "I want to replicate it as ice cream. You know, it's peculiar this town doesn't have an ice cream shop. Remember Tiny Twists and Putt Putt on Wilson Drive?" Diana asked. "Of course I remember, I worked there 3 summers in a row." "My favorite was Rocky Road and yours was," her mother seemed to comb her memory. Isley had a feeling Ford knew. Just as he knew her birthday, her favorite color and movie. He knew all that about her, and she knew it about him. "Black raspberry," Diana said. Isley nodded. "Thank goodness I haven't lost my marbles. You'll look after me when I get old, huh honey?" Diane's hair had become grayer than the rich dark brown it had once been. The lines around her eyes and mouth were more pronounced. She was still vibrant and youthful in her energy, it seemed even more so in the beach town versus New Jersey. Isley wondered what it would have been like for her to grow up with a mother and father, and to see them grow old together. There was a photo of her parents on the end table by her mom's spot on the couch. He had light, almost blonde hair. Would it be silver, or salt and pepper? Would his ears seem to grow bigger with age as her grandfather's had? Would he look at her mother with affection? Yes. She knew he would. Isley's chest felt heavy at the thought. "Of course, I'll take care of you, Mom. It's nice having you home. Is that only because you get to be my official ice cream taste tester?" She joked to lighten her mood. "Well, I suppose that's a benefit." Diana pulled her daughter into a side hug. For the next couple of hours, Isley focused on ice cream making, brainstorming flavors and reading through her old notes. The ice cream everything fixation began one summer when she was obsessed with Ben & Jerry's, but it was so expensive she reasoned if she invested in a machine, she could make it herself and save cash. Her roommates were pumped and chipped in because the fresh flavors were so delicious. Later, they joked that they'd created an ice cream making monster. Eventually, Isley even made a blog about ice cream making, ice cream eating, and all the finer details of the process. She gained a bit of a following, but changed jobs and the hobby fell away. More accurately, she could no longer afford to indulge in Tahitian vanilla, edible flowers, and the finest chocolate available. Standing in the kitchen of her mother's cottage, excitement filled her at the prospect of a fresh batch of creamy sweet ice cream, and with the slightest hint of salt to highlight the other flavors, in all the basic and outrageous flavors. It kept her busy until a knock on the door startled her from her frozen obsession.
Chapter 6. Ford. Ford waited on the other side of the screen door, at number 4 Pelican Lane. The cottage was cute, cozy, and he could probably fit a dozen inside the mansion he currently resided in, not that he needed that much space. He'd become accustomed to a tent or a bunk if he was lucky. Though he wouldn't deny that a king-sized bed was far more comfortable. A dull whirring sound came from inside the house, and Ford knocked again. He didn't want to be rude, but movement from the other side of the screen caught his attention. Isley turned and rushed toward the door. Her hair was pulled into a messy ponytail on top of her head, with loose strands falling into her face. She wore a t-shirt that said "Sunny Side Up." She was always so cheerful and optimistic, she even wore her sunny disposition on her sleeve, or her shirt as it were. But she could also be forgetful. He'd often meet her on the way to school, and she'd be reading or distracted by one thing or another. "Did you forget about our?" As she pulled open the screen door, she threw her first finger in front of her lips in the universal signal for quiet. He couldn't deny that the attention drawn to her lips at that moment sent a flare through him that he hadn't experienced in a long time. She shook her head. A smudge of something white was on her cheek. He lifted his finger and wiped it away. What had been a flare turned into a flame, threatening to engulf him. He stepped back. Color rose to her cheeks and her eyes floated from his thumb to his eyes. Her honey-brown eyes melted him. He was combusting. Sure, he was used to dry desert heat from when he was serving, but the humidity in Florida must have been getting to him. He let out a long, ragged exhale. "I didn't forget about our," she swallowed, blinked, her eyes closed a moment. Then she looked over each of her shoulders. "I didn't forget about our date," she hissed. "I just didn't want my mother to make a fuss." She was the one who seemed flustered. He looked over her shoulder toward the whirring still coming from the kitchen. "I got caught up in a project, trying to distract. Never mind. I'll be just 5 minutes." She rushed up to a loft space, which must have been her room. "And I'll just be right here." At that, what may as well have been one of the seabirds cawing issued from the back of the house. "My word. Who do we have here?" Mrs. Higgins approached him with her arms lifted and ready for one of her mama bear hugs. He'd only received a handful from her over the years, but she was the most maternal person he'd had in his life, growing up. "Ford Armstrong, you sure are a sight for sore eyes." She was slightly shorter and fluffier than when he'd last seen her, but her eyes sparkled and her smile was as wide as ever. "Mom," Isley groaned in warning from the loft above. For a moment, Ford felt like a teenager all over again, like he was picking Isley up for a school dance or prom. Then again, he'd never done either of those things. They'd often gone as a group to events like homecoming without official dates. Prom was another story. He sighed. "I just cannot believe after all this time you turn up here." Isley didn't mention. "Yeah, I forgot," she called. Her voice was strained, either because she felt like she'd been caught trying to keep their reunion from her mom, or because she was hurrying to get ready so they could get out of there. Clearly, she was hoping her mother wasn't going to encounter him. Diana was an excitable person, but he didn't feel the need to hide. Then again, maybe Isley was trying to spare him, given his sudden departure from their lives. Likely Mrs. Higgins had questions too. Isley streaked by, wearing a sundress, and rushed into the bathroom. Mrs. Higgins took his hand, and they sat down on the couch. She smiled tightly, and then it fell into a frown. "Can I get you something to drink?" Her tone was flat like sparkling water that lost its bubbles. "I'm just fine, thank you." Ford clapped his hands on his thighs, suddenly feeling awkward, like the mood in the room shifted like the tides. "I've heard a lot has changed for you in recent years. For that reason, I'm willing to forgive you, but unless you're missing in action, do not, under any circumstances, leave my daughter, or me, to wonder if you're alive or dead ever again. Do you understand me, young man?" Her Jersey accent came out thick and threatening. That was what Isley was probably trying to spare him from experiencing. "Yes, ma'am." Ford almost saluted. She leaned back and folded her hands in her lap. "Now, if you need anything at all, I'm right here. I only raised one child, but I raised her right, so you can trust me with, you know." "That you did. Thank you." Did she know about the new addition to his life? Likely. Back in the neighborhood, she somehow knew everyone's business, but she wasn't a gossip. She just somehow knew things, everything. Then something awful occurred to him. She was always waiting for word of her husband's return or recovery. Ford's chest suddenly ached. He knew what it was like to lose good men. Mrs. Higgins had lost her best man, her husband. Isley never knew Bob Eisel Higgins. His chin dipped toward his chest. It was backward, completely backward, but it was then Ford realized part of the reason he'd left and never looked back. He knew the path of the soldier meant he might not return. He didn't want to get closer to Isley in the event she lost not one, but two of the men in her life. But that fear was the fear of a boy who'd clung to certainty whenever he could, because his life while growing up had been so chaotic. It had been easier for him to make a clean break than to travel the unknown road of romance and service. Ford gasped a breath. "You okay?" Mrs. Higgins asked. His thoughts and stomach swam and a cold sweat pricked his hairline. It was almost as if a bomb of sudden comprehension had dropped into his lap. Despite that, he was okay because he understood something important about himself and his actions. He took a few deep breaths as his counselor had taught him. "Yeah. I'm fine." Isley appeared from the bathroom. Her hair was smooth and her face bright. She seemed to take to life in Florida quickly and pleasantly. Ford got to his feet. "Good chat, Mrs. Higgins." Confusion and concern rippled over Isley's features. "Did you give him the Jersey Mama Bear smackdown?" Mrs. Higgins laughed. "No. We hardly talked." "You helped me understand something important," he said to Mrs. Higgins in a low voice as Isley poked her head into the kitchen area. "Well, I'm glad I can help." Her lips turned down and she shrugged. Ford gestured for Isley to go ahead of him out the door. She stopped on the steps to the porch and turned around to look up at him. The peppered sunlight from the canopy of trees illuminated her eyes. "Is that your car?" "One of them," he muttered. And he was going to take her out on a date in it. The thrill of a second chance rocked through him. Then, in a classic move from the movies, he jogged down the front path, leapt, and slid across the hood of the blue convertible. He landed on his feet on the other side. Mrs. Higgins, watching them leave from the porch, clapped. Isley giggled. Then Ford realized he ought to open the door for her. He scooted around to the passenger side, let her in, and then closed the door. He skipped doing the cool slide again, and merely got behind the wheel. "Have fun, kids," Mrs. Higgins called as he started the engine. The smell of leather, gasoline, and summer filled his nose. "Come back for dessert," Mrs. Higgins added. "Isley's been making ice cream." She came with just 2 suitcases, a broken lamp, and her ice cream maker. Go figure. Isley laughed as he drove down Pelican Lane. "Is this really your car?" she asked as they headed to the edge of town. "It really is." "Do you still have the old Ford pickup truck?" "I have that, a Jeep, and..." He wasn't sure he wanted to talk about the sudden wealth he'd come into. He wasn't sure how he felt about it, but Mrs. Higgins mentioned Isley had only arrived home with 2 suitcases, a broken lamp, and an ice cream maker. Surely she owned a house or condo by then. She'd gone to college. Although the rusty Honda in the parking lot looked like it was about to break down any moment, and she lived with her mother again. There was a story there, but he wasn't sure how to ask. The wind blew as they cruised to the drive-in movie theater, so it was hard to have a conversation. When they pulled into the field at the theater, the sun had nearly set in the west. The big screen was on the eastern side of the field, but still dark. "Want to grab something to eat?" Ford asked. Isley nodded. "Sure." Again, he opened the door for her. "You're such a gentleman. Is this what going on a date with you in high school would have been?" She abruptly cut herself off. "You wouldn't have wanted to go on a date with that idiot. You were my best friend. Not an idiot. That's why we didn't date." What do you mean? She asked as they slowly walked toward the concession stand. I didn't want to date you because I didn't want to ruin our friendship. No, wait. That's not what I meant exactly. That time his own word choice tripped him up. He stopped and took her upper arms in his hands. He fought against pulling her to his chest, hugging her tightly, keeping her as close to him as possible. I can say this now. I think. Ford drew a deep breath. I did want to date you. I wanted to ask you on a date 1,000 times at least. But we were friends, and I didn't know if that's what you wanted or if you'd say yes or if it would mess things up. So instead, you asked Jessica Sutherland to the prom? Isley's eyes were damp. Sorry. I don't know why I said that. It's in the past. Never mind. She started to walk toward the line by the order window. No. Not never mind. Life is too short for never mind. He wanted to have a good time with Isley, but they needed to get the conversation about the past over with. They were overdue. 10 years overdue. Her gaze was imploring, as though she'd been waiting to hear what he was going to say for a long time. Strange thing was, he didn't know what he was going to say until just then. He'd thought of meeting her again enough times, but the words had never formed before that moment. Isley, we both had our hardships growing up. You know what my family was like. You were a bright spot in my life, and I didn't want to do anything to mess with that. I clung to order. Why do you think I joined the Marines, the most regimented branch of service? You were my anchor, and the military was my line to hold me steady when the sea got rough. She inclined her chin. Wow. Really? She asked softly. Really? Ford pressed his lips together suddenly, feeling foolish, but it was true. So much has happened recently. I don't even know where to begin, but I'm glad it all lead me back to you. I know we can't exactly pick up where we left off, but I'd like to try. I'd like to at least be friends with you again. I guess that's a good place to start, she said. Being with Isley made him feel like he was 18 all over again, and hadn't had the experiences that had hardened him and made him a man. But there was no denying those. Yet the night was velvety, warm, and filled with possibilities. No, maybe it wasn't that she made him feel like a teenager. Perhaps he was going back in time to when they were kids. Some of the boys in the neighborhood would tease them with the song "First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes the baby in the baby carriage." Well, he'd already done all of that, and that was why they had to only stay friends. They got in the line at the concession stand. The air smelled like popcorn and hot dogs, but a light breeze gusted Isley's scent, reminding him of how he'd had feelings for her that went beyond friendship. So we can be friends? He asked. His voice tightened, but he restrained himself against desire. He knew better. He was no longer a boy, and he had an entirely new set of challenges he didn't want to saddle her with. The line shuffled forward, and they bumped into each other. She gripped his arm and left it there. Sure, we can be friends, but I thought this was a date, she said boldly.
Chapter 7. Isley. Isley and Ford walked back to the convertible at the drive-in movie theater, in the dreamiest little town in the world. The sun had set, but the air had remained warm, and she was with her high school crush, her longtime love, and the man she'd thought she'd lost. After they settled into the seat in the car, she pinched herself, then squeaked, because it had actually hurt. "What are you doing? Are you okay?" Ford shuffled the tray of French fries, drinks, and hot dogs between them on the seat, and reached for her arm. "I'm fine," she said, feeling foolish. He wasn't supposed to notice. He hopped out of the car and then popped the trunk. He gestured her over. When she rounded to the back of the car, he passed her a can of bug spray for kids. "The bugs can get nasty here." Her lips peeled back into a smile. "Good thing you came prepared." She'd always been able to rely on him. They went back to eat their dinner, as the lanes surrounding them filled in with moviegoers. Ford had opened up, mentioning how he'd wanted to ask her out, and everything that had gone unsaid between them, but as soon as she reminded him that they were on a date, he closed off again. She wanted to say more about senior prom, and how it had been the start of the sliver that had given way to her broken heart when he then disappeared for 10 years. Instead, she ate her French fries in silence. A few commercials flashed by on the screen. "It's a double feature, but we don't have to stay for both if you don't want to," Ford said. "Have you seen this movie before?" she asked. "The first one is just out, part of the new pirate trilogy, but the second is a Harrison Ford classic, a surprise. I guess they don't tell us until intermission." "I never realized that you share a name," she said, popping another fry in her mouth. He chuckled. "Well, I never told you that my mother wanted to name me after her favorite actor, Harrison Ford, but my father thought everyone would call me Harry Armstrong." Isley giggled. "I definitely would have called you that." He playfully elbowed her in the ribs, bringing them closer on the long seat of the convertible. Ford's skin still held the warmth of the day, and she imagined melting into him. She had to resist. Going down that path would only lead to heartache when he left Blue Bay Beach, and when he left her life again, to return to the service. She cleared her throat, eager to get back on track. They could date and become friends again, but that was as far as she could let it go. She tried doing the long-distance relationship thing before. It had failed, splendidly, and in 6 cities. She sighed. "So your parents compromised and gave you the actor's last name?" "Not exactly. I think they named me after Dad's truck," he clarified. Isley couldn't help herself, but laughed a little too loudly during the opening credits of the pirate movie. "Well, half after the actor and half after the truck. Good thing the truck is still running, and Harrison Ford is still lighting up the silver screen." Ford smiled and she felt the mood equalize. The movie began with a series of jump scares that brought Isley even closer to Ford on the seat. She felt him walk his hand across the back of the seat, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. It was no hairy arm, but rather a strong, capable man arm. She shuddered a breath at the way it felt, warm, protective and solid. It was like she belonged there by his side, and for the next couple of hours, she let herself believe that, and cast all her doubts and boundaries from her mind. During the intermission, an announcement was made that the feature with Harrison Ford was going to be Apocalypse Now, an old war movie. Ford stiffened beside her as the preview flashed on the screen. Bullet fire. Explosions. Wounded heroes. After serving in the military for 10 years and the scar on Ford's face, she was sure he'd seen some gnarly things. Isley wasn't sure he'd want to see it on the big screen, but maybe he wouldn't say as much. She yawned and stretched her arms overhead. "Getting tired?" he asked. She shrugged. "I do have to work the opening shift at Coconut Cove tomorrow." "We can head back," he offered. She nodded. "Sure." As they put distance between themselves and the drive-in, he visibly relaxed. "I liked the pirate movie. I wonder when the next one comes out," she said absently. "Next summer, I think." She wasn't sure where she'd be in a year, or what she'd be doing. She only intended to live with her mother for the summer, and after saving money, she'd go north again, and do what? After living in the paradise that was Blue Bay Beach, she certainly didn't want to return to her dingy apartment in Baltimore. So far the tips she'd made at the restaurant were decent, but she wasn't sure if it was because it was the summer season and things slowed down in the winter months. She'd always been a dreamer but wasn't sure what she envisioned for her life. "Maybe we can go on another date next summer," she said. That or the wind blowing on the long stretch of road quieted them, until they pulled back into town, passing the mansions illuminated with landscape lighting. The waves shushed on the other side of the road. Ford pulled to the side. "Want to sit on the beach a bit?" he asked. Aren't these private beaches? She asked. He got out of the car. It's okay, you're with me. She fought against wanting to be with him the next summer and beyond. They crossed the road called Mansion Mile. A wooden path led them through the dunes and onto the beach. The moon shone overhead, casting a shimmering ribbon of light onto the bay. It was as if they could just keep walking onto that path and across the water. Instead, they sat in the sand. The air was warm, but with the breeze, Isley shivered. Once more, Ford wrapped his arm around her, drawing her close. She hesitated, then dropped her head onto his shoulder. They sat for a long time, as though trying to think of what to say, or simply enjoying being together, or both. So tell me about ice cream, Ford said at last. Maybe he was just waiting for her to warm up, so he could talk about something cold without making her shiver more. A smile lifted onto her lips. Well, it's typically made from a few simple ingredients including dairy milk, cream, sugar and salt. You can certainly add anything else you'd like. He nudged her. I know that. I meant your mom said you were making ice cream. Oh, it's like a hobby or whatever. I get the sense it's more than that. Well, I do love ice cream. Always have. Always will. For a second she felt like she was talking about something, or rather someone else. And maybe she was. Ford had always visited her at the ice cream shop where she worked during the summer, when they were in high school. She couldn't bear to eat it then because she was stuck scooping it day after day, but in the winter he'd make them hot chocolate and plop a scoop of ice cream in it. I started making it in college. The first flavor I ever tried to perfect was called hot cocoa, which is ironic, I suppose. It was a vanilla base with veins of chocolate fudge and marshmallow, along with mint candy bits. Somehow, those flavors not only reminded Isley of the treat they'd share when they were younger, but were also Ford's scent, slightly sweet but with a more rugged, manlier note like pure dark chocolate and laced with mint. Nestled close to him, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. What flavor were you working on today? Key lime coconut, inspired by that amazing pie at the restaurant. That pie was tremendous. But I'd like to try your ice cream. It takes a while to make, but it's worth the wait. A beat passed as the waves lapped softly toward the shore. Isley, you were worth the wait, Ford said. Her stomach turned a cartwheel. Had she heard him correctly? He turned to her. I want to be with you. These last days, I haven't been able to stop thinking about you, he said boldly. No, it's been years now that you've been in my mind and he pressed his lips together as though having second thoughts about his confession, but then bravely pressed on. I've made the mistake of not letting a girl know how I feel before. I learned my lesson. Did he mean his ex-wife? I should have asked you to prom. I should have told you that all those times we went to the movies, the diner, and hung out after school, I wanted them to be dates. His chest rose and fell like making that confession took the wind out of him, and he was more than fit. I made the mistake of not telling you how I felt. I thought I was just the girl next door. The words were practically a whisper, her voice stolen by the surge of emotion rushing through her like a great wave rising up and preparing to sweep away all her pain, resentment and heartache. Whatever he said next would determine if the water soothed her or crashed down like a wall of whitewater. She held her breath. You were more, Isley, so much more. He shifted and met her gaze. She could breathe. Thank goodness she could breathe. She lifted her chin to meet his. You know why I nicknamed you Eyes? Ford asked. Because it's the first sound of my name? Because you have the biggest, most beautiful, soulful eyes. He tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. His eyes searched hers. Emotion and longing and warmth swelled inside her. He inclined his head and leaned closer. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Their lips met. It was like all the stars in the sky blinked and twinkled behind her eyes. It was like warm water danced on her toes. It was like dipping underwater and surfacing for fresh air. No, it was better than that. Ford cradled her head with his hand and they shifted closer. His fingers tangled in her hair as he slowed the kiss, as if to ask if it was okay. Her belly squeezed as she curled into him in answer. The kiss intensified as they exchanged years and years worth of longing. Ford's massive hands gripped her, drawing her closer. Her hands weren't sure what strong, solid surface to hold onto, his muscular back or arms. His chest rose and fell. The hammering of his heart matched hers as they continued to kiss. It was no longer just the stars shining behind her eyes, but the whole galaxy joined, and she felt weightless, timeless, and like the only two people in the universe were the two of them.
Chapter 8. Ford. When Ford's lips found Isley's, they didn't want to leave. Maybe they didn't have to. Perhaps they could make it work. He could tell her everything and risk her response. Her fingers caressed the back of his neck, and her mouth pressed firmly against his, holding him there in that moment, on the beach and under the moon. He didn't have to think about risks or forever. They had right then. He got lost there as he breathed in her summery sunshine scent. That's all he needed. He was sure he stopped breathing. They floated in space where time and distance and the past and future didn't matter. They didn't need any of that. They only needed each other. He gripped her tight, a promise never to let go again. She returned his squeeze as their hearts beat in sync. Their lips crashed and collided and explored new frontiers that were a step beyond the friendship he'd always treasured. All that mattered were her demanding lips, her soft cheeks, her warm nose, her lidded eyes. He smoothed his hands down her back, along her arms, and to her hands, taking account of the terrain of Isley. He was prepared to plant a flag and declare the land his own. He got lost in the new place, in the rush of warmth and desire between them, until she smiled against his mouth. They pulled back. Seeing her smile was like a present, a gift. It lit her up and made him certain there was no one he'd rather have in his life. She was the sun, the center of it all. She bit her lip. That was even better than I imagined. Does that mean you fantasized about us kissing? He asked. Only 1,000 times at least, she said, echoing his comment about how he'd wanted to ask her on a date so many times. Still seated in the sand, he drew her against his side. She looked up at him, really looked at him, in a way that made him feel vulnerable. But he could open up with her. He wanted to tell her everything that happened after the divorce. She lifted her finger and gently traced the scar running from the outside of his eyebrow and down his cheek. She lifted her lips to the spot and gently kissed the scar. There's a saying, a quote, that goes something like the wound is where the light enters you. You're my light, Isley. Ford's voice was low and scratchy like the sand. Her smile faltered, like she wasn't sure whether to smile, or if a deeper, more powerful emotion was threatening to push through. Does it hurt? She asked after a beat. He lifted his hand and cupped it around hers, then drew it to his chest. The worst pain I ever experienced was here. When I thought I'd lost you. You left me, Ford. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, he said, scrubbing his hands down his face. Her hand landed on his arm, and her fingers then traced the tattoo of the marine symbols of the eagle, globe, and anchor. Underneath was a banner with the words, Semper Fidelis. He explained their meaning, then tugged up his other sleeve, revealing another tattoo. She angled to see the compass drawn in ink. It's tilted. Why does north point that way? She said, gesturing to the way it was directed at his other arm. It points toward the Marine's tattoo. It's my true north, but so are you. I was lost for a long time, Isley. I got the Marine's tattoo first, but then this one more recently. It was like I was trying to find my way. Strange how it led me to you. Fate? Destiny? Coincidence? She asked. He lifted and lowered his shoulder. Semper Fi means always loyal. I'll always be a Marine and belong to that brotherhood, but I'll also be loyal to you, Isley, whether that's as a friend or... Her eyes softened. He went on, or if that might mean something more. Something I always wanted but was never man enough to own. The moonlight caught the sparkle in her honey-brown eyes as they turned liquid. Did I say something wrong? He asked, regretting making her cry. She sniffled and shook her head. It's just not something I ever expected to hear. We could try to make this work, you and me. Hope rose up inside him, a bright, powerful feeling he had only experienced when he was out from enemy lines and safely back home. No, that wasn't true. That was more like relief. The feeling surging through him wasn't just gratitude for being alive, but for the beginning of making a life with Isley, the beautiful woman before him, the woman he'd survived the war and worse for, the woman he loved. He took her hands and squeezed, his eyes locking on hers. He'd tell her how he felt. He'd never spoken the words to a woman before, not even his ex-wife. He shoved away the memory, the hasty, desperate decision he'd made to anchor himself to life back home, to give him a reason to live. When all along the reason dwelled in him, it was the love he felt and shared with Isley. He was sure of it. They were on the same wavelength. He started to speak, and so did she. His lips quirked. You go first. I love why, she cleared her throat. I love yodeling. She spread her arms wide as though revealing a vista with rolling hills. Ford smirked. You do now? Let's hear you yodel. Oh, I need to be in Austria to yodel, she said. Have you ever been to Austria? Well, no, but the hills there seem to be perfect for yodeling. Ford tossed his head back with laughter. She threw him a sharp, scolding look. Yodeling is no laughing matter. I'll be the judge of that when I actually hear you yodel. Fine. Well, the truth is, I love yoga. She went still. Yoga, he asked. I've been to yoga classes. Watch me do downward dog. He moved through the sequence his counselor had insisted would help him find a greater sense of self-awareness and peace. It had worked. He shifted into warrior next. Come on, yogini. Join me if you love yoga so much. Oh, it's probably not a good idea on the sand. There's a beach yoga class here on Monday mornings. That was mostly true. Ford had connected with a veteran who also practiced yoga, and they'd met up once, which had mostly turned into a long conversation about being in the service. She tugged him back down to the sand. Okay. She closed her eyes. I love yogurt. I thought you were more of an ice cream kind of girl. Yes. You got me there. She hardly met his eyes. Speaking of that, do you think we could go sneak some dessert? He winked at her. She gripped his arm as though she was intent on going through all the words, starting with the letter Y, until she landed on the one that she wanted. He was willing to wait. She was worth it, but the ice cream also sounded good. He smirked. Their eyes met and held, dissolving uncertainty, at least at that moment. Ford Armstrong, I love you. Isley Higgins, I have loved you as long as I've known you. Yet somehow I love you more today than ever, which only tells me one thing. I'll love you even more the next day, and the one after that, and so on. She gripped his t-shirt, tugging him close. Her mouth lifted in a smile as their eyes locked again. His lips captured hers and they kissed with the moon shining above, bathing them in a milky light.
Chapter 9. Isley. For the next few days, Isley didn't walk, she floated. She didn't move, she danced. She would have been singing too, but the virtual assistant robot had deflated her confidence when she'd driven from Baltimore to Florida. Something had lit up inside her, and she was quite sure it was as bright and strong as the sun. She told Ford that she loved him. He'd said it back. They'd kissed. They'd gone on a date, and it was just the beginning of their future together. As she wiped down the tables in the dining room at Coconut Cove Cafe at the end of the night, the tune she hummed was interrupted by the sound of her name. Somehow, she'd acquired her mother's ability to overhear things, even though she'd never dare be a gossip. "I have no idea what's gotten into her," Claudia said. "She's been like this for days. And there I thought I'd be mopping her up off the floor every night," Billy said. Isley turned and squeezed the rag in her hand. "What's that supposed to mean?" Was Billy trying to burst her bubble? Betty stepped forward. Now, ladies. Billy meant that when you'd arrived in town, you were a bit," Betty drooped down. "I wasn't down. I'd been through a terrible breakup. Well, a year before. I'd lost my job, which I hated. But still. I lived with 3 other women, one who had a ferret and only came out of her room at night." "Why do you think that was, dear?" Betty asked, stepping closer. "Well, I thought she worked night shifts, but I think she was actually nocturnal. I mean, she had a ferret, so you never know. Not that I have anything against ferrets, but it was just smelly, and—" "You're rambling," Claudia said. "They mean when you came here you seemed down. Why do you think that was?" "I think the Florida sunshine cheered you up." "I wasn't down. I'm like, the most optimistic and happiest person I know." She was being unnecessarily defensive, but wasn't about to give them the satisfaction of knowing the dare had actually worked. Mostly because she was afraid to jinx it. "I happen to think she's in love," Betty said. Maybe the old woman was a psychic on top of being a sassy waitress, beloved in the community, and quickly becoming a good friend. Nonetheless, she wasn't ready to admit all that publicly. "In love with a certain soldier who came through these doors last week." Billy waggled her eyebrows. Isley shifted from foot to foot, and then returned to cleaning the table. "You've done that one already," Billy said, pointing to the already polished table. "I think she was already in love," Betty said. "Okay, fine. You're right," Isley said, tossing down the towel. "I've loved Ford Armstrong since I was, well, basically since I can remember. We went on a date last week and—" All 3 women leaned in. "We caught up, put the past behind us, and—" she hesitated. "And you're excited but also afraid you might somehow jinx the future," Betty finished for her. "Are you a fortune teller or mind reader or something?" Isley asked. Betty beamed. "No, I'm just old. Some might say wise." Billy gripped the woman's arm and pulled her into a hug. A fuzzy welling of emotion came over Isley then. She opened her arms wide like her mother did, and pulled them all into an embrace. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. Had she not gone to Blue Bay Beach, had her mother not connected her with the job, had Billy not hired her, had Claudia not inquired about the so-called Mr. Fisher, and had Betty not dared her to go on a date with the next guy she waited on, she may not have crossed paths with Ford again. It was a small town, but he'd recently left for a few days, because he had a meeting out of town. Had everything not happened in that order, they may not have met again. "Thanks, ladies," Isley said. Billy was the first to shrug out of the hug, but Betty turned up the music, the oldies station she always played during her shifts, and they finished cleaning up. While Isley wiped off the ketchup bottles and refilled the sugar packets, she thought about Ford's return. In all their conversations they'd avoided talking about life when the summer was over. She assumed he was on leave and would return to some far-flung post overseas. That thought made her droop, but the song changed and with surprising skills, Betty shimmied across the floor toward her with the mop in hand, swinging it around like a microphone stand and pretending to sing to the Elvis Presley hit. Soon all 4 women were dancing, smiling, and laughing. However, Claudia was just bopping from side to side as though not sure what to do with her arms and legs. When the song changed, they plunked into the chairs at the usual table, where they counted out tips and chatted. Betty, you have some good moves. She waved her hand dismissively. Gus and I have been dancing for decades. We should have a dance party, Isley joked. Okay, I do have some moves. Before your uncle built this restaurant, we would occasionally dance on the dock. Of course, someone would inevitably fall in, and Betty's eyes crinkled with laughter, likely at a funny memory. You can imagine how that ended up. The women joined in the laughter. Have you lived here your whole life? Claudia asked. Born and raised. Billy too. Something like that, Billy said quietly. So Betty is an original Blue Bay Beach babe, Claudia said. The older woman smiled. Gus and I met at another beach down the way. It was a bonfire party back in the day. That was the first time we danced, but wasn't the last. You see, I had to sneak away because this town was so small, everyone knew everyone else's business. Still is small and everyone still knows everyone else's business, Billy grumbled. But it was built by some amazing people, dedicated to keeping it off the map to preserve it as a paradise of sorts. Don't get me wrong, we welcome tourists and plenty of developers have tried to come in and take our land, but, Betty shook her head. Over my dead body. Betty owns half the town, Billy chimed in. Do you live in one of those big mansions? Claudia asked. No, my daddy sold that land, reasoning it was too close to the water. He'd say if there was ever a storm, anything built there would be the first to go. Obviously, prevention measures and construction methods have changed and improved. I see how they would have been at risk. Now they're specially built, but the old shacks that used to be along that way would have surely blown out to sea, Billy added. Betty snorted. Some of them did. What was it like when you were younger? Claudia asked. Much like it is now without cell phones. This has always been a fairly sleepy town. I mean, we have many more shops and establishments now, but the palms always swayed in the breeze, the sand has always been bleached white and the water crystal clear. You were saying about dancing on the docks. I could never do that. Claudia shook her head. I thought you were a musician, surely you have rhythm and can dance. A classical pianist, Claudia corrected. You mean you don't let loose, pound away on the keys from time to time? Betty asked, mimicking the motion as if the table were a piano. Claudia laughed at the silly notion. No, but I've always wanted to know how to dance. I'll teach you. Betty got to her feet. Claudia shook her head, but eventually Betty coaxed her up. The others joined, even Billy, who seemed to be an unlikely participant. Then again, once business was over for the day, she always let her hair down. I'd like to see Ford on the dance floor, Isley called over the music. I thought you've been friends with him since high school, Billy asked as they did the twist to the famous Chubby Checker song. We went to dances as a group in high school. He asked someone else to prom. Like the prom queen or something? Claudia asked. No, one of my good friends. Ouch. Billy wrinkled her nose. Isley nodded. Did she say yes? Sure did, and called me the next day to tell me all about it. Isley sighed at the memory. It should have been her. She and Ford should have danced together at prom. Some friend? Not anymore. Isley shook her head. As the song continued, Claudia got down, shaking her hips the same way Betty demonstrated. I feel like I'm in one of those summer movies. Mamma Mia, Isley shouted her favorite summer movie, which had lots of singing and dancing, and had possibly been the reason she got the job at the restaurant when Billy had asked for her taste in movies. I was thinking The Summer House, Claudia said with a smirk. Glad you didn't say Dirty Dancing. There'll be no dirty dancing here, Billy said around a laugh. This is a family-friendly establishment. Good thing I don't really know how to dance. Claudia lifted and lowered her eyebrows. Well, you're up next. We just had to see how Isley's date was going to play out. You can't get me too excited. Remember, I only work here twice a week, Betty said, shimmying. The four women laughed again. We really should have a dance party out there on the patio deck. There's an oldies cover band we could invite. Isley had seen a flyer in town. She could bring Ford. Billy whistled. They could have their prom do-over, Claudia added. Isley filled the other two in on the prom disappointment. Let's do it. We'll do it for Isley and Ford, and maybe it'll raise some extra money for the restaurant. Betty eyed Billy. They spent the next hour planning what they called Beach Blast from the past dance party, with a bonfire, like Betty used to go to when she was younger. Even as the night wore on and Isley's eyes got heavy, Betty seemed invigorated and younger than them all as her excitement grew. The next day, Isley was exhausted, but she and her mother had to drive over an hour to get some supplies because there was talk of a tropical storm coming. We've been through plenty of winters up in New Jersey, but these tropical storms are nothing to sneeze at, Diana warned. Isley wondered if Ford would be back. In fact, she wondered where he lived, or if he was staying at the Sandy Shore Inn in town. For most of the ride there, Diana asked questions about Ford. Ordinarily, Isley would have been happy to answer, but felt a little awkward talking about her love life with her mother. She repeatedly tried to steer the conversation to ice cream, the dance party, and even canasta strategies. Finally she said, "Mom, the traffic is picking up. I should concentrate on driving." Once they reached the store, her mother rattled off her list of supplies as they wandered through the aisles. You know, I used to have 3 manual can openers. Should have saved them. If the power goes out, my electric one will be useless. It looks like you parted with a lot of things when you moved. Isley was mostly relieved at that because back in New Jersey, her mother had saved everything. No, it's all in a storage locker. Mom, you're paying to store stuff you're never going to use again? No, I'm joking. I wanted a fresh start. But I did photograph and digitally store all of the artwork you created over the years. Your awards and certificates. I wanted to preserve all of your achievements. The words fresh start and achievements echoed even as her mother continued to read her list and drop things in their cart. She didn't want to think about how her achievements had basically stopped when she'd gone to college, and it became clear Ford made a clean break from his old life, ending their friendship. As for her fresh start, she was still working on that. It may have been the gathering clouds, but as they rolled back into Blue Bay Beach, she felt reflective, pensive. The estates lining Mansion Mile on one side of the street came into view. She wondered what life would have been like if she'd allowed herself to succeed, instead of remaining locked in the mire of her repeated failures. It was like she was afraid to move on. She always had one foot in the past, as though waiting for Ford, and the other one waiting to grow up and get on with her life. She blinked a few times as a familiar figure dressed in a white t-shirt got out of a Jeep and walked into the biggest mansion on the street. Her stomach twisted. Her heart sank. She'd been wrong about Ford. Much had changed, and clearly he wasn't the person she thought he was. As they continued on, a splinter drove itself deep, splitting her between sadness and anger. She felt like she might snap.
Chapter 10. Ford. The days away had been tough. With Ford's new responsibilities, he had transitioned to the reserves in the Marines, but he still had a few items to square away, sending him to Lejeune for the week. Plus, he had a meeting with the lawyers to finalize some items with his inheritance and the custody of Coco. When he got home, he was thrilled to see his little girl light up when she recognized his face. He gave her a big hug and presented a teddy bear dressed in a uniform that matched the one he'd worn during the ceremony, honoring some of his fellow Marines, which he'd also attended while away. After dinner, father and daughter took a walk on the beach. Thunder cracked in the distance, and Coco jumped with fright. He took her in his arms and told her a story about how God sure enjoyed a good game of bowling. It was the same story he remembered his father told him before everything had changed. It was likely his earliest memory. Ford's voice seemed to soothe his daughter, but they returned to the house, safe from the incoming weather. After getting Coco settled in and reading her a story, he clicked off the light and said, "I love you, Coco Bear." The nickname had come to him as easily as telling her he loved her, kissing her boo-boos, and even getting on the floor and playing with blocks and her other toys. He wasn't sure how he'd adapt to fatherhood. So far he was managing, plus his recent windfall afforded him the ability to hire help. But it was all so new, and he still had a ways to go as he found his footing. After letting the nanny know he was going to step out, but that he'd be back in under an hour in case Coco woke up from the thunder, he took his Jeep across town. The wind had picked up, and the palm fronds jittered and rustled above. It was his first tropical storm in Blue Bay Beach, but he'd been through others elsewhere, and wanted to make sure Isley and her mother had everything they needed. Also, he wanted an excuse to see her. He'd confessed his love. They'd kissed. The memory filled him with warmth and anticipation of doing it again. His skin hummed as he cruised through the sleepy town well after sunset. He envisioned a future with Isley, but first, he had to figure out a way to tell her about Coco and his inheritance. The light from the television flashed through the window as he knocked on the door of 4 Pelican Lane. Mrs. Higgins opened the door, greeting him with excitement. "You know, you never used to knock. Come right in, Ford." "Well, I'm not a punk teenager anymore," he joked. "I've learned some manners, ma'am." She looked him up and down. "No, you certainly are not a punk teenager, and no need to call me ma'am. Makes me feel old." She giggled. Isley entered from the kitchen, wearing an apron. Her eyes didn't sparkle. In fact, a frown drew her lips down. He thought she'd be happy to see him, at least as happy as Mrs. Higgins was. "I got back earlier today," he said. "Thought I'd say hi and check on you ladies. Make sure you're ready for the storm." If he wasn't mistaken, Isley scowled. "The forecasters have us on a hurricane watch, and they're predicting they'll upgrade it to a warning overnight." Mrs. Higgins watched the television intently. "Well, you ought to batten down the hatches, close the storm shutters and such," he suggested. "We got supplies today," Mrs. Higgins said. "Did you take everything in from outside? Anything that could blow through a window?" he asked. "Yup," Isley responded curtly. "Mavis told me that 3 years ago, a car somehow ended up on the roof of one of the mansions on the way into town." Mrs. Higgins shook her head. "Maybe they'll wash away in the storm," Isley muttered. Ford's brow furrowed. "What do you have against the mansions?" Mrs. Higgins asked. Without waiting for her daughter's reply, she said, "Back when we were in Jersey, I used to think I'd like to live in a house like that." "House?" said Isley sharply. "House. Mansion, whatever. But can you imagine having to keep up with the housework? It would take a week to get it done, and by then you'd have to start all over." Mrs. Higgins chuckled. "Mom, I'm pretty sure the residents of those mansions hire housekeepers." She cut a glare at Ford. "And I'm pretty sure the residents of those kinds of places aren't exactly honest." But she said the last part low, as though only intended for Ford to hear. No matter, it flew over Mrs. Higgins's head as a meteorologist warned viewers about the dangers of storms and precautions to take afterward. When Ford and Isley had professed their love, surely, she didn't think he'd expect her to cook and clean for him, or act as a housekeeper. Was that what was upsetting her? If anything, he wanted to do that for her. While he was gone, he'd had plenty of time to think about the future and his new fortune. He decided that he would do whatever he could to provide for Coco and Isley. He'd be able to send his daughter to college and fix whatever financial trouble Isley found herself in, whatever had sent her to live with her mother again. He certainly wasn't overly interested in using the money for himself. He could help veterans, families caught in natural disasters, and even provide for his grandkids and great-grandkids. Lost in his thoughts, Mrs. Higgins's voice brought him back to the present. "With the storm coming in, you're welcome to stay, Ford," she offered. "I'm sure he has plenty of space and doesn't need to be in this cramped little beach shack," Isley said. "Isley, I'm very proud of this cottage." "I thought you liked it too," Mrs. Higgins's expression creased. Her daughter rolled her eyes. Maybe they'd been arguing before he'd arrived. "The couch is a bit on the small side for you, but it's better than being out in the storm," Mrs. Higgins said. Did she think he and his daughter, assuming she knew about Coco, lived in his Jeep? It dawned on him that Isley didn't know where he lived because he hadn't told her because he was scared. Because beneath all his brawn there were parts of him that were still a little boy. Without so much as another word, Isley returned to the kitchen. "That's awfully kind of you, but I should probably get going." Ford tipped his chin in goodbye, figuring they needed some space. Mrs. Higgins leaned close to him. "All week she's been on cloud 9, and then this afternoon she's been in quite the mood. I told her not to make more ice cream in case the power goes out, but she won't stop. She's been at it for hours. Mixing up batches of bittersweet chocolate, banana, mint curry, or something." She wrinkled her nose. "I told her that I'm not taste testing that flavor." A deep furrow formed across Ford's brow. "I think it's this weather. She's not used to the pressure changes. Let it blow over, and she'll probably be as good as new. Then she'll wonder what the heck she was concocting in there." With a glance at Isley's back and with Mrs. Higgins's chuckle, Ford swept into the night. The wind picked up even more and jostled the Jeep as he returned to the sprawling stucco mega mansion with alcoves, balconies, and even a turret. As he entered through the double front door, he realized he should have invited them to his place. It was fortified for storms and probably more comfortable. But he sensed Isley's disdain, so maybe it was better to wait to tell her until after things blew over. He turned on the news to track the storm, and sure enough, the wind started to howl. Rain pelted the windows, and he kept an ear out for Coco, in case it woke her up. Meteorologists predicted the worst of the storm was south of them, but they'd still have damaging wind and rain. Ford started to doze when a loud banging came from somewhere in the house. He woke with a start, and adrenaline rushed through him. His mind put him on alert, and his body went into fight mode. He listened, and the banging was more of a knocking sound. He told himself he wasn't under attack. The baby monitor screen showed that Coco was fast asleep. The knocking came from the front door. Even though he wasn't in enemy territory, he braced himself as he answered. To his surprise, Isley stood there, sopping wet. Her hair hung to her shoulders and her eye makeup was smudged, but the scowl she wore suggested it wasn't because of the weather. "Hi," he said, uncertain, and stepped back to let her in. Her hands flew to her hips as she looked around. "Up until earlier today, I toyed with the idea of us, you and me. Of staying in Blue Bay Beach. But at the rate I'm going in life, I may soon have to apply for a second job as a maid. Are you hiring? Or should I ask your secret girlfriend about your secret life? Or am I a secret girlfriend?" She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted. "Does the invitation still stand?" "Shish. Isley, what is going on? What do you mean, does the invitation still stand?" She walked in a circle, dripping water all over the foyer. "So what's life like on Egret Avenue?" He shrugged. "How would I know? That's over by your mother's cottage. I think if you go down Spoonbill, take a left on Piper, then 2 streets down past Skimmer. By the way, you ought to be proud of your mother, saving up and buying a place of her own," he said, referring to her comment when he'd stopped by to be sure they were ready for the storm. "Oh yeah? And how about you? Do you have a live-in arrangement, or is this a temporary stopover? What do you do, Ford? Whisk into women's lives, sweep them off their feet, drive them around in convertibles, and then disappear?" Tears flooded her eyes. The thought of her being so upset was like a punch in the chest, but he didn't understand why. He wasn't sure what to say or do, but his silence seemed to fan the fire of her fury. "Where is she, Ford?" Isley stalked toward the light coming from the living room. She repeated, "Does the invitation stand?" "Huh. I'm sure you'll love to hear about our little moment on the beach," she was shouting, hysterical. Before she woke Coco, Ford reached for her arm and spun her toward him. They stood there, as though frozen in the eye of the storm. Their gazes met, and it was as though the wind sucked all the air from the room. Even upset, her lips were so perfectly kissable. He brushed the wet hair from her face. She seemed to lift onto her toes, but then thunder cracked and lightning lit up the room. Ford blinked a few times as Isley dropped back with what almost sounded like a growl. He'd never seen her so angry and emotional. "Isley," he was about to try to talk sense into her when a loud cry echoed through the house. She blanched. Ford gave her arm a gentle squeeze, then hurried up the stairs to his daughter. A few minutes later, he returned to find Isley in the living room, staring at the baby monitor. He was relieved he was able to soothe Coco, and that she'd fallen right back to sleep. "Why didn't you tell me?" Isley's shoulders sagged, but the hint of a smile played on her lips.
Chapter 11. Isley. Ford had a baby, well, a toddler. Isley wasn't sure how old the child was. Where was the mother? He said he'd divorced. She couldn't be upset about it, maybe a bit annoyed he hadn't told her, and she was desperate for the full story, but she wasn't able to find it in herself to be angry any longer at the man who so tenderly soothed the little girl. He probably hadn't realized she was paying attention to the baby monitor, but he sang her a lullaby and rubbed her back until she dozed back off. It was beautiful. She'd never seen that side of him. Isley and Ford stood in the living room as the television reported updates on the storm. Ford clicked the button on the remote to turn it off. "Please sit down. I can explain." He balanced his elbows on his knees and leaned forward, then let out a long exhale. "I should have explained sooner." Isley lowered onto the white sectional sofa in the vast living room. A wall of storm shutters was on one side. They must have opened to windows or glass doors with a vista of the ocean. The mega mansion was professionally decorated and lacked the lived-in feel, but it was tasteful. She felt like she was at a vacation resort. Unlike her mother, she'd have lived there if she could afford it, especially after renting so many crummy apartments with roommates over the years. "Ford, first, I want to apologize for barging in here and acting crazy." She went on to explain how she'd seen him enter the mansion and immediately thought he was seeing someone. "But I have to ask outright, are you seeing someone?" "Only you, Isley." I have to admit that it was a bit crazy. Amusement played on his lips. "But I also won't lie. It's kind of flattering that you'd be so upset by the mere idea of me seeing whatever her name was from Egret Avenue. It does wonders for my ego." "It seems your ego is doing just fine without my assistance." "Well, it's been a while since I've been with anyone." "Then explain the little girl upstairs," Isley said. "First, I have something to say to you. Don't rush out into a storm like that again. It was dangerous, and something could have happened to you. Flying debris, coconuts dropping from trees, and rogue waves have been known to wash over the road. I couldn't bear anything happening to you, Isley." She bit the side of her lip. "Hearing that you care does wonders for my ego too." "Of course I care. I meant what I said the other night." He hesitated. If this is going to work, we can't keep secrets from each other. We never did. Then why didn't you tell me about your daughter? You used to say you never wanted to have kids. Isley, I was 16 and I had no idea I had a kid until last month. Her mouth fell open and she had the sense it formed a perfect O. Remember I mentioned that Tina divorced me? She left the papers on the kitchen table. Well, it turns out she was pregnant and had met some wealthy guy or something. Apparently, she wanted to make like it was his kid, so he'd support her. Anger carved itself across Ford's face. Why would she do that? I'm just a Marine. She wanted more, I guess. Just a Marine? She looked around the space. Marines are amazing, first of all. Heroes, in fact. Second, you seem to be a wealthy Marine yourself. Back to Tina. So she had the baby and was with the new guy, claiming he was the dad. But the baby looked nothing like him, so over time, he started to get suspicious. Their relationship was on the rocks, and he demanded a paternity test. At the same time, she had left the baby with her parents. While they were waiting for the results, Tina overdosed on pain medication. Was she sick? Isley asked. She had a substance abuse problem. Isley pressed her hand over her mouth. Tears filled her eyes. That poor sweet little girl. How'd you find out she was yours? Thankfully, Tina's mother did the right thing and tried to figure out who the father might be. The dates lined up with our marriage, even though I was deployed shortly after we'd conceived. She reached out to me. Of course, we went through the proper legal channels and had the tests done. It turns out she's mine. The idea that the little girl could be theirs, hers and Ford's, filled Isley's heart, which was ready to burst over the heartbreaking story. Tina's parents are elderly and weren't feeling up for raising a child. Ford swallowed. It's strange how life works. There was a reason, well, a few reasons that I survived the many battles I fought. The ones I still fight, but I have a renewed purpose. His hand brushed the scar by his eye. So you retired and are now a full-time father? Just about. I'm still in the reserves and have training, meetings and the like. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Isley scooted closer to Ford on the couch. Why didn't you tell me? I would have been helping you all this time. You don't have to do everything yourself, Ford. I never had help. Never needed it. You never had a baby. He tilted his head from side to side as though conceding. Well, I do have help now. I hired a nanny. I meant me. I can help you. You truly could have shared this with me. I seem to recall you not wanting to have kids either. Isley cocked her head. As you said, we were 16. I was too young to be thinking about having kids. But someday? Of course. I've had to do a little growing up. I'm still finding my way, but it seems. She hesitated, then swallowed back her fear. It seems I was led back to you. He held his head in his hands, as though something still upset him. She lifted her arm and pressed her palm to his back, braving contact. The massive muscles rippled as she gently rubbed his back. Ford, are you ready to take off your armor and open up to me? He ducked his head and met her eyes. Yes. I can do that. He blinked a few times then said, I distanced myself from you because of the emotions I felt that tied me to you, and what I knew being in the military could mean. I could die, go missing, or be wounded for life. I wanted to spare you what happened to your mother, a husband that never returned. So you left anyway, she said. Before anything more could happen between us. But don't you see? It already had. Her voice was barely a whisper. Ford leaned back and took her in his arms. She rested her head on his toned chest. Yeah, I suppose you're right. His heart beat steadily in his chest, and it was a comfort as the storm raged outside. After a moment, Ford cleared his throat. What about you? What about letting people help you? What about you letting down your guard? My guard is hardly up. No, Ford, like I was saying, I need to grow up. Figure out what I want from my life. I realize I was stuck in the past, holding on to hope that you would return, and that was keeping me from moving on. Oh, Isley. His tone was strained. I had no idea. I'm sorry. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I thought I was doing the right thing. We were young. But you haven't told me everything. What do you mean? He asked. She sat up and held her arms out wide. What is all this? If I recall, you lived in the duplex opposite mine, and between the two of us, we barely had 2 dimes to rub together. Unless I'm grossly mistaken, most servicemen don't own mansions in their early 30s, or at all. Right. He took a deep breath. Around the same time I learned about my daughter, I got another, rather peculiar piece of mail. It turns out my grandfather, a man I'd never known, had passed away. His name was Arnold Conrad, so on my mother's side. I didn't know this, but while my 2 brothers and I had the same father, we had different mothers. Your dad never told you? Ford shook his head. I'm afraid not. So more testing was done, more papers filed, more red tape. It was a headache, really. But Arnold Conrad didn't have any heirs except me. He died alone. I'm so sorry. I don't feel right accepting any of this, I didn't earn it, but with the suddenness of having a kid and not having my own parents around, I wasn't sure what to do. So I came here to regroup and make a game plan. Despite how you feel about the money, I'm glad you found your way to Blue Bay Beach. Me too. So what's next? Ford asked. She didn't answer because she didn't know.
Chapter 12. Ford. Ford was going to tell Isley about the massive changes in his life, but until that moment, he wasn't sure how. As the wind continued to howl outside, the fact that they were in the middle of a storm and the truth had come out was fitting. All things considered, she took it well. But she didn't answer his question about accepting help and letting him into her life. Instead, she said, I look like I was lost at sea for the last 10 years and just washed up on your doorstep. It's silly to ask if you have anything that might fit me, but I'd appreciate something dry. I'll see what I can do. The idea of her wearing his clothing brought an old memory to life. She'd always nab one of his sweatshirts and wear it until he didn't have any clean clothes left and he demanded it back. Fortunately, Mrs. Higgins would wash it before Isley returned it. Growing up with his dad and brothers, household chores weren't a priority. His attention to duty and detail had changed when he'd entered the Marines and got away from home. Unfortunately, the sad state of his family's affairs only got worse. Ford checked on Coco and then grabbed one of his oversized t-shirts for Isley to change into. The vision of her in it stirred something inside him. Thanks, she said when he met her in the living room. The bathroom is down that way if you'd like to change. As she turned, he caught her bring the shirt to her nose and breathe deep. The affectionate gesture made him smile. In fact, he was still grinning when she returned, practically swimming in the shirt, it was so big on her. He chuckled. It's not my fault you're a giant. Where are my manners? Are you thirsty? Hungry? He asked. She nodded. He showed her to the kitchen with modern appliances and custom woodwork. I figured you'd ring a bell and a butler would appear. Again, he laughed, and he imagined that sound wasn't common in the mansion when just his grandfather lived there. From what he'd gathered, the old man was rather unpleasant, and was codgery, as someone in town had said. Still, he didn't like the idea of the old man living and dying alone. Ford fixed them both carbonated water and lemon. Glass containers filled with chopped fruits and vegetables, organized by color, lined the refrigerator shelves. There were also yogurts, string cheese, and other kid-friendly but healthy foods. I can offer you raspberries, melon, cucumber. Isley laughed. Wow. No butler, but your cook really keeps things organized. Heat rose to Ford's cheeks. Actually, that's me. You can take me out of active duty, but you can't take the Marine out of me, he mumbled. Or something like that. He picked up a parenting book and set it in front of Isley. I have no idea what I'm doing. The book said to offer an assortment of healthy fruits, vegetables, and protein early and often, so that's what I'm trying. I remember the fridge at your house when you were younger, hot dogs, ketchup, and milk. Somehow you grew up into, her eyes scanned him up and down. This is the result of 3 squares a day, starting in basic training. Well, you didn't do too bad for yourself, soldier. She waggled her eyebrows. Ford smirked. You turned out mighty fine yourself, Isley. You think so? He reached for her waist. I do think so. He dipped his head to meet her lips, and she yelped, then started laughing. His face fell in alarm, then he remembered her ticklish spot. He tickled her some more before she lifted onto her toes and threw her arms around his neck. He hoisted her onto the counter so they were eye level. Then they kissed and kissed and kissed. With Isley, time didn't matter. They had the rest of their lives. He hoped. Then the hope started to falter. First, it flickered like the lights above in the kitchen as the power threatened to go out due to the storm. Then it dimmed a bit. Would she want to have a family? He hardly knew how to take care of a 2-year-old, but was learning. Would she be willing to do that? Especially since she wasn't the biological mother. Isley mentioned she needed to grow up, but did that mean apart from him? He didn't dare ask because that meant he'd have to break the kiss, and at least for the time the power was still on, she was still there. But as their lips mashed together, thoughts repeatedly swirled in his mind. Could they make a life together? Could she deal with some of the fallout from the war that he still struggled with from time to time? The room went dark. Isley's eyes were closed, so she must not have noticed as her hands clutched his jaw, holding him in place, kissing him deeply. But he sensed the light change behind his lids. In the darkness, as so often happened, the big fears emerged. Would he be able to handle being a dad and figuring out a relationship? He told himself that until Coco was grown, he'd focus solely on her and give her the life she deserved, what he hadn't been able to give his first love or Coco's mother. He owed his daughter the world and worried there wasn't room in it for Isley too. As though she sensed his troublesome thoughts, they parted. Ford certainly didn't want her to think he was rejecting her, because that wasn't his intention. He just didn't know what he was doing. Granted, children didn't officially come with instruction manuals, but there were plenty of parenting books. He'd have to go to the bookstore in town and see if there was one titled, How to Be the Best Father Possible to a Kid You Didn't Know You Had, and Renew a Relationship You Didn't Think You'd Ever Get Back. Ford needed time, space to think, to figure things out. However, like the wind and rain outside, life just kept on raging. He went to check on Coco, and then they returned to the living room. In the meantime, the generator had kicked on. Ford clicked on the news to get an update on the storm. Should downgrade by mid-morning. You should call your mom and let her know you're safe and that you're staying the night. Her eyes widened. No, I should get going. Text her, he commanded. Under no circumstances was she going back out in that mess. Isley sighed and did as he ordered. He grabbed a throw blanket from a chest behind the couch and draped it over her shoulders. He took one for himself, then grabbed 2 pouches of fish crackers from the kitchen. She smirked. Now I know why you had the kids' bug spray. Always best to be prepared. Tell me about her, Isley said as she nestled into the pillows on the couch. How about in the morning you meet her and she can tell you all about herself? All 39 words. Are you counting how many words she knows? I just want to make sure she's on track developmentally. Isley got up from her spot and then rested in the crook of Ford's arm. Memories flooded back of the two of them lying in the field after football games and gazing at the stars in much the same position. Make sure you keep Daddy and Drill Sergeant balanced. He chuckled, knowing he leaned heavily on his training, but that was all he knew. Maybe a mommy could help me do that, he hinted. He'd meant it playfully, but the moment the words were out of his mouth, Isley stiffened. Ford, we still have our own lives to sort out before we start to think about making one together. Something sharp filled his throat and drove itself down into his chest. But she didn't move from his arms. During his time overseas, Ford had come to know God, to talk to him, to listen. He prayed then with gratitude for the time he and Isley had together, because that in itself was a gift. As much as he talked about fate and destiny, he knew that ultimately, it was all in the Lord's hands. At that, he drifted to sleep with the woman he loved nestled safely in his arms. Instead of waking to the sound of wind and rain, a pleasant babbling brought Ford's eyes open the next morning. On the baby monitor screen, Coco sat up in her crib, clapping her hands together and singing. A smile lifted Ford's cheeks. He tried not to disturb Isley, who was still in his arms. His grin doubled. Ford tended to his daughter, but by the time they made it back downstairs, Isley was awake and had several bowls and ingredients spread across the kitchen counter. Pancakes, anyone? She asked as she flipped one on the griddle. I found your whole grain flapjack mix and figured if we add some fruit, we can call it a balanced breakfast. She was teasing, but seeing her making herself at home in his kitchen brought warmth unlike he'd ever known, especially not growing up with a stable home where Mom made pancakes and Dad did the dishes, or any variation of that. Coco smiled. She had the kind of grin that could light up a room. Isley crossed the kitchen and said, "Hi, I'm Isley. I'm your daddy's friend." Part of him wanted to hear the word girl in front of friend, but the other part told him to stand down and focus on his priorities. I'm Coco. Her voice was small and squeaky. Coco? Isley asked. I love your name. It's very nice to meet you, Coco. Isley took the little girl's hand and shook it, but Coco pushed from her father's arms and reached hers around Isley's neck. She hugged Coco back. Isley's eyes widened in surprise then dipped closed as though enjoying the embrace. Ford dashed to the griddle to keep the pancakes from burning. I have to warn you, Coco gives really good hugs. I sometimes call her Coco the koala. It might make you want to stick around. Koala, the little girl repeated. The three of them had breakfast as the last of the rain and clouds moved out to sea. They chatted and played a game with the blueberries so Coco would eat them. Afterward, Isley called to check on her mother to make sure she was okay. Apparently, the King and Queen of Concordia just had a baby, she reported after they got off the phone. Congrats to them, but how's your mom? She loves babies, so I think she's doing just fine. Isley set her phone aside. I think she'll really like this koala. Isley scooped up the little girl so they could wash her hands. Isley and Coco got along perfectly. It was more than he could ask for or expect. For the rest of the morning she played with the little girl, read her stories, and they sang songs together. Isley's clothing had dried, so she finally changed out of his shirt, though he did like the idea of her wearing it. Ford took a few minutes to assess for damage around the property. By the afternoon the sun was shining, so they walked along the beach looking for treasures. Oftentimes, after a storm, interesting things washed up. As the day faded, he realized he'd already found the greatest treasures, Isley and Coco. They had dinner, and then Ford put Coco to bed. He was tired from the late night and long day, which didn't help put his thoughts in order. Isley waited downstairs, pacing by the windows that opened to the ocean. We should talk, she said. Is everything okay? He sat down because her tone indicated it was something serious. She stopped abruptly. When I got back here, I got annoyed with my mother. She's always been so meddlesome. I told myself that if I ever have kids, I'll take a hands-off approach. Let them figure things out. She shook her head. I was mistaken. Looking back and still to this day, my mother has only meant well. She's been nothing but helpful, a guide, so generous and patient. Ford wasn't sure where the conversation was going. She's a special lady. Listen, I don't know what kind of lady I am, never mind what kind of mother I'd be, but I know now it won't be hands-off. Not at all. Sure, I'll let them figure out some things, but after spending the day with Coco, I have so many questions. But one thing I know for sure is that I'm not ready for this. Isley, no one is. Do you think I was? She opened and closed her mouth. Her shoulders rose and fell. I just don't know, Ford. I need some time to think. She started toward the door. He needed time too, but before she left, he reached for her arm. She spun into his, and then he planted a kiss on her forehead. I understand, but let's not have another decade pass. A small, sad smile formed on her lips, and she fled into the coming night. Ford's limbs felt heavy, and a scratchy sensation filled his throat. He'd left Isley once, and that time, she was leaving him. He forced himself to remain rooted and not run after her because the truth was, he needed the time too. He was brand new at being a dad, and had to get that down a bit better before he added to their family. But the hope in his chest, the one that carried him through the horrors of war, blazed on.
Chapter 13. Isley. The time spent with Ford and Coco was amazing, but it also gave Isley a lot to think about. They shined a light on how little she'd accomplished in her life. She could blame being stuck in the past, but the truth was, she'd been putting off her life, waiting for Ford to return, for her hero to swoop in and save the day. He'd asked her about letting people help her, but first, she needed to really truly help herself. She needed to prove to herself she could do better than scrape by, paycheck to paycheck, and ultimately moving back in with her mother. Granted, she was grateful for her mom's generosity, but the last weeks had served as a wake-up call for herself personally and in relationships. At age 16, Isley had her first kiss. It was with a kid from her drama class during play rehearsals. Everyone dared them to do it for real, cheering for them to add more passion, purpose. At age 17, she went on a few dates in the wake of Ford asking her best friend to prom, hoping it would make her feel better. At 18, she'd graduated and Ford left. She went to college. But she was stuck, frozen in time. She saw a few guys after that, but it never went beyond 1 or 2 dates, or a kiss on the lips. Post-college, she dated a bit, then thought maybe she was ready to move on from Ford, but the only moving that happened was the guy she thought held promise, then soon became her ex, as he went from city to city and from woman to woman. He traveled a lot for work, and it turned out he had a girlfriend in every city. She made a pact with herself not to fall for anyone. After all, it was to be the summer of Isley finding herself. Instead, she found Ford. It had always been Ford. But she didn't think she could stand being left again. Isley was still wrapped up in her thoughts when she went to work at Coconut Cove Cafe the next day. At the end of the shift, Betty sliced her a piece of key lime coconut cream pie and led her to the dining patio outside the restaurant. The two women stood on the dock, leaning over the railing, with the water lapping against the wooden pilings below. After Isley had taken a few bites, she asked, "How'd you know I needed this?" "This pie has saved my life more than once." Betty winked. Isley didn't know the details, but nodded because she understood. It was that delicious. Last week you were floating on clouds. Now you're plodding around like you have cement in your shoes. Betty's eyes sparkled in the low light. Whatever you're feeling, just know that it's part of life, and it'll pass. Also, pie always helps. Usually, I'd correct you and say ice cream, but this is exceptional. Speaking of ice cream, you're bringing some of the batches you've been making to the beach blast from the past, right? Of course. Isley went on to tell her about the flavors she'd been working on. I might even start experimenting to create an ice cream version of this. Using her fork, she pointed at what was left of the pie. The older woman smiled and nodded in all the right places, then said, "Now tell me what's really going on." At that, Isley told her the whole story about Ford from when they'd met until the storm. My husband, Gus, was in the military too. Long ago. I see some similarities. They come home with scars, but not just the visible ones on their bodies. Gus and Ford served during different wars, but they fight the same ongoing battle. Then why do they do it? Meaning and purpose. It's an honor to protect our nation and the rights of people who don't have anyone to fight for them. Sometimes even good men can be closed off. Don't blame him. Ford seems like a good, smart man. He loves you. He'll work on it. You're right, Isley said with a sigh. Sure am, but there's more. You don't need to fight either. I can see you have your mental fists up. You're on the defensive, afraid of what could happen. But you'll never know until you let your guard down. In a way, you're still keeping yourself frozen in the past, and he's avoiding his fears. You're both doing the same thing, and it's not pursuing each other. Take a chance. See where it goes. If he wants to help you, let him. It'll make him feel good. If you think he needs help, do it. It'll make you feel good. Betty's words were helpful and encouraging, but Isley still clung to the fact that she needed to grow up and let go of the past before she could move on to any sort of future with Ford. One thing she knew for sure, if it hadn't been for Betty, she wouldn't even be thinking about any of it. I should thank you for the initiation. The dating dare? Betty scoffed. There's no initiation. I just like to have fun, play matchmaker. Do you have any idea how many tables I've waited on in my lifetime? I have to do something to mix it up and entertain myself. Plus, it's summer. I'm happily married, but it's nice to see the firsts. You know, the shyness, the stolen glances, the secret desires. It reminds me of when Gus and I first met. Betty, you rascal. Isley laughed. Also, sometimes I have a feeling about two people. You know. But don't you dare say a word to Claudia. She's next. Betty winked. Isley finished up at the restaurant, but the night was sticky with humidity and she was restless. The reminder of the beach party blast from the past and the ice cream she'd promised to provide brought her to the kitchen in the cottage once she got home. She was experimenting with retro soda pop flavors like cherry cola, orange cream, and peanut butter banana. Betty had said that Elvis loved fried sandwiches with the same ingredients, so she was trying to get the recipe just the right amount of buttery. She also started testing waffle cone recipes, which her mother was all too pleased about because it made the house smell like heaven, her words. Afterward, Isley was tired and tried to fall asleep, but it was stuffy up in the loft. She went outside to the hammock in the small yard and laid there. A soft breeze whispered across her skin. The palms rustled as she rocked slowly from side to side. I think I'll stay here, she said to herself. Forever. No, not forever. Blue Bay Beach was supposed to only be temporary. From inside the house, the whirring of the ice cream maker made her sit bolt upright. She almost spun out of the hammock, but dropped her foot to the ground to stabilize herself. At that moment, she realized that all along she'd been dreaming about having her own ice cream brand, but she'd kept it small, locked up, out of fear of failure. She'd been holding herself back, not only because she was stuck in the past but because she was afraid of the future, of the uncertainty. That was no way to live. Like Betty had said about her relationship with Ford, she wouldn't know unless she let things happen. Isley wouldn't know if she could have a successful business if she didn't try, and by not trying, she'd already failed. Isley hardly slept that night, as ideas and inspiration flooded her. The moment her mother entered the kitchen the next morning, Isley launched into her plan in a flurry. "I'm nervous, no terrified, but I'm going to do it anyway. I worked in an ice cream shop for 3 years. I ran a cafe in college, I sold skincare products, I've worked in countless offices. All of my odd jobs prepared me to own my own business. I didn't realize it, but I was getting real-life training for when a shipment was delayed, when a customer wasn't happy, and when anything and everything went wrong." She took a breath as her chest heaved with excitement. "I know what to do right. Not to say that I'll always get it right, but I know what to do when I get it wrong." A smile bloomed on her face. "I need to take charge of my life, and I'm going to start right now. I know what I want to do when I grow up." Her mother smiled with pride. "It's a risk to be sure, but what's that saying? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. You have moxie, honey." Diana's accent came out thick. "But what will you call it?" Isley paced the short path from the living room to the kitchen. "Isley's ice cream." "No. No one will know how to pronounce it." Mother and daughter reminisced about the terrible versions of her name people often used. "Remember how Mr. Lipkin just resorted to calling me Higgs? Also, Romeo Giovanni tried calling me eyes like Ford called you," Diana said fondly. Isley hadn't yet told her mother everything that had happened between her and Ford on the night of the storm, partially because she was embarrassed for flying off the handle. Like Isley had asked of him, her mother seemed to sense that she needed space and time to think things through. However, she had told her about the sweet little girl, and Diana had practically begged Isley to marry him on the spot, if only to get a granddaughter out of the deal. However, she was quick to play it off like she was joking. Although, marriage and a family were never far from Isley's mind since reuniting with Ford. "What about Cocos Cones?" Diana suggested. Isley lit up. "That's perfect. I love it. It works because of the coconut theme of this town and as a nod to Ford's daughter. You know, you could also let him help you." But Isley wasn't ready for that. Not yet. In the next weeks, she focused on plans for the ice cream stand. She'd start small and hope to grow into having a shop someday. But as she hashed out all of the details, her mind routinely landed on Ford. And one afternoon, he landed in Coconut Cove Cafe, just after the lunch rush. It was Betty's day off, but Claudia and Billy made Isley wait on him. They made small talk, and Isley couldn't deny the surge of fizziness floated through her, like the carbonation in his usual lemon water. Signs for the beach party blast from the past were plastered all over the restaurant, and in the plastic holders on the tables. Ford pointed at it and arched an eyebrow. Isley had sensed that Betty encouraged the event not only because it would be fun, but to generate some extra business for the restaurant. She'd gleaned that Billy didn't own one of the mansions on the way into town, and may have been struggling to keep the business in the black. "So I see there's a big party planned and it'll feature Cocos Cones ice cream." Isley bit her lip. "I've been working on some cool retro flavors. I like the name. You can thank yourself. Actually, my mom came up with it. But it's definitely inspired by your little girl. Where is she anyway?" "Her maternal grandparents have her for the weekend. The nanny went up too, which means I happen to be free this weekend. I happen to know about a cool party happening right here. I'd like to go, but first I have to offer you a prompt-ology," Ford said. Isley's forehead wrinkled. "What?" "I've been doing a lot of thinking, and there were countless times when I should have, asked you to a school dance or out on a date, but I made a mistake when I didn't ask you to prom. After that, things changed between us." "Yeah," Isley said, feeling 17 all over again. I knew what was coming for me when I joined the military, and I wanted to take the easy way out. Go with a girl who I'd forget. He cleared his throat as though not proud of the pronouncement. Harshford. I certainly remember her. I'm sorry. I actually don't even remember her name. Jessica Sutherland. If I'd asked you instead, that might have been the beginning of the end for us, and I didn't want to risk that, but I'd like to now. That came out wrong. I don't mean start the beginning of the end. I know this is a decade late, but I apologize for being an idiot. Will you be my date to the beach blast? Is this like a promposal? Well, it's not exactly prom, but close enough. His eyes sparkled. Sure. I'd like that, but I'll have to meet you here since I have to help with setup. Isley felt a smile widen on her cheeks. Looking forward to it. His lips quirked. Isley was back to floating on clouds, and heaps of ice cream, as she prepared for the beach blast in the coming days. It was also the kick-off to the ice cream stand she'd run on the corner between the beach and restaurant, on her days off. Her mother even had a colorful umbrella to use. When the night of the party finally came, the deck was strung with lights leading all the way to the patio behind the restaurant. They had a live band playing oldies. Betty had dug out some retro decorations as well. She even found the girls what she called bathing costumes, which were adorable high-waisted bathing suits. And we thought these were scandalous, she said. They're modest compared to what ladies wear nowadays. Isley wore one with pink polka dots, Claudia had one with pale yellow stripes, and Billy's was a faint blue. They got dressed up and were ready for the party at dusk. A bonfire blazed on the beach as well. Isley served ice cream from the tiki hut on the restaurant patio they ordinarily used for supplies when serving customers on the deck. Tiki torches also blazed all around. She danced as she scooped and sung along to some of the songs she knew. She'd met quite a few people in town thanks to her mother and her job. They were all thrilled about Cocos Cones. Isley hadn't stopped chatting for the hour she'd been there. Then she stopped mid-sentence as Ford sauntered down the dock, dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans. She went silent because her heart skipped a beat. He was so handsome, so strong. Could they manage a future together? Like the fire blazing around her, hope flared inside. She'd found herself, brought her passion to life as a business, which made her and everyone she served very happy. There you are, he said when he reached her. Here I am. She wiggled the ice cream scoop. Can you take a break, he asked. Considering I'm the proud business owner, I think so. She went on to give him a quick overview of her enterprise. If you ever need an investor, I'm your man. I'm your man. She liked the sound of that, and just as she'd offered to help him, maybe, just maybe, she'd let him help her. Ford took a deep breath, then reached for her hand, drawing her out from behind the tiki bar. If this were prom and you were my date, I would have picked you up in my Jeep and pinned a corsage around your wrist. Your mom would have taken photos. If this is a do-over of sorts, will you dance with me? A song with a rocking beat morphed into a slower one. She nodded, and he took her in his arms. As they moved slowly across the dance floor to the classic song Stand By Me, Isley let her cheek drop to Ford's chest. They swayed like that for a beat. Then she lifted her chin. It's too bad we only have this dance this summer. Ford looked out to sea for a moment. Then his gaze dipped to hers and lingered there before his lips dropped to her mouth. When he pulled back, he said, "You taste like black raspberries. Like summer. This summer. The next one. I want more than one dance. I want more than one summer, Isley. I wanted you to come back, and when you didn't, I shut down." Voices of doubt dared to dim her hope. I distanced myself from you because of the way I felt. I didn't want something to happen to me, and then it would be like your dad all over again. That can happen in military life. But what was it that you told me? Our scars are where the light comes in. You and Coco are the lights of my life. I want to brighten yours. Let me. Isley's heart glowed as her smile grew. She was practically vibrating with trepidation and excitement in equal measure. But Ford held her steady. I won't be afraid anymore. Let me love you. Let me take care of you. Let me marry you. He dropped to one knee and held out a ring as the last strains of Stand By Me faded. She squealed a little bit. The excitement won, and in the place of her fears came certainty. Ford was the one. He'd always been and always would be. She said, "Yes, I will marry you." At that, the song changed to a lively one. Ford scooped Isley up in his arms, planted a kiss on her lips, and they danced the night away. Epilogue. Isley packed up her belongings in the loft in her mother's cottage. Looking back, moving to Blue Bay Beach wasn't the worst thing that had happened. No, it was the best. But it was time to say goodbye. At least to the room where she could hardly stand up straight. She'd arrived with little more than a couple of bags and a broken lamp. She was leaving with 3 bags, her ice cream maker, and a very full heart. But she wasn't going far. In fact, in a few days' time she'd be calling a very large house over on Mansion Mile her home. After the unexpected inheritance, Ford decided to keep the mansion, at least for the time being. But before she changed her address, she had a wedding to go to. His and hers. Then she'd move in, do all the work to officially adopt Coco, and then after that, they'd go on a family vacation followed by a honeymoon. The future looked bright and her calendar full. She lowered onto a chair in the kitchen. The space brimmed with supplies for the wedding. It was going to be an intimate affair with only close friends and the small amount of family she and Ford had. However, she was suddenly overwhelmed. Even though Ford offered to hire a wedding planner and have a big to-do, she wanted to keep it manageable and do everything herself. Well, with her mother's help, Diana was all too happy to be the self-appointed wedding planner. Isley poked through the boxes containing the silver and blue decorations, the reams and reams of twinkle lights, the place settings, including coordinating blue and silver plates, napkins, silverware, and name tags. They were going to host it in the lavish garden at the mansion, and she worried something would go wrong, she'd forgotten something, or worse, Ford wouldn't show up. Her mother appeared, carrying an armload of blue tulle fabric stitched with silver stars. "Look what I found," she crowed. "This will be perfect to drape over the arbor. With the twinkle lights, it'll glow." She paused in front of Isley. "We don't have time to lounge around?" Then she gave her daughter a second glance. "Uh-oh. What's going on?" "I'm worried. That's all." Have you ever heard the saying that goes something like, "Worry is like praying for what you don't want"? She dropped into the seat beside Isley and took her hands. She offered her daughter a soft gaze, then lowered her chin and started to pray. She expressed her gratitude for the blessings in their lives, and asked for God's love and guidance in the coming days, and for a loving marriage for her daughter and Ford. When Isley blinked her eyes open, her mother pulled her into a warm hug. She felt infinitely better. "Ready to get set up?" Isley smiled and nodded, once again reminded of how what seemed like a wrong turn in her life, bringing her to a small town to live with her mother, had become the biggest and best blessing. The 2 women spent the morning decorating the patio and backyard for the wedding. Isley imagined that when the sun finally settled behind the house, the outdoor space would look enchanted. Ford had taken Coco out of town for the day because Isley wanted to surprise them with the decorations. She wanted a grand reveal and knew it would be a night they'd never forget. Mother and daughter set up tables for the ice cream bar, which would feature Isley's ice cream plus all the toppings like hot fudge, caramel, butterscotch, melted marshmallow, and much, much more. They'd have the dinner catered, and since there were only 25 guests, it was manageable. Isley took a deep breath. "Mom, I'm glad we did this." "Yes, earlier I was worried, but spending all this time actually setting up the process of it has made it real to me. Ford is going to show up. We're going to get married. It's going to be wonderful, no matter what. She gave her mother a hug, and then they went back to the cottage so Isley could get ready. Claudia, Billy, and Betty were already there waiting for her. They chirped and chattered with excitement. Betty turned on some music, and she and Diana bopped around the living room while the others applied their makeup. Diana had set out snacks, but the butterflies turning cartwheels in Isley's stomach kept her from nibbling. Then her jaw dropped. The cake. We forgot about the wedding cake. Panic seized her. I was so preoccupied with the self-serve ice cream bar, I forgot a cake. How could I do such a thing? She covered her face with her hands. Betty put her fingers on Isley's shoulder. It's true, you may have, but your mother did not. Diana smiled. Well, I didn't get a cake per se. No, she asked me to make key lime coconut cream pie. Isley threw her arms around both women and pulled them into a hug. Again, you saved the day? Thank you. And that's not all. Betty passed Isley an envelope. You're not allowed to open this until I'm 6 feet under, but it contains the secret pie recipe. I want you to carry on the legacy. I figure if you can make ice cream, you can manage pie. Betty, don't talk like that, but thank you. I'm honored. Isley pressed the envelope to her chest, then gave her another hug. Diana clapped her hands together. Okay, did we actually forget anything? Because if not, we'd better get this show on the road. The bridal party and mother of the bride all wore dusty blue dresses laced with strands of silver thread. They looked stunning. Isley was the last to put on her dress. The top was studded with shimmering jewels that gave way to a full skirt. The hem at the very bottom was dipped in a faint blue and laced with silver thread. She turned in the slim mirror in the living room. You look like a princess, Diana said. I feel like one. A starry night princess, Claudia echoed. Because the church wasn't far, the women paraded down the main street just before dusk. They looked quite the sight to anyone from out of town. Locals knew it was a special night and waved and wished Isley the best. At the entrance to the church, the faint strains of wedding music came from inside. Diana handed Isley her bouquet with white hydrangea, white calla lilies, blue stargazer lilies, and pale purple roses. She took a deep breath, and after the other women went ahead of her, she walked down the aisle. The last bits of her worries fell away when she saw Ford standing at the altar dressed in a sharply tailored suit, his hair high and tight in the marine fashion, and with a giant grin on his face. A sense of certainty flooded her like a warm rain washing away the past and preparing her for the future. They'd written a portion of their own vows, promising to shine light on each other during difficult times and triumphant times, and to illuminate the truth no matter what. After they exchanged rings, they kissed. As always, everyone and everything except her beloved melted away. It was just Ford and Isley. They were the center of the universe while their lips pressed together, fireworks and sparklers blazed inside. He was the one. The only one, and she was his. You are my light always, Isley, he whispered before they parted. She gave him one more quick kiss to let him know she felt the same way. The crowd laughed, hooted and clapped. Then above the noise Coco called, Mama Dada. The love in the church was huge, almost too big to be contained, so they proceeded to Mansion Mile to celebrate under the starry sky. The end. Summer with the Rock Star. Chapter 1. Claudia. Claudia ducked out of the rain and into the austere stone building on Oak Street. It was the last day of music school for the summer, but that didn't mean the work for her master's degree was over. Once the final project was done, that's when her dreams would really start coming true. Her shoes squeaked on the polished granite floor as she made her way to class. Despite the unpleasant sound, a different melody hummed under her skin. It wasn't a song she'd been working on. Rather, it was a feeling of hope mixed with excitement. The kind of feeling when she'd made a wish on a star when she was a little girl. Never mind that she was in her 30s and by some standards too old to be getting her master's degree in music, or to be wishing on stars. As she settled into class, the professor was talking about his weekend spent fishing, which reminded her of a famous proverb. Give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Claudia chuckled softly. The young woman sitting next to her with her long hair twisted into braids, turned in Claudia's direction. I don't think I've ever seen you so much as smile in this class. What's so funny? It's only 8 a.m., we're about to get our final assignment, and I was running late so I didn't get my caffeine fix. I could sure use a good laugh. I've smiled, Claudia said, thinking of the many times the professor had them analyze famous pieces that carried her so far away from her thoughts she lost track of time. Although, her fellow student had a point. She rarely even chatted before or after class, and rarely joined in when everyone gathered in the hall or down at the student center after class. The girl with braids shook her head. I'm Trisha, and I'm still waiting to get in on the joke. I'm Claudia, and I'm sorry we haven't met earlier. I guess I've just taken this class too seriously. I'm a non-traditional student and, her list of reasons came to mind about why she was focused, a planner, stayed organized and regimented. Age is but a number. Trisha lifted and lowered her shoulder. My Aunt Margot always used to say that. Professor Prince's story about fishing reminded me of something else she used to say. That's what had me laughing. I'm waiting. Trisha drummed her fingers on the desk. Have you ever heard the saying, if you give a man a fish? Trisha nodded. Prince has it on a poster in his office. But I always wondered what would happen if you gave a woman a fish. This is fitting then. Claudia smiled. My Aunt Margot used to say, give a woman a diamond, she'll love you as long as it sparkles. Teach a woman how to obtain her own jewels, she'll love herself for a lifetime. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Trisha laughed. Claudia felt a warm feeling, like a hug, come over her at the sound of Trisha laughing, and the fond memories of her aunt. Margot von Plata raised Claudia, and even though she could afford to send her to school instead of doing so, she taught her everything she knew about hard work, creativity, and entrepreneurship. In other words, she taught Claudia how to obtain her own jewels, though that was still a work in progress. I think I like this Margot lady. She's the best. I'm hoping to visit her this summer, if work and our project doesn't keep me too busy. I also think someone likes you. Trisha waggled her eyebrows, then lifted her chin in the direction of a cute guy with glasses, who chanced to look at Claudia every few seconds. He was probably almost a decade younger than Claudia, since she was late to get her master's degree, but she had a youthful face. She'd been in and out of relationships, but they never stuck around for long. Maybe because they didn't understand her need for music. Professor Prince called for the class's attention. Claudia leaned forward, eager to find out what the professor would assign them for their final project in the class titled Bridging the Past, Present and Future in Music. She thought the name was clever because a bridge was also a component of a song. Prince was famous in the academic world for being rogue, harsh, and hard to like, but he was also clever, and she'd learned more about music in that class than almost all her others. Just as Professor Prince started to explain, her phone jingled. She shuffled through her bag as it dinged with the classic retro song Tutti Frutti by Little Richard. Aunt Margot may have been a woman of class, but she also had a wicked sense of humor, and insisted Claudia use that as her ringtone whenever her aunt called. It did bring a smile to her face, but her aunt knew she was in class. Maybe she forgot about the time difference? Claudia rifled through, trying to find the thing that kept blaring, then her bag tipped, falling down the stairs of the aisle in the auditorium-style seating of the classroom. Her notebooks, lunch bag, a few random cosmetics, half a protein bar, several highlighters, an accordion stack of sticky notes, and her feminine hygiene products all tumbled out and onto the floor. The cute guy with glasses rushed out of his seat to help her. Meanwhile, her phone went on. Bop bopera lua wop bamboo. A few people chucked. Claudia's face heated. The flattening of Mr. Prince's lips suggested that he was not amused. Interesting to note that you're a fan of Little Richard, Miss Von Plata. Now, if you'd kindly turn your phone off, I have a class to teach. She managed to find her phone, but just as soon as it stopped, it started ringing again. Her stomach jittered and sank, as she wondered why her aunt would call again, unless it was an emergency. As far as Claudia knew, Margot was in good health, but she was well into her 80s, nearing 90, and on the other side of the country. Even though Claudia silenced the phone, it continued to ring. She finished gathering up her belongings. I have to take this, she muttered, then rushed from the classroom. Hello, she said, once in the hallway and safe from Prince's wrath. Claudia, darling, Aunt Margot's once strong, clear voice sounded frail. Is everything okay? The jittering in her stomach went still and became heavy. Of course, darling. I took a little spill. Nothing too bad. They insisted on taking me to the hospital, but it seems my insurance premium wasn't paid. The kind nurse here won't let me go home unless I have someone to see to my care. I don't want to burden you, but I'm wondering if you can help me put my affairs in order. Aunt Margot had never asked Claudia for anything other than for her smile. Of course, I'll be there as soon as possible. She'd been planning on traveling to Florida during the summer, and envisioned working on her project on the lanai of Aunt Margot's mansion overlooking the Gulf of Mexico. She'd have to get the details from her professor later. Aunt Margot had always been there for her, so she rushed down Oak Street to her apartment, going through a mental list of all she needed to do before she got on the airplane. At an obscenely early hour the next morning, Claudia emerged from the airport and into a wall of humid Florida air. She smoothed her long dark hair. There was no time to think about how it was likely frizzy or about the few grays she'd found earlier that week. There were just a few. 3 to be exact, she reminded herself, as she made her way to the car rental desk. Aunt Margot's voice floated into her head. Age is just a number. Right then, exhausted and worried, she struggled with her aunt's particularly advanced number, and how she'd fallen down and was in the hospital. She didn't want to think about anything happening to her aunt. An hour after that, Claudia arrived at the hospital to find her aunt fast asleep. She consulted the nurses who informed her Margot was doing just fine, except she'd fractured her hip. The week she's been here has been the most fun we've had on this floor in a long time. She is hysterical, a nurse in lavender scrubs said. Another nurse piped up. She has the best stories. Claudia smiled with relief. Margot Von Plata did have the best stories. Other than her hip, as far as her overall health goes, she's in good shape. The nurse in lavender reviewed a chart. Our concern is with her finances. As you may know, her insurance didn't go through, and we've detected the signs of dementia. The nurse went on to explain how it was common at that stage of her life, and the support available for both her aunt and loved ones. Claudia's stomach knotted again. The nurse gripped her shoulder. She's still the aunt you've always known and loved, but from our end, there have been occasions when she's been confused about time, place, and basic things we'd seen her do before. But when I spoke to her on the phone, Claudia's throat felt scratchy. Most of the time she's as sharp as a tack if not a bit sleepy, but then there are others when it seems like she's slipping. Given she had the best insurance money could buy, we imagine she lapsed in payment because her affairs are getting away from her, the other nurse said delicately. She's lucky to have you. The first nurse, wearing lavender, Aunt Margot's favorite color, squeezed Claudia's shoulder again. Listen, she's a special woman. Anyone who spends more than a minute in a room with her knows that. This isn't unusual at her age. Keep in mind that she's otherwise healthy. That's something to be grateful for. Tears brimmed in Claudia's eyes, but she nodded because the nurse was right. She just couldn't imagine her larger-than-life aunt being anything less than, well, impeccable in every way. She wouldn't let herself even think about how they referred to her advanced age and what it meant for the future. She sat with her aunt while she slept. Even though Margot had moved to Florida where it was much sunnier than her native Montreal, she took great care of her skin. However, the wrinkles were more pronounced than last time they'd been together, and she hadn't been to the hair salon to have her roots touched up in a while, which was extremely unlike her. She was the kind of woman who still dressed as though she were meeting the queen, and never had so much as a hair out of place. Claudia sighed. Perhaps the nurses were right. Aunt Margot slowly roused, then sat upright. Darling, there you are. I apologize. I must have drifted off while I was waiting for you. What took you so long? It's only a short drive from home. Tears tickled Claudia's eyes. Aunt Margot's comment confirmed the nurse's concerns. I flew from San Francisco. But I'm sure glad to be out of the rain and with you. You bring the sunshine with you wherever you go with that smile of yours, darling. Come, let's get out of here. She suddenly seemed more lucid and able-bodied as she got out of bed. But as she moved to get to her feet, it was as though she forgot she'd injured her hip, and Claudia caught her before she slipped. Aunt Margot had always been slender, but she felt small and frail in Claudia's arms. She continued to fight back tears. Together with the nurses, she prepared to bring her aunt home, not sure what she'd find, but hoped it would be the money to pay her aunt's bills. The drive to Blue Bay Beach took about 45 minutes. Aunt Margot chatted for the first few miles, then dozed off. Claudia's mind raced. Logically, she knew her aunt would age, but she'd never imagined the reality of the changes. As the crescent-shaped bay came into view, a sigh escaped. The tension in Claudia's shoulders relaxed at the sound of the waves rolling into shore. The late-day sun dusted the palmy jungle surrounding the mansion homes on the outskirts of the small town. Blue Bay Beach was a hidden gem among the many beaches along the Gulf Coast of Florida. Claudia had been there once, but mostly she visited her aunt at her estate in Montreal, especially during the holiday season. Margot insisted Christmas wasn't the same without snow. Claudia punched the gate key code. Aunt Margot, we're home. She stirred and lit up. Ah, this is a better view than the one in the hospital. 3 adorable but yappy dogs greeted them as they entered. I hope Louis was feeding them. At the name, Claudia halted. Perhaps her aunt's memory was worse than she'd thought. After getting Margot and the dogs settled, they had lunch. Claudia heard all about the last few weeks leading up to Margot's spill. From the sounds of things, she was as busy as ever with her social calendar and seemed lucid, but didn't eat too much of her niçoise salad, her favorite. However, a pile of mail was on the counter, and at first glance, many of them were bills and past due notices. You'll stay a while, darling, won't you? I think you'll like it here. Margot smiled. I'll stay as long as you need me. Claudia's breath caught in her chest because there was no denying the once strong and independent hero in her life required help. Maybe she'd stay even longer. The bell rang and the housekeeper entered, her face drawn in an expression of worry and concern. I'm so glad to see you home, Miss Margot. I'm as fit as a fiddle. Claudia smiled and introduced herself. Are you Miss Lewis? The woman's brow creased. No, my name is Esmeralda. She's the best around. In fact, she helped me when I fell and looked after Bella, Bear, and Lulu. Thank you, Esmeralda, Claudia said. Something flashed across the housekeeper's face, but she quickly pasted on a smile. Of course. She excused herself to her chores, leaving Claudia and Margot to their lunch. The rest of the time spent at the table consisted of stories, some of Claudia's favorites that she didn't mind hearing again, and a new one about a date Margot once had with a duke. There had been a gaggle of geese involved and a lost shoe. Another story was about a famous rock star, Margot wouldn't say who. Claudia had heard the story at dinners with guests from the music industry, and gleaned that the mystery man was none other than a certain hunka burning love. As her laughter faded, Claudia steeled her nerves. "Aunt Margot, have you heard from Louis?" Despite her aunt's lapse in memory, the stories she'd heard were all true, and her aunt was as lucid as ever, at least in that moment. Perhaps her comment earlier was a slip. She hoped so. "Who?" Margot asked as she finished her raspberry iced tea. A ragged breath escaped Claudia that was part worry and part relief. She decided to ignore it for the time being. Later, Margot said she'd retire early after the ordeal at the hospital and the excitement of returning home. After saying goodnight to her aunt, Claudia was restless. Even though her aunt didn't seem to recall Louis, she'd mentioned his name, and they certainly knew him and knew him well. Claudia wandered down the hall and past framed photos of her aunt with famous celebrities, mostly musicians, including Elvis Presley, a few of the Beatles, and Aretha Franklin. Margot was a self-made woman, and believed anyone could create the life of their dreams by working hard. She'd made several timely real estate investments, earned millions in the tech boom, and had invested it wisely. She went from being a music club promoter in the 60s, to a publicist in the 70s, to an agent in the 80s, and eventually became a consultant in the industry for everything. She was the financial backer for a few websites and blam. Millions more in the bank. Margot was used to fame and divas, but didn't take any sass. She certainly didn't grovel, and in an industry where that was often expected, it turned out that her attitude was respected. She was a lady of class and an entrepreneur, as well as Claudia's idol. Although Claudia grew up around the popular music of her time, she preferred the structure and order of the classical music world, and threw herself headfirst into it, even though some of her courses took her back into pop and rock, even country, on occasion. Margot may have been able to deal with the many personalities of that subset of the music industry, but Claudia had experienced enough chaos in her life and didn't want much to do with it. From somewhere in the house, one of the dogs yapped a few times then went silent. Claudia entered her aunt's office. Ordinarily, she'd never do so without Margot's permission, but things had changed, and since her aunt was behind on payments, something she had always been on top of, Claudia felt the need to investigate. As she went through the mail, Claudia's stomach clenched. Nothing had been paid in at least 3 months. She logged onto the computer to find some of her aunt's passwords saved. The bank account was overdrawn. Further investigation proved that her aunt's financial situation was in a dire state. Claudia traced through her memory. She'd missed her last visit during spring break because she was busy with work and school, but had last seen her aunt at Christmas time. They spoke weekly on the phone, usually Sunday after church, but the calls had become sporadic. Claudia didn't think much of it because she was so busy and figured, true to form, Margot was too. "What happened? Where's all the money?" she whispered. Claudia was exhausted, but forced herself to go through files and more unopened mail, trying to make sense of it all. She came across the official documents for her adoption. Her aunt had tried to talk her birth parents into doing the right thing, and quickly learned that even money didn't always get you what you wanted, so she fought for custody. Because of her early life, Claudia was practical. She couldn't sort out the mysterious disappearance of her aunt's wealth right then, but she would get to the bottom of it. There was a chance Margot donated it all to a dog rescue. She loved the animals. Considering her mental slips, it was possible. Perhaps she made a bad investment, or the accounts got mixed up. Claudia wasn't sure. But she did know what to do right then. She went into survival mode. She'd done it before. She clicked online to the local paper and found the job listings. The next day, after spending some time with her aunt, Claudia drove her rental car into town. She'd forgotten parking was limited in Blue Bay Beach since walking was encouraged. She parked nearly as far away as she would have had she just gone on foot from Mansion Mile. She hurried down the quaint street with its pastel shops selling beach gear, a bakery, boutique, and the Sandy Shore Inn. She practically ran down the dock, jutting into the crystal blue water. A restaurant with a thatched roof was at the very end. It had a patio on the side for outdoor dining. Claudia had waited tables in the past and hoped it would provide enough of an income, combined with her modest savings, to keep her and her aunt afloat until she figured things out. Claudia waited at the register station and twisted her bulky watch to see the time. It was oversized for her slim wrist, but she refused to take it off unless she was playing the piano, and even then, she sometimes left the reminder in place. The windows of the restaurant opened to the ocean, and a gentle breeze wafted the delicious scent of coconut through the air. Claudia took a deep breath, preparing herself. She perused the menu and her stomach growled. The Coconut Cove Cafe offered breakfast, lunch, and dinner. A pretty woman with hair that was somewhere between blonde and brown hurried into the restaurant. They both waited in silence until a third woman, wearing an apron and a t-shirt with the restaurant's name, introduced herself. "I'm Billy. I own this place and am looking for summer help. Is that the two of you?" She pointed at Claudia and the other woman. They started to answer at the same time. Billy's sharp eyes seemed to be on them, and everything else going on in the restaurant at once. She lifted her hands to stop them from saying more, as though she didn't have time to hear their life stories. "Do you speak English?" she asked. They both nodded, then said yes in unison. "Are you literate?" Again, they both nodded. "What's the greatest movie of all time?" "Mamma Mia," the other woman said. "The Summer House," Claudia answered. It was her guilty pleasure because it was the perfect romantic movie, and every time she watched it, she polished off a whole pint of ice cream. Billy nodded approvingly. "That'll do. You're hired. Can you start now? Betty is here today, and she can show you the ropes." She didn't wait for an answer but went to the kitchen window and slid a slip on the counter, slapped it, and called, "Order in." The next hour was a whirlwind of training from an older woman named Betty, with a shock of white hair pulled back in a clip and with bangs. Claudia managed to mess up a few orders. While she was fretting over that, she somehow found herself involved in a new employee initiation led by Betty. "I'm not looking to date." She was about to explain the situation with her aunt and how she'd only arrived in town the day before, but Isley, the other new girl, was thrust onto the floor where she had to ask the next guy she waited on out on a date. Claudia's stomach tied itself up. Isley's head tipped back, and as she looked over her shoulder, it was obvious that she was equally stressed about the dare. Sure, Claudia wanted to find the guy to sweep her off her feet, to understand her, to be a companion, to dream with and create a life together, but she didn't think she'd meet him in a cafe.
Chapter 2. Carter. Carter Wild Westgate hummed to himself as he slipped down the alley behind the stucco building, ducked behind several cars, and then threw himself behind the bushes at the sound of someone shouting. The midsummer humidity instantly caused his clothing to cling to his skin. He had nothing but his phone in his hand, and as the voice activation robot lady asked if she could help him, he practically smashed the thing on the ground, afraid it would give away his location. But no, it was his lifeline. Actually, lifeline wasn't the correct term. It was the thing that had gotten him into the mess he found himself in, and what he hoped would get him out of it. No, that wasn't right either. Although he'd long ago given up on hope, deep down he knew he was the one responsible for his current situation, and he had to get himself out of it. As the voice's shouting grew louder, he rushed through the bushes, hoping he didn't encounter any alligators or crocodiles or whatever it was that lurked in the swamps of southern Florida. Just as soon as he got clear of the shrubbery, he waited to cross a busy road.
He considered thumbing a ride, but he'd be recognized. Even with the hat and sunglasses, anyone would identify his voice. He couldn't afford that. As he continued to walk, putting what amounted to miles between him and the center, he considered what his lifestyle afforded him, including a yacht, global travel, the Ferrari, an assortment of other luxury cars, and of course his houses on 6 of the 7 continents. But the high cost of all of that had been indulging fame and its many falsehoods and trappings. He wasn't sure that's what he wanted anymore. He chuckled darkly at the things he'd done to become the musician known as Wild. He wasn't sure that he had enough money to buy back his anonymity, his privacy, and the ability to walk into a town without being swarmed by fans, which inevitably led to the arrival of the paparazzi. But he'd give nearly anything to have that ability again. Behind those thoughts was a question: could he buy back his self-respect? Or was that something he'd have to earn? His parents' voices chorused in his head, telling him to do the right thing. If only they were still around in real life, and not merely shadows in his memory. As Carter wandered down unfamiliar streets, taking random turns when cars would approach, he got lost in his thoughts. He just wanted a few minutes to himself without the questions, the cameras, and all the noise. Was that too much to ask? He just wanted time with his parents, but that wasn't going to happen, so where did that leave him? Carter blinked a few times, realizing he was actually lost. But wasn't that what he wanted? To get away, if even for a few minutes? He continued walking toward a thick stretch of woods. He supposed he could go to some remote locale, change his name, and drop off the grid. Then again, the cameras were sure to find him. They always did. He had a way of attracting them, even though he'd recently grown tired of the attention. Years ago it started with his voice, then as he grew into his good looks, the ladies couldn't stay away. He didn't mean to become one of the biggest names in music, but he hadn't avoided it either. There were many points in Carter's life when he greedily drew attention to himself or went along with what his team suggested, no matter how outlandish, including agreeing to do the most recent project, which he immediately knew was a step in the wrong direction. He listened to a lot of the people in his life, and as he stood at the edge of the other side of the woods, it was time to start listening to himself and shutting the others out. If he'd done so, maybe he wouldn't be in his present situation and on the run. No, Wild. You got yourself there just as you got yourself here, he muttered. It was only when he was actually alone that he found he could truly be honest with himself. Otherwise it was just his agent, manager, Joey, the publicist, and the many people in his life piling on their advice and opinions, which often turned into pressure. He didn't want to let anyone down. It wasn't that he was ungrateful for all that he'd accomplished in the music industry, but somewhere along the way it had stopped being about music and started being about money. And somewhere along the way Carter had gotten lost. As the backs of several mansions came into view, he wasn't entirely mad about that. He may not have been able to afford privacy, but he could afford one of the massive estates, which meant he had some leverage in his life where many people did not. He didn't want anyone to think he was a burglar, so he sauntered around one property and onto the sandy road on the other side. The bluest, most crystal-clear water filled the horizon. A seagull called from nearby and waves rolled to a white sand shore. Carter took the deepest breath he could, and with it, he drew something into his chest he'd all but abandoned. This road to ruin hasn't been paving itself, and as they say, it has to get worse before it gets better. But it was hope that flared, suggesting it would get better. He crossed to a beach and ignored the sign that said private. He kicked off his boots. Feeling the sand between his toes and the warm water lapping his ankles made him feel like a new man. Could someone like him start over? Get a second chance? It was still early in the day as he walked into the beach town. He passed a church and before continuing on he stepped inside. The space was quiet and had a reverent feel, even though it was empty. He slipped into a pew and dropped to his knees. He hadn't assumed that position since he'd lost his parents. It had been decades since he'd been to church with them. Despite his face splashed across magazines, billboards and the internet, he wasn't sure they'd recognize their son. But as Carter pressed his palms together, he had the sudden and shocking sense that God knew him. Tears brimmed in his eyes. He exhaled sharply, not ready to feel the welling of emotion. He got to his feet and left the church. As Carter walked down the main street, he passed Blue Bay Beach Supplies and Souvenirs Blue and Blonde Boutique, and spotted a sign for a breakfast joint called Coconut Cove Cafe. He continued on down a dock and entered the establishment. A sign indicated that he seat himself, so he took a table away from the others. Even before a member of the waitstaff was able to approach him, a family with 2 teenage girls sat down nearby. Not wanting to risk being spotted, he shifted so his back was to them. The view out the window was of endless blue ocean that stretched in every direction. It was as though he could get up from his chair and walk and walk and walk on the water forever. Walk away from his troubles. Walk away from his past. A tune came into his mind along with some lyrics, and he jotted them on the napkin. Usually he recorded his ideas into his phone, but he didn't want someone overhearing him. But Carter's thoughts of musical inspiration weren't enough to distract him from hearing his own name. He stiffened. "Mom, he's gone missing," said a teen girl who was seated at the nearby table. "Who's gone missing, honey?" "Duh. Wild," the second girl said. The mother sighed. "That young man has sure gotten himself in trouble. I'm not so sure I like you listening to his music anymore." Carter didn't like the way that made him feel slimy all over. "Well, there are rumors that the whole thing about him being sent to a rehab center was fake," girl 1 said. "If he really had all those problems, do you think he'd be able to write and sing such amazing songs?" Girl 2 said. Despite himself, Carter smiled. "He probably has a team of people writing his music," the father said. Carter clenched his fists. He'd written every note, every lyric, and arranged every hit. It was all him. Yes, he had a problem, but it wasn't with drugs or alcohol as the public had been led to believe. It was true he was broken, but when he looked up, an angel stood in front of him. He was sure she was just the person to fix him. She had dark hair, chocolate eyes, a strong jaw, and legs for days. But what he noticed the most were her slender fingers holding the order pad and pen. She glanced over her shoulder, then swallowed. "Hi, can I take your order?" Panic seized him as he worried that she recognized him. As the seconds passed, if that were the case, she'd be screaming, crying, giggling nervously, or asking for his autograph or to bear his child. It had happened often enough. Instead, she shifted from foot to foot as though uncomfortable or irritated. "Something to drink," she said when he didn't answer. She had the cutest gap in her 2 front teeth, but she didn't smile. Carter cleared his throat. "Oh yeah. I'd like to order a pina colada." He tried to disguise his accent to sound southern. It sounded terrible and would have passed had he been out all night then washed up on the shore. Close enough to the truth. "You can add some rum while you're at it," he added. She cocked her hip. "I'm sorry, we don't serve that." She twisted the oversized man's watch on her wrist. "Also, it's 7 in the morning." A smile played on Carter's lips. Women threw themselves at him, and often he was happy to catch them, but rarely were they not interested. Even rarer was there a time when he was truly enamored. Yeah, that was the right word. The waitress captivated him with her alert brown eyes, perfect nose, and those lips. Oh, those lips. "If you look here, we have an assortment of breakfast items." She leaned over him, and her cascade of hair tickled his cheek as she pointed at the menu. He smiled. "We have a pina colada. It's a smoothie that has pineapple, coconut, and avocado, hence the colada like avocado. Is it like a milkshake? I could go for one of those." She planted her hand on her hip. "There's a place up the beach for milkshakes, but they're not open yet." "I was just teasing. I'll take the smoothie and try to be healthy for once." He closed the menu. He was going to ask her for her number and add it to the lyrics on his napkin. She blurted, "Thank you. Also, oh well, I'm supposed to ask if you'd like to go on a date." Her cheeks burned bright red.
Chapter 3. Claudia. Once the question was out about asking the customer on the date, Claudia couldn't stop rambling as her cheeks grew warmer and warmer. It's just this silly dare here at the restaurant. Last month Isley had to go out with the first customer she waited on, and now they're getting married and, well, it's my turn, so don't worry if it's a no. I just had to do it, so I'll be back with your order in a jiffy. Jiffy. Who used the word jiffy? Sweat pierced her hairline. Even with the ocean breeze, the air was still humid, and seeing as she'd never asked a guy out before, it felt extra thick. As she rushed to the kitchen to put in the guy's order, she tried to take deep breaths. You passed the test, said Betty, her coworker and the grandmaster instigator of the whole dating dare. Does that mean I don't have to actually go on a date with him? Desperation entered her tone. Of course you do. Those are the rules. Isley did, and now it's your turn. Betty smiled mischievously. Isley happened to know the guy she waited on, Billy pointed out. Isley, a slim woman with honey brown eyes, poked her head between them. Remember, I didn't know it was him at the time, she said, referring to her longtime friend Ford and now her husband. True, but for all I know he could be an ogre under his sunglasses and hat. Claudia gestured to the guy at the table by the window. But he's well built. Not like an athlete or a marine. Isley lifted and lowered her eyebrows because her husband was the latter. But he looks like he takes care of himself. In my day, I was a sucker for a guy's voice. Betty started to sing along to the song from the 60s, playing on the restaurant's radio. She always tuned to that station during her shift. Earlier in the summer, the restaurant hosted a beach blast from the past party, and as the night had worn on, Betty and her husband Gus sang a duet of some oldies. It warmed Claudia's heart because they were adorable up there together. That was something she'd always wanted and envisioned, being able to sing with her true love like that, and boy could Gus croon. He didn't sound like Gus, Betty. Claudia stuck out her tongue. He sounded like a seagull being strangled. The cook called Claudia's name for the smoothie, and she begged the others to bring it to the customer. They were all suddenly busy bringing refills, bussing tables, and getting change. Claudia approached the guy by the window slowly, willing her nerves to calm. She set the piña colada smoothie down next to the customer she'd completely embarrassed herself in front of when she'd asked him on a date. The smoothie was in a coconut shell cup and had all manner of umbrellas, straws, and other colorful decorations poking out of it. He still wore his glasses and hat, but she got a good look at his jaw, which was strong and lined with a few days' worth of stubble. The visible bits of his hair were a medium shade of brown, and a bit shaggy. Mostly, though, she focused on his lips. She was drawn to them. They were pouty and perfect when he said, "Thank you." She imagined kissing him. There was something about his voice after all. Claudia shook her head to snap herself out of it. She had been struggling for the last month to keep up with her new job, her aunt's care, the financial mess she was slowly sifting through, and nervously waiting to find out about her master's degree project. She'd applied for an extension, but expected an email or call from Professor Prince anytime to discuss the parameters of the project. Had she simply been visiting the beach town, she'd have been delighted to go on a date, but she was no longer in the market despite Betty's initiation. She had her aunt to take care of. "Can I get you anything else?" Claudia asked. "I'll take your number," Hot Lips said. She continued to shake her head. "For that date you asked me on," he added. His voice no longer sounded like a dying bird, but had a melodiousness that was both intriguing and mesmerizing. "Oh, right." She scribbled down a fake name and number on the back of an order slip. She'd tell the girls he never called, and voila, she'd have held up her end of the dare and gotten out of the situation. She was in no position to date, despite what she could see of his good looks. Before long he paid and on his way out said, "I'll call you soon." Betty and Isley rushed over. Billy smirked from behind the register. "His voice," Betty said. I almost feel like I've heard it before, Isley added. It was dreamy, Betty said, as though she was 16 all over again. It sure was, but it would remain just that, a dream, because Claudia had too much going on to entertain a date with a handsome guy like Hot Lips. After she told her coworkers how he'd asked for her number, she floated through the rest of the afternoon because Betty was right. His lips and his voice, at least after that first time he'd spoken, were indeed dreamy. Later that day, as Claudia was leaving the restaurant, her phone beeped. She got the email she'd been expecting from her professor. He skipped pleasantries and went straight into the details. The final assignment: through research and a series of interviews, you are going to explore the life of a prominent musician. Your assignment is to learn what brought them to where they are today and get a sense of where they're going in the future. In other words, you'll be bridging the past, present, and future. Whoever springs to mind, whoever you're scheming about, who you'll research and interview, stop. I've saved you the trouble. Because of your delay and extension, I've selected a subject for you. He happens to be in Florida as well. I promise, this is the only part of this assignment that's going to be easy. The details for every stage of the assignment are in the attached packet. Claudia opened it and stopped swiping when she reached the 5th page. There were 5 more. She went back to the email. You will be documenting all of your sources. You will conduct at least 3 20-minute interviews in various settings. For example, a casual place such as a coffee shop or setting where they feel most in their element. Each of these places and how your subject behaves in them gives you vital information about who they are beyond what they tell you. Exceptions, of course, is if your subject is incarcerated or otherwise unable to leave their current residence or facility, in which case, you'll do the interviews at that location. The culmination of your interviews will be a 10-page paper, combining your research and interviews, along with an original composition inspired by their music and what you learned about them. Bonus point for a duet with your subject. Contact information for your subject to follow. Claudia pressed her head into her hands. Basically, her professor was asking the impossible. For one thing, she didn't perform with anyone or in front of anyone, and certainly not an original composition. Sure, she could demonstrate a sample of a famous piece and practiced plenty to keep up her piano-playing chops while at school, but she'd never shared her work or a piano bench with another musician. She couldn't do it. She wouldn't. She signed into the student portal, an online space where she could find out about events at school, check on her grades, and communicate with professors and other students. She wished she'd become friends with Trisha sooner, but she had to reach out and ask about this project. She found her phone number and tapped out a text. Hi Trisha, this is Claudia from Prince's class. I'm the one who embarrassed herself and then had to leave suddenly. It turned out that my aunt was sick, and I had to take a leave of absence. I just got the assignment today though and am freaking out. I hope that you are not freaking out and are enjoying the summer. A few minutes later came Trisha's response. Sorry to hear about your aunt, but glad to hear from you. I'm convinced Prince has it in for us. I got the biggest diva in show business, but luckily, I know how to deal with divas. Lol. We're not allowed to tell who we were assigned until we're done. Good luck though, you'll probably need it. Claudia sighed as she walked home. Strictly speaking, she didn't have to get her master's degree. But playing music and teaching it was in her bones. It was her dream to share her love of it with students and take it even further through programs in schools and communities that were underserved. Music had saved her life and she wanted to pay it forward. It was all she could see herself doing. She certainly didn't want to wait tables for the rest of her life. Although given Aunt Margot's sudden lack of money, it looks like that was exactly what she'd be doing. She'd been able to trace some of the money and saw that it had been transferred to another account, but it was encrypted. The two women had briefly discussed finances, but as the weeks had passed, Margot had slipped more and more into her own world, and often forgot details, information, and conversations. Claudia was able to piece things together, and had torn apart the office, searching for info and clues as to what could have happened to all the money, but she came up as empty as Aunt Margot's bank account. The next day, Claudia got another email from Professor Prince. When she read the single sentence, she gasped. "You've been assigned Wild. He owes me a favor, so it shouldn't be any trouble getting a hold of him." There was a contact number, and that was it. No way. If his name weren't Wild, his name would have been Trouble. Maybe it was his middle name. "No way, what, darling?" Aunt Margot asked. "That's what I told Louis." "No way." At the mention of that name again, Claudia spun to face her aunt, who sat with her on the lanai. "What? What do you mean, that's what you told Louis?" She struggled to keep her voice calm. It was as though Aunt Margot's eyes glazed over. "I was thinking the dogs should be let out soon. It might rain later." "Aunt Margot, please tell me what you meant about Louis. Bella, Bear, and Lulu probably need some fresh air." "Of course they do." Although Claudia was frustrated, she smiled. Her aunt was the best person in her life, and she loved her so much. It pained her to see the changes, but she couldn't get upset with her. "I'll go let them out, unless you'd like to come downstairs with me." "You go on, darling. Would you like me to bring you some iced tea when I come back?" Margot nodded. "That would be wonderful." Claudia let the 3 fluffy dogs out the back door. The gardens were beautiful and symbolized how much her aunt had achieved. Despite the financial woes, Margot had built the life of her dreams, and had the stories of adventures with rock stars and musicians, travels to faraway lands, and a quiet little retirement with her 3 dogs to prove it. Tears pricked Claudia's eyes, but all of her aunt's wisdom and strength made her brush them away. "Aunt Margot didn't raise me to give up or get upset when things get tough. She helped me to be strong," she whispered. Claudia pushed back her shoulders and pulled out her phone. As daunting as the assignment from Professor Prince was, she'd do it. She'd get her master's degree. She'd reach new heights and live the life of her dreams too. She punched the numbers for the contact info she'd received into her cell. As the phone rang, it felt strange knowing quite a bit about a person, even though they'd never met. Being a musician herself made her pay attention to well-structured songs, but it was impossible to live in the modern world and not know who Wild was. Even if he had a team of people writing his music for him, there was no denying his talent. Nonetheless, he wasn't particularly private. His face was on every tabloid, and he made internet headlines weekly. "Hello," Wild answered. The word was simple. One spoken countless times every day. It was English, but British English, and with those double syllables, Claudia would have been smitten if it weren't for what she knew about the speaker, even before she started doing the research for her project. Wild was, well, wild and known for being a bad boy rock star. His reputation was as big as his ego, and aside from the fact that he was handsome, had a mesmerizing voice, and was genuinely skilled, she wanted little to do with him other than to complete her assignment. He was the kind of person Aunt Margot could have tamed in her prime. However, Claudia didn't have the patience or fortitude for guys like him. "Hi," she replied. "My name is Claudia von Plata, and I'm in the master's degree program at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music." "Fancy," Wild interjected in a languid musical tone. Claudia ignored the way yet another word from his mouth practically took her breath away. "My professor, Hugo Prince, assigned me to contact you for my final project. He said you owed him a favor." "Hugo," Wild said. "Ah, we go way back. Met at a gig in Rio years ago." "Prince played a gig?" As the question was out of her mouth, she knew she was off topic, even though nothing about her uptight professor suggested he played rock and roll. Then again, he was roguish, rebellious, and assigned the most insane project ever, so she supposed it was possible. "Yeah. He said one of his students would be in touch." Do you have time for an interview? Claudia asked. Love, I have all the time in the world. Tingles shot through her like heat lightning. She cleared her throat. Great. So we can get started. When did you first start playing music? Actually, I only conduct interviews in person. Oh. Okay. I'm kind of juggling a lot right now. Where are you? Because if it's far, it would be great if you could make an exception. Perhaps we could do a video chat. I'm outside Miami and no exceptions. His tone wasn't stern, but rather teasing, as though everything he said was a way to amuse himself. Relief swept through Claudia. Okay, I'm just north of Miami. He gave her the address. See you soon, love. That heat lightning had bottled itself up and threatened to explode out of Claudia. She took a deep breath to calm herself because no way was she going to let a guy like Wild with his dreamy voice distract her.
Chapter 4. Carter. Despite Carter's best efforts at remaining off the radar of fans, management and paparazzi, his stint in the quiet seaside village of Blue Bay Beach was brief. He didn't even have the opportunity to check into a hotel when someone spotted him leaving Coconut Cove Cafe, snapped a few photos, and splashed them all over social media. His management team instantly tracked him down. He expected them to be upset, but they were beyond pleased for several reasons. Among them being his stunt was true to form and the Wild brand. They said his wild antics drove up interest and therefore ratings, as well as serving as another discussion topic on the show Rockers in Rehab, that he'd agreed to do and subsequently regretted, prompting his little escape. There were two truths and one lie tied up in that messy situation. Truths: he was a rocker and he did need rehab, but not because of a drug or alcohol problem. He needed to rehabilitate his career and maybe his spirit, like one might an old house. The bones were good, but the rest had fallen into shambles, though everyone around him thought it was great entertainment. The lie was the one he was living out daily. Keeping up the image, fabricating stories to amp up his reputation and sell more records was tiresome, made him feel slimy, and to be honest, he was bored with the whole thing. He missed fooling around with his guitar and his best mates, jamming and recording new music instead of pumping out more and more to feed the hungry fans and fame beast. As he waited for Claudia von Plata, an honest-to-goodness music student, he played with the sound of her name in his mouth. It had a musical quality, but with an edge to it. He hoped that she did not and would go along with his plan. As he waited in the common room of the rehab center, a couple of the other rockers on the show goofed off at the ping-pong table, 2 others played a video game, and the rest were probably in their counseling sessions or being interviewed for the private confessionals featured on the show. Carter was a musician, which meant he was also a storyteller and had no problem weaving tales of debauchery and excess, but it was getting old and felt like stale crackers in his mouth. Never mind the fact that most of them were embellishments of the truth or outright lies. His manager, Joey, insisted it was what sold. He wanted to think his music was what brought in the cash, but everyone around him insisted it was the Wild persona. Would he tell Miss von Plata the truth or keep churning out the trash? An aide entered the room and stalked over to him. "Mr. Wild, you have a visitor." The ample woman stepped aside and the brunette from the restaurant, the one with the long legs and the adorable gap between her teeth, stood in front of him. Have mercy. She was gorgeous. He probably didn't notice the first time, because he was preoccupied with not being recognized. She blinked a few times. "Have a seat, love." His lips quirked. "Of all the luck." She hesitated before lowering into the metal chair. "Just so we're clear, I apologize for not calling." He snapped his fingers. "Wait. Is it Claudia or Alice? You definitely seem more like a Claudia." He liked the way her name sounded falling from his lips. By the slow blink of her long-lashed eyes, it seemed she liked the sound of his voice too. The space between her eyebrows creased. "Alice? The name you wrote on the paper with your number. I would have called, but as you can see, I'm a bit confined at the moment." A beat passed before it seemed like she made the connection that he'd made the moment she'd walked in. The girl who worked at the restaurant was the same one who'd called to interview him. He suddenly grew suspicious. Countless people had tried to take advantage of him over the years. Many still did. Then he made another connection. She'd given him a fake name and number after she'd nervously asked him on a date. He wanted to be mad, but he'd been giving a fake name and cultivating his fake character for years. She skipped acknowledging the situation, any further pleasantries, and took out a notebook. "Can we get right to it?" He leaned back in the chair, taking a long sip of her gorgeousness. That was the first and only word that came to mind. The woman opposite him was gorgeous. However, she had a shy reservedness that made him think she didn't realize her own beauty. His chest stuttered, but he played it cool. "What do you have for me, love?" "Oh wait, just sign these papers." He slid a few sheets across the table, leaned over the content and pointed at the line where she'd sign. "Just non-disclosure nonsense and that kind of thing. Don't want you sharing anything I say that's off the record, right?" She scribbled her name, but he couldn't tell if it was Alice or Claudia. "Ready?" Without waiting for him to answer, she asked, "Favorite color?" Carter scratched his temple. "Snogging." She started writing the answer down, then looked up. "What?" "Snogging. It's the British term for kissing," he explained. "I know what it means, but it's not a color." He shrugged. "Next question. Favorite food?" "Snogging." "Wow, that's not food." Forced calm threaded her voice. He tilted his head, narrowed his eyes and smiled. He couldn't see his reflection, but the shift in her expression suggested the wild smolder was in full effect. It usually reduced women to wanting nothing more than to, well, snog him. "You've never conducted an interview before, huh?" "Not exactly." "Does it matter?" "What's your favorite place?" "Snogging." She exhaled irritably. "Why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep asking me these stupid questions? No one cares about them. They're to get to know you." The inflection in her tone, the way she said it, and what it implied stirred something inside of him. "How about if you ask me a question, you also have to answer it?" "Fine." He cut across her. "What's your name?" "I told you. It's Claudia von Plata." "Not Alice." "No. I didn't realize that was you. It was just a stupid work thing." "Never mind. When did you start playing music?" Now we're moving on to more interesting stuff. But you can find the answer to this in every interview I've ever conducted. I have to admit, you're not very good at this." He chuckled so she'd know he was teasing, and sensed he was infuriating her, but he couldn't help himself. The blush that rose to her cheeks made him heat up all over. "Your turn. Answer." She nearly rolled her eyes. "I started playing music when I was 3. On a metal bowl in the kitchen. I graduated to the piano in 3rd grade when the neighbor took me in. Then in 5th grade I started on stringed instruments. Mastered every single one." "You're a musician." His eyebrow lifted higher. "I go to the San Francisco Conservatory of Music. Yes, it's safe to say I know my way around an instrument or two." Carter sat up and leaned on the table. He'd forgotten she'd mentioned that during her original call. His tongue was tied for an instant, a rarity for a guy whose voice was his career. She'd silenced him. For the briefest moment, he felt relieved at not having to be the one in control of the situation. But that's not who he'd been created to be. "Impressive. We should jam sometime." "That's the point of this project." "Did Prince tell you?" she asked. Carter remembered a vague email exchange. "He sure did, but he failed to mention that you're gorgeous." Her cheeks blazed and her hair fell in front of her face as she stared at her notebook. There, he had the upper hand again. That's where he was most comfortable, steering the situation and conversation. "Next question," she mumbled. Who do you owe your greatest musical inspiration? Gorgeous women like you. You're exhausting, she said. I prefer to think of myself as charming, attractive, and a world-class snogger. Shall I demonstrate? He asked, leaning in closer. Are you drunk? She asked, looking around as though ready to signal one of the aides. He smirked. Sadly, no. The truth was he drank one time only, and hated it for a variety of reasons. The one he'd admit to was that it kept him from being in control. Never mind that it made him feel like rubbish. It would have been too easy to spill his secrets. Are you going to start drinking when you get out of rehab? Now we're really getting to some compelling questions. Am I going to drink when I get out of rehab? He tapped his finger on his lower lip. Claudia stared as though hypnotized. That depends. On what? She asked, writing down his answer. You'll find out. He swiped the papers that she'd signed and crossed the room to the exit. The aide leaped to his feet and tried to bar his way. Where do you think you're going, Wild? The aide asked. I'll be taking my leave now, my good sir. He did a mock theatrical bow. I can't permit that. You're obligated to remain here for the rest of the show. Your little stunt didn't help matters. The aide crossed his arms. My management team would disagree. Don't you love? He called to Claudia, gesturing she come over. For the aide's benefit, he pointed to the paper, which terminated the contract with the Rockers in Rehab program. Alice or Claudia was not, in fact, his legal representation, but he'd deal with the repercussions of that later. Right then he wanted nothing more than freedom and a breath of that fresh sea air. Come on, love. Let's go, he called to Claudia over his shoulder.
Chapter 5. Claudia. This is not what I had in mind when I asked if you wanted to go on a date, Claudia hissed. How had she not recognized that Hot Lips was none other than the rock star Wild? Or when I requested to interview you? What did you have in mind? There was that irritatingly perfect smolder again. Wild was agonizingly and antagonizingly flirtatious. She already hated the way it made her feel, out of control and starry-eyed. She was there for one reason only, to do her project and make Aunt Margot proud when she'd receive her diploma. What did I have in mind for the date? Actually, nothing. It was a dare at my job. That's why I gave you a fake name and number, she clarified. Ouch. He pressed his hand to his chest, mock-hurt. I'm sure your inflated ego can handle it. They reached a reception desk and Wild showed the paperwork to the woman. She gave him a shrewd appraisal over a pair of red eyeglasses. Claudia caught his full name written on the sheet. Carter Wild Westcott. The lady with the red glasses typed into an ancient computer. The producers will not be happy, but hopefully we can get some peace around here. Everyone thought this would be a great opportunity, but this is a real rehab facility, and the only rehabilitation this guy needs is... He cut her off. All right. I get it. I'm ready to go on with my life. Yeah, I bet, she said, passing him a clipboard. Just fill this out and you can be on your way. She turned to Claudia. I'm awfully sorry to hear about his grandmother. She shook her head sadly. Do you mean my aunt? Claudia started to ask. With a great flourish, he signed his name and elbowed her at the same time. Okay, Miss Von Plata, Mr. Wild is officially discharged to you. I'll keep his family in my prayers. Nonetheless, she scowled as though glad to be rid of him. I didn't agree to. Claudia was suddenly afraid she was breaking the law despite signing with a fake name she'd given Carter at the restaurant. Further, she had no idea how the lady knew about Aunt Margot. You did. The woman with the red glasses tapped another piece of paper, suddenly serious. Claudia started to protest. The woman cut across her. Now. I know celebrity types can be dramatic, but save it until you get onto the other side of them doors. You are fully responsible for him." She pressed a button under the desk and a metal door buzzed. "Good luck." When they passed through the doors, Carter whooped and spun around, pulling her close. Her entire body flared with that same shock of lightning as it had when they'd met at the restaurant. He took a deep breath by her neck, sending the tiny hairs aflutter. The lightning jolted her once more. "Gardenia," he whispered. The thrill raced through her, but she shoved him away. "Carter, what did that woman mean when she said that I'm responsible for you?" "Gardenia is my favorite scent." "It's my perfume, but you're getting me off track." "That was not the question that I asked." "I feel like a new man." He reached for her hand. Their fingers brushed. For a split second, she considered letting him take it to ground her, but he was the source of the electrical charge. She wanted to feel it again, yet wanted nothing to do with it. Having a hand to hold onto, someone to guide her through the tumult of her recent life was tempting, but he was not a candidate. Instead, she yanked her hand away and fished for her car keys in her purse. "I feel like a very happy, sober man. Don't worry though. I was never drunk." "Yeah. Right. That's what they all say." "Then what were you doing in a rehab facility?" She crossed her arms. The guy practically had a skip in his step. Then he halted and dashed down a nearby alley. "Wait. What are you doing?" Claudia asked, torn between being told she was in charge of him and needing to finish her interview, but not wanting anything to do with him because he was trouble. A small mob of people were crossing the street toward her. She froze as phones and cameras were raised. They were shouting. "Wild." That was him. Claudia chased after him. No way was she responsible for his erratic actions, but worry had crept into her mind and planted itself there. She signed a document and had no idea what it meant. Another, bigger worry followed. Was that what happened to Aunt Margot? Did someone have her sign something transferring her funds? Claudia's footsteps felt heavy, but the wild fans were catching up, so she picked up her pace. "Carter," she called as he zigged and zagged around cars in the parking lot. He looked over his shoulder and his eyes went wide. "No one calls me that." "You're running from a bunch of teenagers and housewives who want to take selfies with you. If you want to avoid that situation, I'll call you whatever I want. No more secrets or lies, Carter. I am not that kind of woman. I have an assignment to complete and..." She may have been foolish signing what she thought was a typical non-disclosure agreement before reading it, but she wasn't going to let him get away with anything else. And the lady said I'm responsible for you." She grumbled. "Fair enough. Where are you parked?" She clicked the key fob of her aunt's Cadillac and they rushed to get in. Less than a minute later, they were cruising out of town. "Nice wheels," Carter said, catching his breath. "It's my aunt's car. I didn't need one in San Francisco." She practically swerved as she changed lanes. "Wait another minute. What was the discharge lady saying about grandmother or aunt or whatever?" The loophole was that there had to be an illness in the family, and a member of my legal representation had to sign a paper to discharge me. They also have to look after me. His voice drew her gaze to his lips. He winked, and she snapped her attention back to the road. "That was the only way I could get out of the contract. I've heard of some low-down things, but you should be ashamed of yourself." He leaned his head back on the seat. "Every day I question my judgment, every day." The confession floated between them. Carter clapped his hand on her thigh, and she suddenly accelerated before yanking his hand off her leg. A low sound of warning came from her throat. He lifted his hands in surrender and fiddled with the radio. She swatted his hand away, needing silence to focus. No way was she going to let a guy like him get under her skin. The radio played one of his songs before she turned it off. Should I be insulted? That was one of my favorites. It's a fine song. She did like the chorus and the little breakdown toward the end, but she wouldn't tell him that. I need to focus to come up with a plan. Plans are for uptight bores. I usually prefer to be spontaneous. Clearly. Actually, I planned my escape right after you called for the interview. What's going to happen? Worry laced her voice. Nothing. Don't worry. You signed Alice, right? Well, yeah. He smirked. That's a girl. Now no one will know. His leg jittered. Thank you for getting me off the show and then out of that tight spot. It's not that I don't want to give my fans photo ops and the like, but I'm not exactly on top of my game right now. I've been questioning a lot lately and just need some time. She knew the feeling, but couldn't help feeling aggravated. Is that because you're going through withdrawal and are jonesing for a drink? He raised his eyebrows. Have you been watching Rockers and Rehab because you have the lingo down? My aunt and I saw one episode. Margot had been entertained, but she dealt with plenty of guys like him in her day. Wilde was undeniably charismatic and magnetic, but underneath that, she saw a sadness she recognized. But he hid it well. Then again, so did she. Maybe that was why she hadn't left him on the side of the road. Was it the one when they got me back after escaping, or the one when I kissed the counselor? She rolled her eyes. It was the one when you had a temper tantrum. That was not my shining moment, but viewers loved it. The thing is, what I said before about not being drunk, that was true. I flipped out because I realized I'd essentially agreed to stay locked up in a really posh jail for 30 days. She snorted. You don't believe me. I'm telling the truth. You just had me forge legal documents. I hardly believe that you're telling the truth. Those were just formalities and you signed willingly, the wrong name I might add. Clever girl. I researched how to get out of the contract, and there needed to be an illness in the family. You've mentioned. I was there voluntarily. This is strictly off the record, but Stage Wilde and the real me, Carter, his voice was strained, are two different people. Sounds like you have a bigger problem than I realized. She pulled onto the shoulder of the road and stopped the car. Claudia lived in San Francisco and had faced her share of crazies. No way was she going to spend a second longer with him, if that was the case. That's not what I mean. I got started in music pretty young. That's what people wanted, youth and hope. That doesn't last. So how to reinvent myself? How to revitalize my career? The people surrounding me, including my manager, agent, and publicists, advised in no uncertain terms that I win the West, aka America, where I wasn't as well known by embodying the British bad boy persona. For the last, almost 7 years I've been pretending, acting, playing a role. Whatever you want to call it. I'm tired. It's not me. By the plaintive expression on his face, he may as well have lined up with Aunt Margot's dogs when they wanted a treat. Wow, Claudia said. She wasn't sure what to think. I have no idea why I just told you that. I've never told anyone. You cannot tell anyone. That is strictly off the record. And now I'm rambling. He fussed with a loose thread on his pants. No, thank you for telling me. Talking about things like that is helpful. She fought the urge to give his hand a reassuring squeeze. Now, L. Ryder? You've heard of him, right? He's the real deal. I'd like to be like him someday. He's just so purely himself. Carter hummed one of the famous musician's songs. Claudia turned to face the beautiful British man by her side. She met his gray eyes. They were honest, open, magnetic. She knew she was looking at Carter and not Wilde, the guy who'd answered every question with the word snog. She imagined herself sinking, dropping into those eyes like a pool filled with clouds. "Carter, you should just be yourself," she said, breaking the spell. She signaled to get back on the road, but her heart tapped out a beat she didn't recognize. It was one she'd never felt before. Carter had a raw, childlike aspect to him at times, and at others, he was wild, untamed. But who was he really? Part of her wanted to know, and it had nothing to do with her assignment from Prince. "What do I call you aside from my superhero, my knight in shining armor, my daring damsel? Oh, ye who rescued me from rockers in rehab?" "Alice or Claudia von Plata, was it?" he asked with gusto. "Who is this gorgeous woman? You said you go to school in California, but you're here. Why?" "I am Claudia von Plata, and am here taking care of my aunt because perhaps there was something in the air that brought the truth to the surface, or maybe Carter's confession tempted her to give her own." Thankfully, she stopped herself in time. She couldn't bear to put that particular truth into words. They were quiet until she pulled through the gate at the mansion in Blue Bay Beach. She drove there on autopilot, but wasn't sure what to do with Carter, and needed to get back to check on her aunt. Swanky spot. "How are we going to do this? Go on a date or go our separate ways?" he asked. She sat there, unsure of how to answer. "I have the assignment." "So no date. What if I said it would rock your world? I'm a fun bloke." He got out of the car with a hint of disappointment, then quickly covered it up. She didn't budge. "In that case, rock ya later." Just like that, he was on again, playing the role of bad boy that he described. She wanted to slap the smug look off his face. Yet his eyes drew her in. They melted her defenses. She pulled the keys from the ignition and slammed the car door. She was no damsel. She was stronger than almost anyone knew. There will be no rocking. You, Carter, will not be rocking me. Pity. I just helped you out, and I need to do this final project before I graduate with my degree. Will you please help me out? He sighed. I suppose so. But let's keep things quiet. I don't want to draw attention and see this nice little town swarmed. Right. Because you broke out of the rehab and found your way here for the second time. She tilted her head from side to side. He smiled a crooked smile. I found my way to you. Despite the humid Florida afternoon, his comment froze her to the spot. But ice didn't run through her veins. Instead, it was like the lightning had melted, leaving a lava-like feeling that flowed under her skin. She managed to show Carter inside, and planted him in the sitting room with a bottle of water. I'll be right back. She hurried to check on her aunt, who she found fast asleep. Claudia sighed. Aunt Margot was sleeping more and more often each day. Her aunt had worked with plenty of musicians, and Claudia was tempted to ask how to handle them, but she didn't want to burden her with her problems. As Claudia adjusted the overhead fan and made sure her aunt was comfortable, the faint strains of piano music filtered from below.
Chapter 6. Carter. Carter spotted the piano across the room like a magpie drawn to something shiny. The moment he laid his hands on the keys, he felt a sense of returning home. It was perfectly tuned, and his fingers found the old familiar notes of classic songs by Bach and his favorite Clair de Lune by Debussy. A few minutes later he sensed Claudia standing in the doorway and let the piano fall silent. You don't have to stop. That was beautiful. She seemed slightly more relaxed than when they'd arrived. Care to join me? He slid over on the bench and gestured she sit down. Claudia kept her distance. I'm supposed to interview you. Get to know you. No better way than through our common language of music. She shook her head and gazed ahead like a scared animal caught in the headlights of a car. In that case, I could go for another one of those pina colados. He was hungry after the day's escapades. What if people recognize you? She asked. Shall we go in costume? Are you into that? He asked with a flirtatious smile. It could be part of our date. A faint rose dusted her cheeks and she shifted uncomfortably. Not interested? No, Carter. She gazed at her hands. No, I'm not dating, just waiting. Waiting, he asked as naughty thoughts of her lips on his rushed through his mind. Waiting for the one, she said softly. Oh, the elusive one. Well, I suppose you just never know when he'll turn up. In the meantime, you and I can have a little fun, huh? He extended his arm for her to take a seat. She slid into a nearby chair and set her notebook on her lap. Okay, back to the questions. What does it feel like to perform live? Nothing like it. He went on to describe the thrill and rush of the stage. But it's all play. All for the audience, the ratings, the sales. He felt an emptiness inside, a sudden ache in his chest. At least that's true for Wilde. I don't know what it's like for Carter to perform. I don't know who I am anymore. He needed to figure that out. To find his muse. He glanced at Claudia jotting down her notes, and a sudden longing sparked inside. She asked a few more questions, but the answers sent him down roads of self-inquiry. Maybe it was because there were no strings attached. She wasn't interested in him, his fame, or any of the trappings of his life. She was just a student with an assignment. He'd never been honest with someone before, or with himself, which could only mean one thing. Maybe she was something more. Claudia bit her lip and tapped the pen against her jaw. Her strong jaw. Her silky hair. Her soft skin. He wasn't above his desire to rock her world, but it was true she wasn't that kind of woman. But what kind of woman was she? A gorgeous, intelligent, amazing woman. His pulse drummed in his chest, and for the first time in memory, his fingers trembled as though he were nervous being around her. There was only one thing he knew that could steady him. Actually, I think the best way to get to know me is right here. Again he gestured she join him on the piano bench. Let's play a song together. I can't. Pardon, he said as though he hadn't heard her correctly. What was it that you said? Oh yes, you said, I started playing music when I was 3. On a metal bowl in the kitchen. I graduated to the piano in 3rd grade when the neighbor took me in. Then in 5th grade I started on stringed instruments. Mastered every single one, he quoted. Good memory. It helps to keep sharp for memorizing lyrics, music, that kind of thing. He set his fingers on the keys and started playing a jaunty show tune. She sat still as though somewhat stunned. He wasn't used to not getting a response, so he added some gusto, really threw himself into it, jostling around on the bench and knocking his shoulder into hers, then going back to the bench. The corner of her lip lifted when he started singing nonsensical rhymes about a girl named Claudia who wouldn't let him play with the radio. That doesn't rhyme. Do you know a better song? Because if so, it's all yours. He swept his hand across the keys. We have to be quiet. I don't want to wake up my aunt. She's sleeping. You mean she's already sleeping through this? I can't help that it's loud. It's a piano. When I was younger and still lived with her, she never complained about when I'd play, but things have changed. Maybe she didn't mind because you're so talented. Come on, show me what you've got. I bet your aunt would love to hear. You don't know that I'm talented, she said pointedly. No. You're right. That's why you have to show me. She glanced toward the stairs. Carter didn't say more just then. When Claudia was signing him out of the rehab, and he told the fib about an ill grandmother, she'd started to correct the aide by saying something about her aunt. Is your aunt sick? He asked gently. A shadow crossed her eyes. Not exactly. She used to say that age is just a number, but she's getting older. I bet she'd like to hear something beautiful. He nudged her. Yeah, she might. Claudia moved to the bench and planted her fingers on the keys. She sat for a moment, gazing at a painting of an angel on the wall as though she was scanning her memory for the songs her aunt loved, ones she had memorized, or as though she flipped through the sheet music that was filed away in her head. At last the first notes of Pachelbel's canon in D resounded from the strings of the instrument. Carter leaned back in awe of the clarity of her playing and the impeccable skill, but just when he expected the song to conclude, she continued playing a song he'd never heard before. It must have been original, but it was just as haunting and mesmerizing as pieces by the greatest composers in history. While they'd been sitting there, the sun had set, leaving the room murky and only lit by the landscape lighting shining through the large windows. When Claudia was done, he said, "No way could I follow that or join in. You're amazing." Tears filled her eyes. "I shouldn't have done that." She got up as though she was going to rush away, but Carter gripped her arm. "No, Claudia. That was a gift. That was real music, raw from somewhere deep inside of you. Thank you for playing for me." She shook her head. "No, it was too much. Too intense." He saw a reflection of part of himself in her then. It was in her eyes. Fear. Uncertainty. Old wounds. He wasn't sure it was the right thing, but it was the real thing. He drew her into a hug. Not the kind of hug that would surely lead to more, the kind Wilde would give. Instead, it was a Carter hug. One that he meant to offer her comfort, safety. Whatever just went on inside her mind, he'd hold a space for her to get it out, or whatever she needed to do. She sniffled and pulled back, but he didn't want to let her go. "I'm sorry. Sorry about all that." She wiped her eyes. "I'm not." He'd needed a jolt of reality, of what had drawn him to music to begin with. It had been a sort of therapy, a place for him to channel all his pain after the accident. Over the years he'd lost track of how it had soothed him. Instead of pressing her, he said, "Hey, how about the pina colada? I'm starved." They walked under the light of the rising moon to the Coconut Cove Cafe, where they'd first met. By then Claudia had collected herself and was back to being her regular, if not somewhat prickly self. It wasn't that she was uptight as he'd originally thought. Rather, she was guarded, but he'd seen a glimpse of what was underneath. He had a deep, overwhelming desire to help her let go of whatever bothered her, so she could be truly and fully herself just like he wanted to. When they got to the restaurant, they took a table in the corner on the outside deck. A few tiki torches blazed, and the faint lapping of the water on the pylons was audible over the oldies tunes playing from inside. "You sure about this?" she asked. "I'd hate for fans to interrupt our meal." "It wouldn't be the first time, but I give you permission to throw me over the rail if they swarm, and I'll swim to safety." Claudia almost smiled. He could get used to seeing that expression on her lips. For a second he was entranced by their softness and a little glint of shine from the gloss she wore. "I'll gladly throw you overboard," she said with laughter in her voice. The comment hardly broke the spell, but he pulled himself loose and examined the menu. A woman with white hair approached the table. "I thought you said he didn't call you back." Her hand was on her hip as though affronted. "Betty, how'd you know this was him, the guy you dared me to ask on a date?" She arched her eyebrow and gave a knowing smile. "Just so we're clear, she gave me a fake name and phone number," Carter added. "If Billy gets to wear a fake ring, I figured I could give out fake info," Claudia said defensively. "What matters is that you found each other after all." Betty smiled. "Something like that," Claudia muttered. She went on to place her order. Carter followed up. Betty said, "I want the full story next shift, you hear?" At that she marched away like a very small but mighty drill sergeant. For the next hour Claudia and Carter chatted, and it was nothing like an interview or an awkward first date. In fact, much like the music they'd both played earlier, the conversation flowed. They touched on her schooling, his career, but then when they veered toward family life they both went quiet. Thankfully, the food arrived. When Betty brought the bill, she set it in front of him. Claudia went to grab it, but he was quick. She stared him down. "This is not a date." She cast the same sharp look at Betty. "We split the bill." The older woman held back a smile. "Tonight Billy makes her meals run to those less fortunate in our community, Mrs. Scaduto, who was recently widowed, the single mother on Gull Street, and many others. I thought your dining companion might like to make a donation. There's a card stapled to your bill explaining Coconut Cove special delivery. You can even round up to the nearest dollar, if that's all you can spare. Every little bit helps. She tapped it on the table. I'd be glad to. Carter pulled out his wallet and dropped $200 bills, which was significantly more than the bill total, including the tip. Betty's eyes widened. Thank you. Don't mention it. No, seriously, don't. I'd like to be anonymous for a few days, if I can get away with it. Afterward, Carter and Claudia strolled slowly down the dock as though not sure what to say or where to go. Instead, they meandered along the beach. The moon and stars sparkled off the water. As they continued to chat, Carter reflected that somewhere along the shore, he'd left Wild behind. He felt slightly nervous, but he took a risk and reached for her hand, wrapping his calloused fingers around hers. Her skin was soft, but her fingers were strong as she returned his grip. Those were the fingers that played the most moving song he'd ever heard, and yet she held on to something sorrowful. He wanted her to let it go, but didn't want to let her go when they reached the end of the beach and took the road back into town. The night was balmy and the frogs were croaking loudly. Ahead, he saw a sign for the Sandy Shore Inn. I guess I should get a room. You not going home? You heard what I told Betty. I like it here. He wanted to add, I like you too. Plus, home would require I get on an airplane and then you wouldn't be able to finish your assignment. She smiled like she was hoping to hear that. Also, to be honest, I'm not sure where home is anymore. My career belongs to someone else, someone who is no longer the man I am. Did this all just happen today? She asked. He felt a wildness that was unlike his stage persona, a freedom that was lifting him up, giving him wings as he cast off the shackles of the person he'd been and the lie he'd lived. No, Claudia. It's been a long time coming. He stepped closer, edging her out of the pool of the lantern light shining over them. He bit his lip, then met her eyes bright in the dim light. He leaned in. She stepped back. Wild wasn't a patient guy, and was used to getting what he wanted when he wanted it. But Carter was different, and was ready to give up the instant gratification lifestyle. If she wasn't ready to kiss him, he could wait. He reached into his wallet and pulled out a few more $100 bills, and passed them to Claudia. Her face folded with disgust. I am not that kind of. He cut her off before she said more. I just want you to get me a room at the inn in your name. If anyone finds out I'm here, it'll be madness. Oh, right. She shook her head, as though she felt foolish for thinking he was suggesting something that a rock star with his reputation might about them and the hotel. He flashed a wild grin. Unless you want to come with me. Maybe there was a little bit of the bad boy still in him. Mostly, he wanted to know if she heard the silent song that he sensed playing between them all night. She stammered. Part of you does, huh? That was all I wanted to know. What do you mean? I'm wondering if the feeling is mutual. What feeling? I promised to rock you later. I can wait for later. I can wait as long as I have to. He winked. Her nostrils flared and she swept into the inn. Minutes later she emerged with a key and a stern expression. If you so much as scratch a surface in there, stain the carpet, or... I will be on my best behavior, promise. He bounced on his toes and nodded. And why should I believe you? You completely wrecked the room at the rehab center on the show. I'd do it for you, Claudia. An affection and attraction unlike any he'd ever felt grew stronger the longer he spent with the woman with dark hair and eyes, and a smile he tried to coax onto her lips at every opportunity. She exhaled, exasperated, and took off down the street. See you in the morning, he called. She looked back, and it took everything in him not to take off after her.
Chapter 7. Claudia. The whole thing had been one big, terrible mistake. Claudia shouldn't have reached out to the famous musician. She shouldn't have met with him, and she certainly should not have signed her name, okay, the fake name, Alice, without reading the content of the paper. As she laid in bed that night, she replayed the craziness of the day. But an image of Carter, when she'd entered the room at the rehab facility, hung in her mind. Sitting there, he looked so sad, so broken. She wanted to hold him in her arms, even though it was against her better judgment. Bringing him back to Blue Bay Beach and getting him a room at the Sandy Shore Inn was the least sensible thing she'd done in ages, but she couldn't resist wanting to help him. There were moments during their time together when he was on, embodying the stage persona that he'd described. However, he hid pain under his lazy gaze. There were the wild moments when she caught him glancing at her, and when he was sharing about his stage persona versus the real him, that he was thoughtful and genuine. When they were standing on the sidewalk by the inn, the lantern light highlighted his best features, his eyes, his strong jaw, and those lips that brought a longing to her own. Being around Carter, and even thinking about him, sent shivers through her that had nothing to do with the cold air conditioning. She got out of bed to adjust the thermostat and rubbed her arms as though trying to get rid of the thoughts of longing and possibility. Claudia was contained, self-possessed. She was in no position to date, despite Betty's dare. Not until she found the one. At least that was true until she sat down at the piano beside Carter and felt the music pass from him and into her, then move through her. She wasn't sure what came over her then, as she transitioned from playing Pachelbel's canon to improvising with her own piece. She'd never played one of her originals in front of anyone. Even though she didn't want to admit it, there was a distinct possibility that Carter drew it out of her. She wasn't ready or interested in revisiting the past, which was what she did every time she played her own songs. As she padded down the hall, a familiar scent of cologne tingled her nose and set her nerves on fire. Maybe the past was revisiting her. Claudia's breath caught in her throat and her head suddenly ached. She leaned against the dark wallpaper as the room started to spin. The smell brought with it memories she'd tried to bury. At that, Claudia rushed to her aunt's room. Inside, she found Margot breathing softly, sound asleep. The mansion was otherwise still, silent. Claudia let out a long-held breath. It was probably just fatigue and stress. It had been a long day. After returning to her room, Claudia fell into a restless sleep, awash with dreams of wild getaways, the ocean, and Carter. The next morning, she got ready and went to work after leaving her aunt a fresh arrangement of flowers from the back garden and a note because she was still resting. Claudia had the opening breakfast shift, and sure enough, Carter was her first customer. He sat at the counter seat closest to the window. He wore a baseball cap and sunglasses that he must have picked up from Blue Bay Beach Supplies and Souvenirs, because the tag hung from the back strap. She plucked the price tag off and set it on the counter. "Now you only look slightly less like a tourist." "That's the idea," he said in his irresistible British accent. "You're hidden in here in the corner and half behind the soda machine. I doubt anyone would recognize you. You'd be surprised." He harumphed. "When are you done with your shift? What do you want to order?" I asked a question first. I thought I was the one doing the interview. "Oh right. You'd like a glimpse into my lifestyle, eating habits, and the like. When the camera isn't rolling, I'm afraid you'd get very bored. Anyway, remember what I was saying yesterday. Wild is retiring." "Is that so? What about Carter?" she asked. "This is a new chapter in my life. I'm not sure what it's going to look like." Even though he wore sunglasses, she got the distinct sense he was looking right at her. Heat crept up her neck and she shifted from foot to foot. "What was it you wanted to order, Carter?" "I'll need a few more minutes with the menu, love." He was infuriating. Never mind that even when he spoke the simplest of words, his voice was like velvet. Even hidden under his Blue Bay Beach gear, his handsome good looks were obvious by the cut of his jaw, the lushness of his lips and the tilt of his smile. Even as Claudia hustled to keep up with the morning rush at the restaurant, having Carter Wild Westcott sitting in the corner was a giant, distracting tease. She couldn't resist him. It was like he was a magnet, and she was metal. "Did you decide what you'd like to order?" she asked after returning to him begrudgingly. He nibbled his bottom lip in a way that sent tingles shooting through her. What had happened overnight? The day before she had no trouble resisting him, for the most part. She staggered back. A dream she'd had the night before returned the way they sometimes did, randomly, jarringly. The dream had picked up where they'd left off by the Sandy Shore Inn when he'd leaned in, when he'd said that he wondered whether the feeling was mutual. Only in the dream, much like she had when she'd asked him on a date, she made the move. She leaned in and kissed him. Then she'd said yes, the feeling is mutual. It was right then, staring at the sea and with her order pad aloft, loose pieces of her hair in her face, and the morning rush of visitors and locals looking for breakfast, that she was sure her dream was accurate. The feeling was quite mutual. Claudia liked, maybe more than liked, Carter. But she wasn't about to admit it. "I'll take the piña colada smoothie, please." He closed the menu. His charming, accented voice flooded her senses. He'd taken off the sunglasses, and his gray eyes captured her sensibility. She was smitten, enamored, captivated. But it didn't make sense. They hardly knew each other. She didn't like Wild. That was because she liked Carter, but who was to say he was honest, true, and would stick to his resolve about leaving his wild ways behind? As the morning wore on, Claudia goofed up several orders, sent a plate of ham and eggs to a customer who'd ordered pancakes, forgot to deliver waters, and was generally off her game. When the piña colada came up, she was glad to give him the drink and get him out of there. "A bit distracted today?" Isley asked with a wink. She'd certainly had her moments of distraction whenever Ford paid a visit to the restaurant, but when he brought cocoa, no one seemed to mind if she forgot a drink refill or flubbed something up because they all adored the little girl. Isley teased her a bit more, but Claudia deserved it. She was distracted as Carter remained in his seat reading the newspaper, doing a crossword puzzle, and fooling around on his phone until her shift was over. He waited at the end of the dock. "Funny meeting you here," she said. She wouldn't mind throwing him overboard right then. Her tips had been considerably lower that day, and since she couldn't find the money missing from her aunt's account, she was going to have to start liquidating Margot's assets to pay the bills, but in the meantime, they needed to live off her cash from the restaurant. "Funny meeting me here? Well, I haven't left." He stretched his arms overhead, revealing a slim bit of skin and remarkably defined abs. "Yeah, I know." She practically choked, once more distracted by him when in reality she had no time for that. She tried to talk herself out of it. She was just smitten by him, enamored, and infatuated with a tall, swarthy Brit, along with every female between the ages of 14 and 80. Probably including Aunt Margot, which would put his demographic up toward women nearing their 90s. "So, what do you want to do today?" "So far I've had the best morning I've had in a long time." He wore a lopsided grin that did not help her case. "How did that make for the best morning you'd had in a long time?" "You just sat there." "Exactly. I can't remember the last time I did nothing. No calls, no meetings, no interviews." Claudia sunk back. "Does that mean our interview is off?" "No, it'll be my first one as Carter and possibly my last one. I want out of the limelight. But it's unofficial. I'm not going to tell the press or post it online or anything. It's just for my professor." "Thank you." His smile was genuine. "But what do you mean about it being your first, or possibly your last interview?" He shrugged. "I'm going in a new direction." "Where?" "I don't know." "Does your management know?" "Absolutely not. This is all me, love. Again, that word in his dreamy voice sparked something inside Claudia. She checked her watch. I have to go, take care of my aunt. I can be helpful. No, let's meet later. Where? He asked that time. Claudia shrugged. How about dinner? He suggested. She tilted her head from side to side. I don't know. Carter squared his shoulders and faced her. Claudia, this isn't a dare or an initiation, but I'd like to have dinner with you. Will you go on a date with me tonight? A smile slowly bloomed on Claudia's lips despite her best efforts to resist it. Before she could stop herself, she answered yes.
Chapter 8. Carter. Carter had asked Claudia, the most gorgeous, talented and strong woman he'd ever met, on a date. A real date with the real him. His body jittered as he roamed around the quaint beach town, humming to himself. Being with her made him want to be better, to do better. Never had he felt such drive, such inspiration, or as alive as he did then. He found himself wandering down a palm-lined path that opened to a private cove. No one was around. The air was thick with the heat of midday. He tossed off his hat, sunglasses, shoes and shirt, then plunged into the crystalline water. Closest to the shore it had been warm, but as he swam deeper it chilled, invigorating him. He whooped and the sound echoed across the blue sea, doubling back to him like a boomerang. Sitting in the restaurant with Claudia nearby and doing a whole lot of nothing was a nice way to begin the day. Then asking her on a date and rushing into the water punctuated it with a sense of perfection that he only imagined would get better when they went out to dinner that night. He'd learned that she'd lived in Blue Bay Beach for about a month, so likely it was still new to her. He'd have to figure out what they'd do. He thrust himself backward in the water and floated there, reviewing the mental map he'd made of the town so far. He could rent a boat and they could go for a cruise, though he'd need more cash for that, and the ATM at the local bank limited his withdrawals each day. He didn't want to use his credit cards because that risked being recognized and traced. As he pondered spending more time with Claudia, the sound of his phone ringing came from the shore. It split the peaceful silence. When it continued to ring, he trudged out of the water and stood for a few minutes to dry off before checking to see who'd called. He listened to the message, the third he'd received in as many days, about his sudden disappearance. There were a few texts that he'd missed reminding him about the Wild West tour starting in the fall. Carter dropped onto the sand. He was done with the act and realized he had been for a long time. But what troubled him the most was that by letting it go, he was forced to reflect on his brokenness and the circumstances that made him go along with the whole charade to begin with. It felt difficult, if not impossible, to face the past. After Carter returned to the inn to freshen up, he had a few hours before he was to pick up Claudia. He didn't have any instruments to fool around with, but he had an app on his phone that he could use to create music. It wasn't as good as the real thing, but he was met with sudden inspiration and couldn't let it slip through his fingers. He'd been recording some song ideas on his phone too and was pleased with what he had come up with, inspired by the relaxed coastal town and the woman with brown hair and eyes who lived there. Later, he picked up an outfit from the boutique in town, luckily without being recognized. There was a moment when the salesgirl looked at him a second longer than was comfortable. He thought for sure that his cover was blown, but she simply bagged up the clothes and thanked him for stopping in. Wearing flip-flops with a pair of trousers and a button-down shirt, Carter walked down the sand-strewn street toward Claudia's aunt's mansion. At the gate he was buzzed in. Claudia waited for him in the foyer with a shy smile. Her long hair was styled in loose curls, and she wore a pair of jeans and a white knit sweater that reminded him of a fishing net. She looked beachy and stylish and downright beautiful. Without thinking, he leaned in to kiss her on the cheek by way of greeting. However, his lips barely brushed her soft skin when she pulled away. He wanted to get lost in her abundance of hair, in her floral gardenia scent. He thought maybe her aunt had appeared and would be disapproving, but it was just the two of them. Maybe she wasn't ready. Carter was patient. "So where to?" she asked. "I was actually going to ask you as the resident expert." Hardly an expert. Actually, Coconut Cove is the only proper restaurant in town. Well, there's the snack shack down at the other end of the beach. Do they serve milkshakes? He asked, recalling her comment when she'd waited on him the first time. She nodded. We're both wearing flip-flops. So when in Rome or Blue Bay Beach shall we be beachy? He extended his elbow. She linked her arm in his, and she started toward the door. I rather like the idea of us being casual. You know, no pressure for our first official date. But I'd feel rude if I didn't ask if I can meet your aunt. Actually, she's sleeping. Claudia gazed toward the grand staircase. She's been sleeping more often than not lately. Worry laced her tone. We don't have to be gone long, or you can always call to check on her. She nodded, and they left on foot. The snack shack was a retro, quintessentially American burger and fries place. They also served onion rings for an extra few dollars. The highlight was the 24 different kinds of milkshakes. After eating, they each sipped, or rather slurped, their frozen desserts. Want to try the mint chocolate? He asked, angling his cup toward her. She passed him her peanut butter banana drink while taking a sip of his. Delicious. She closed her eyes. I hope you don't have milkshake regret, because if you do, you can finish it. Thanks. But I've always been a peanut butter anything kind of girl. Tell me more about what kind of girl you are. Favorite color, book, movie? He said, echoing her inquiry. I thought I was the one who was supposed to do the interviewing. This is a date, remember? They walked down the beach and swapped all the favorites they could think of: candies, vacation spots, movies, actors, songs, bands, and more. Claudia shivered as she took the last sip of her milkshake. Carter extended his arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. At first she felt stiff, resistant, but he wouldn't give up unless she asked him to. He sensed she was fighting with herself over whether to trust him. They took a few more steps and she soon melted against him. He wanted to stay like that, by the seashore in the sleepy little town where no one but her knew him, but she prompted them to continue on. Soon they were on Mansion Mile, and she entered the password on the keypad to her home. He lingered there, wanting to kiss her goodnight, but she was already passing through the wrought iron gate. He lifted his hand to wave goodbye. Come on, she called. With a lift to his step, he followed her to the mansion. She got them both glasses of water. Then, leaving him in the sitting room again, she went to check on her aunt. When she returned, she went to the piano and sat on the bench. Without a word, she played one of Mozart's sonatas. When she neared the end, he joined her on the bench and led the duet for Sonata in D major. It was like they could communicate without words, just sound. They were harmonious, perfectly in sync as they moved up and down the keys. Carter nearly made a mistake and threw his head back in laughter, but they carried on. During a complicated part, their eyes locked as though spurring each other on, before returning their focus to the ivory keys. Carter hadn't played classical music in a long time, but it came back to him like riding a bicycle. What he wasn't entirely familiar with was the deep welling of emotion that came over him when he was with Claudia. It brought him joy, made him feel alive, and he didn't want the song to end. So instead of letting the keys ring out, he shifted into the retro song rock around the clock. She joined right in, and soon they were both laughing and singing along. By the time that song was done, his fingers were stiff, but they found hers. She beamed a smile. A deep, resonant humming came from inside of him and warmed him through. Not leaving the bench, but turning to face each other, they chatted for a few minutes about the pieces of music. She then told a few stories about school at the conservatory in San Francisco. Although she was classically trained, they both understood the universal love for combining notes and vibrations to make sound and song. They understood each other and they were close, so close. Carter played with a loose piece of Claudia's hair. Music and performing live is like traveling to the moon, except it takes away the gravity of thought and there is sound, the taste of air ripping through my lungs, the scent of sweat and effort, connection and so much movement. It's the suspension of my mind. It is freedom. She paused a beat as though thinking. What are you trying to break free from? She asked. The past. Me too. She wore a sad, resigned expression that pulled at the corners of her mouth. I'll tell you if you tell me. If you want to. She shifted as though conflicted, then cleared her throat. Before I turned 10, life was tough. My father was violent and left us. She twisted the watch on her wrist. My mother was an alcoholic and had diabetes, which is really dangerous. And your aunt? She rescued me. She believed in me. She adopted me. I'm sorry you ever had to go through that. I've never told anyone. No one? He asked, shocked. She shook her head. Does the watch have anything to do with your mother or father? He noticed she fiddled with it whenever she was uncertain. She lifted her eyes to meet his, as though surprised he made the connection. It was my father's. I wear it as a reminder that at any time either one of them could come back and make my life miserable again. The fact that she lived with that kind of fear caused his chest to ache and his jaw to tense. And that helps you how? The question came out rough, but all he wanted to do was free her from that kind of agony. It keeps me on my toes and reminds me to be grateful for each passing day that I am free. You're an adult. You're free if you want to be. Your father can't come back and cause you trouble. She studied the hands on the watch. Do you know where he or your mother are now? Claudia sniffled. I'm not sure. My father was in jail for a time, but he may have been sent back to Montreal. He and my aunt are originally from Canada. Carter reached out for Claudia. He wanted nothing more than to relieve her of the burden, and protect her from the people she imagined might return to her life and harm her. Before long she squared herself in front of the piano, and laid her fingers on the keys and started playing her heart out. He watched her expression flicker through the layers of pain she tried to keep at bay. Her brown eyes were filled with sadness, but beneath that, he recognized a glimmer of hope. It was the same one that he'd all but abandoned, but found a sliver of back in the church in town. It fueled him, that gave sound to his feelings, and that reminded him that even on the cloudiest of nights, the stars still twinkled in the distant sky. In the following weeks, time dispensed itself rather quickly. They were the kinds of days Carter wanted to be slow but sped by, unlike the many days he counted in his past, that he'd rather have over quickly but tended to creep along. But during that time, Carter and Claudia got to know each other. One date turned into 2, then 4. He spoke to his team and made it clear he was taking a break. They didn't respond well. But what choice did they have? He wouldn't tell them where he was, and he was sure that they didn't expect to find him where he'd escaped when he'd first fled the rehab facility. The small town had become a sanctuary. If anyone recognized him, they kept it to themselves. For that he was grateful. Each night, Claudia and Carter got together to play music. After they finished a modern piece by a Japanese pianist, he asked after her aunt because he still hadn't met her. I brought her for a checkup yesterday, and she's healthy. They just said she's tired. Common at this age. I think she hears us playing though. It's probably the soundtrack to Happy Dreams. Claudia's chin trembled as she tried to smile. How could she not, he said with a chuckle. I'm happiest when playing. Me too. I feel most like myself. Me too. He nodded. And when I'm with you. Seated on the wooden piano bench, they were close. Close enough to kiss. Her lips were 2 perfect pillows that she'd painted with gloss earlier but had since faded. He inhaled the faint scent of vanilla, along with her gardenia perfume. But we're doing this all backward, Claudia whispered as though his comment caught up with her. Trepidation laced her voice. Maybe we are doing it backward, but I've never done anything forwards or sidewards. I say onward. Let's see what happens. His voice was thick with longing. At that, their lips crashed together. He was gone, swept away by her, yet still very much in his body as it hummed and heated up. The room was otherwise silent, just the 2 of them, making their own music. They moved in harmony, each seeking the other with their lips. His hands tangled in her long hair and hers pressed against the firm muscles of his back. As they continued to kiss, his chest swelled like the crescendo of a masterpiece in the making.
Chapter 9. Claudia. The last days and weeks had been leading to the moment Carter and Claudia shared. It was fitting that they were seated on the piano bench. It was through music she felt like she was most honest and able to translate into sound the pain she couldn't put into words. With each note she felt as though she were letting a piece of the past go, and with each passing minute with Carter, it was as though she were inviting in her future. She'd told him about her past, but the more they played music together, the more she was able to put it behind her, to let the possibility for goodness into her life. Goodness she secretly wanted to share with him. The stubble along Carter's jaw scratched her cheek as he moved from kissing her lips to planting 100 tiny kisses behind her ear and down the side of her neck before their eyes met. They searched hers as though trying to find the right chord for a nameless tune, one they were writing together. His hand skimmed her cheek, and she felt a tremulousness in her lips because she wanted more of Carter, but knew something was bound to interfere if she let herself get too happy or feel too free. It always did. But he pinned her with a reassuring gaze, not allowing her thoughts to chatter with dark notes of fear and loss and anxiety. Then his lips softly locked on hers again, and it was that second kiss, which was tender, that proved Carter wasn't the British bad boy he'd made himself out to be. It bridged the first, which had told her how very much he wanted her, with a fierce hunger that had been building between them. The lift and fall of their chests fell into synchronicity as they each remembered that breathing, and not kissing, was a requirement. It was almost a melody as the kiss deepened. There was a third part to the particular tune of the kiss, and it was when they pulled apart. She was left wanting more. Feeling as though her lips were swollen and pink, she got them each a glass of water. Her legs trembled and she absent-mindedly brought her hand to her mouth, feeling the slight sting like she'd been in the sun all day. She fanned herself, still heated from Carter's kiss. His energy was enough to illuminate an entire planet, and she wondered what it would mean if they were to be together. What about his career? Her aunt and future? She still had a few more leads to follow before she put the house up for sale, but she wasn't ready to give up. At that, the notion of other people, namely Carter, giving up on her threatened to ruin the evening. She'd been abandoned by her parents. What was to stop some guy she'd only known for a few weeks from deciding he was through with her? His melodic voice interrupted the jumble in her mind and set her to rights. "What's the plan?" he asked. She swept her hand across her forehead, then opened the back door leading to the slate patio and pool below. "Let's live on the wild side. Let's not have a plan. Let's be spontaneous, see what happens." "It's warm out tonight, but you really heated me up in there," he practically growled, catching up to her from behind and wrapping his arms around her waist. A smile rose to her lips as he kissed her cheek. "You said you wanted to be spontaneous. You know what that means." He glanced over her shoulder before scooping her up and rushing down the steps toward the pool. She wore a t-shirt and cut-off jeans, but before she could take off her watch, Carter tossed her in the pool. He dove in as she surfaced, whooping. She swam over to him, unsure whether to be annoyed, the old Claudia, or relish in the joy they brought each other, the new Claudia. She didn't know Wild as well as she did Carter, but she couldn't find it in herself to be upset with him for tossing her in the water. It was her idea to be spontaneous, after all. They faced each other, treading water. A drop dripped from his nose, and without thinking she gave it a kiss, which turned into another on his temple, then one more on his chin. She explored the very kissable areas on his face before his lips found hers. They kissed again, in the cool blue light of the pool. At last, they pulled apart and then lifted onto the tiled edge. "That was supposed to cool us off?" Carter asked. "I feel a bit refreshed." She smiled. His eyes landed on her wrist. "I'm sorry. I forgot to have you remove all valuables." Her gaze followed his and she unclasped the watch. It's okay. I think this has been weighing me down anyway. She tossed it into the darkness toward a nearby chair. Then gripping his shoulders, she dunked them both back in the pool. They splashed around for a few minutes, laughing and kissing each other intermittently. It felt wonderful, playful, free. He wasn't what she'd expected at all. He was more. She tilted her head back in the water, thanking her lucky stars that they'd found each other, then laughed to herself because that was a very un-Claudia thing to do. Then again, so was falling in love and swimming in a pool at night. Claudia abruptly went still when she suddenly smelled a sharp scent of cheap cologne. Are you okay? Concern furrowed Carter's brow at the sudden change. I'm fine. Sorry. I thought, she shook her head and then picked up her smile and laughter where she'd left off. She wanted to be free of the past. We should dry off anyway, Carter said, helping her out of the pool. She went to an outdoor cabinet to grab some towels and when she passed the chair where she thought she'd thrown the watch, it was gone. It must have fallen into the shrubbery. She'd look in the morning when it was light outside. After saying goodnight to Carter, Claudia showered and got into bed. She tried to bask in the memory of them kissing, of how it lit her up inside, and how they'd attuned to each other, especially when playing music on the piano, but she couldn't help but dwell on the old, familiar smell of cologne, and how the watch had gone missing. Louis was never far from her mind, especially since arriving at her aunt's house, but he was the last person she wanted to think about. The next morning, after having breakfast with her aunt, Claudia went outside to find the watch. She searched on the pool deck and even checked the filters. She distinctly remembered tossing it on a chair, but it was nowhere to be found. She sought out Esmeralda, the housekeeper, but she hadn't seen it either. Afterward, Claudia went to her aunt's home office to finish going through files, scanning documents, and digging around on the computer accounts to figure out where 7 figures might have vanished to. Her phone beeped with Tutti Frutti, the song she had programmed for her aunt's number. Hello? She asked, suddenly worried Aunt Margot had fallen again and was stuck upstairs. It had only been about an hour since she checked. At the sound of the caller's greeting in French, she swept from the office and hurried upstairs. When she entered the room, the older woman was sleeping sweetly in bed. Who is this? Claudia hissed as she closed the door behind her and stood in the hallway. Louis. Remember me? He asked in French. Of course I remember you. Why do you have Aunt Margot's phone? How'd you take it from her? She spun around, suddenly worried he was in the house. Had he been? Did he find the watch? She raced to the security system panel to make sure it was armed. I need something from you, he said. Don't count on me giving you a thing, Claudia spat. I know about your little playdate with a certain famous rock star who's trying to keep his presence in your quaint little town quiet. Have you been watching me? Knots tightened in Claudia's stomach and a cold sweat coated her skin. There are a few passwords that I need you to get, s'il vous plaît. What do you mean? Claudia made a sudden and startling realization. You didn't only take her phone, you took her money. The cold sweat turned into red-hot anger. She hardly knows who she is, never mind what she has. Mockery spiked Louis's tone. That is wrong. Why would you do such a thing? Find out her password for the Allied financial account, fee. I will do no such thing. Remember what I said about your rock star boyfriend. The clock is ticking. You took the watch. Well, it was mine, but I'm sure you can still find out the time and trust me, you don't have much. Claudia had about 10 more questions to ask him, and at least twice that number of things to say to him. She seethed. There was no way she'd give him anything other than her disdain. But she had to figure out a plan. When she reached Aunt Margot's room, the older woman was awake and bright-eyed. Claudia tried to release the tension in her shoulders. Are you okay, darling? I heard you on the phone. You sounded upset. She didn't want to trouble her aunt, but she wasn't going to dance around the truth. Aunt Margot, have you seen Louis lately? She held the older woman's eyes, hoping this was a lucid moment. Heavens, no. Last I heard he was in jail. Good thing too. I wouldn't trust him not to rob me blind. This is hard to say, Aunt Margot, but I think he has been doing just that. Confusion flickered across her features, and Claudia feared she was losing her presence of mind. Oh, I doubt that, darling. As quickly and clearly as she could, Claudia explained the phone call and the missing money. Margot waved her hand dismissively. This is nonsense. Remember how when you went to the hospital, we found out that your insurance premium hadn't been paid? Well, he said he was going to take care of it. Claudia jolted. I thought you said you hadn't seen him. The knots in her stomach twisted around each other. He missed me. I only had one brother. I remember taking care of him when he was little. Such an ornery little bugger. She smiled fondly as though she'd forgotten all the trouble he'd caused over the years. Aunt Margot. Please tell me, have you seen him? Did you leave him in charge of your finances? I'd just as soon leave him in charge as I would Bella, Bear, and Lulu. Claudia's eyebrows pinched together. Remember I told you he took your phone and called me, asking to find out the password for your Allied financial account. That means he's been here. The dogs would do a better job of protecting my wealth than that old trout. Margot leaned back on her pillow as the effort and confusion took her under. She soon went back to sleep. Claudia felt frustration welling inside, but her aunt couldn't help it. She kissed her on the forehead and swept from the room. She gathered up everything she discovered about her aunt's finances, which wasn't much, and called the police. After reporting Louis and the suspected case of elder abuse in the form of financial exploitation, Claudia was left feeling helpless, frustrated, and unable to sleep.
Chapter 10. Carter. The next day, Carter went to the Coconut Cove Cafe for what was quickly becoming his daily dose of the pina colada smoothie, and Claudia. He'd never before paid much attention to what he'd eaten or drank, but being in the small town with all of its outdoor activities, the fresh sea air and the sunshine, he felt like a new man. One who cared about himself, his health and mindset when before he'd lived the rock and roll lifestyle. He also cared about Claudia. He entered the dining room with its thatched roof, the consistent scent of coconut mixed with the breeze coming off the ocean and oldies music soundtrack. The Four Tops, Bobby Darin and of course Elvis were quickly becoming favorites, which could have been because they so often sang about love. His eyes landed on a tall woman with dark brown hair pulled up into a ponytail, long legs and the most tempting smile he'd ever seen. The song Why Do Fools Fall in Love bopped from the stereo system. Carter would be a fool not to love her. He did love her. With a delighted sigh, he sat in his usual spot at the end of the counter. He hadn't seen that coming. Sure, he was a flirt, but never before had he felt such a solid, sure feeling. It surged in his chest and pressed against his ribs as though it might burst from him in a loud proclamation. A tune that wasn't the same as the one playing over the speakers entered his mind, followed by a few lyrics. He grabbed a napkin and started penning them down, overcome with affection, inspiration and certainty that Claudia was the woman for him. The other waitresses greeted him, but they left his order for Claudia to take. She was busy, hustling from table to table. She had to take care of her aunt, and although she seemed to like her job at the cafe, he wanted to take care of her. With the tour coming up in the fall, he wasn't sure how to go about cancelling or how to handle everything, but he'd figure out a way. It took Claudia a while to finally break free and greet him. When she did, her eyes were clouded over, and dark rings colored the space beneath them as though she hadn't slept much the night before. He hadn't either, but it was because he couldn't stop thinking about her. However, she looked worried, concerned, whereas he'd felt jubilant. Good morning. Had she not been on the other side of the counter, he would have given her a good morning kiss. "Hey," she said slowly. Something thick and slippery worked its way between them as she stood there. "Is everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah." She pasted on a smile. It was different than the one that usually tripped his pulse. "What can I get you?" she asked. It was as if the music went off. Had it been a record, it would have scratched, and all he would have heard was static. "Oh, I guess I'll have the pina colada smoothie." She stood there a minute longer, jotting his usual order down. Her eyes darted over him, then just as quickly she rushed off to the cook's window. The awkwardness he sensed slithered into his belly, making his insides feel all wrong. He suddenly wasn't hungry for breakfast. He watched her carefully without being obvious about it. What had changed overnight? Carter, Wild, wasn't used to women denying interest in him, but a sudden and upsetting thought flooded his mind. Maybe she had a boyfriend back in San Francisco. He'd never bothered to ask because that wasn't something Wild ever cared about. He sunk further onto the stool. Eventually, she brought his smoothie over. It brimmed with a striped straw, umbrella, and tiki decorations. "Is there anything else you need?" she asked. "Yeah." He needed to know what was bothering her, but the cook called her name from the window to run another order to a table. "Oh, I'm all set, I guess." His mind was a jumble, and the right words to ask what was going on didn't form quickly enough. Carter didn't feel like drinking the smoothie with all its colorful, happy flair, but he did. When he got up to pay, Claudia neared the door. She wasn't wearing her apron. He threw a large bill on the counter and rushed after her as she exited the restaurant. She moved fast and was already on the dock when he caught up. He reached for her arm. "You seem different today. What's going on? Did we move too fast?" "No, I just have to leave work early today." "Listen, if I overstepped last night..." "Not everything is about you, Carter." She shrugged her arm free. He leaned back. "Oh. I just thought..." She started walking again and he strode by her side. "Claudia, I don't understand. If it's not about us, what happened? Is your aunt okay?" At that she stiffened and her lips parted. "I just have an appointment. Everything is fine. Let me come with you." She bustled away, but he followed her all the way to her aunt's car, which she'd parked across town, even though it was just as fast to walk to the mansion. She leaned against the door before opening it. Her eyes were wide as though she were ready to take flight. "Please, Claudia. Tell me what's upsetting you." The pleading in his voice sounded foreign to his ears, but he couldn't bear to see her distressed. "Let me help you fix it. It's a family thing. You wouldn't understand." She clicked to unlock the car. He rushed over and got in the passenger seat before she could lock him out even more. "Try me." She had no idea what he'd been through with his family. "You don't know anything about real life. You're rich and famous and have everything you could want." He shook his head. That wasn't true. Not at all. She'd started the car and her hands shook. She gripped the wheel tightly. "I'll drop you off at the inn." "No, I'm going with you." "Clearly you're upset. Maybe even spooked." "I don't know, but wherever you're going, I want to go with you." She sighed, and it was a full 5 minutes before she spoke. They were on the long double-lane road out of town that led to the nearest city. "My aunt's brother is trouble. He's caused more problems than he's worth. I left San Francisco to take care of her, but also learned that her money was gone and her bills unpaid." Claudia went on to describe her aunt's health and wealth and how both were failing. "Foolishly, her brother was the last person I suspected, because I thought he was well out of our lives. But he turned up and wants more money. He wants a password to one of her accounts," Claudia said. "Did you call the police?" "Yes, but I was told it might take weeks before they are able to take on the case, because it's a low priority." "So you decided to take matters into your own hands?" he asked carefully. She set her jaw and nodded. Carter wiped his brow, grateful he'd insisted on going with her. So your aunt's brother just wants money? Yeah. I assumed my aunt only had one account because, well, I only have one bank account. But she was smart and diversified all of her assets. Louis was quicker than me to realize this, and after draining account number 1, he's now moved on to number 2. How many are there? After going through her files again last night, I think just 3, plus various other holdings and real estate, but still. He blew through a lot of money. Claudia wiped her eyes. And Aunt Margot doesn't even realize it. So what's the plan? He asked me to give him the passwords. Is he dangerous? Couldn't you have simply texted him some fake info? He eyed her, trying to make a joke about how she'd given him a fake name and number. I figured if I could talk to him, then maybe I could get him to leave us alone. From the sound of the guy, that wasn't going to happen. Do you know the password to the account? When I asked Aunt Margot, she just started talking about the dogs, nonsense mostly. She's not herself. Comes and goes. The nurse said it's common at her age. The sun was high in the sky, and the air was warmer inland as Claudia pulled into a parking lot in front of a coffee shop. Good thinking to go somewhere public, but I'm glad I came with you. Claudia just stared ahead, as though trying to convince herself she could go through with it. Carter gave her hand an encouraging squeeze, even though he wasn't convinced it was the best course of action. They entered the quiet coffee shop, and Carter couldn't help but compare it to the lively Coconut Cove Cafe with its oldies music. He figured Betty was behind that because sometimes when she wasn't there, Billy put on tiki or reggae music. He was glad for the break from Wild's tunes. Claudia surveyed the room, then went to a table in the back. They sat next to each other, and she was shaking. He reached under the table and gripped her hand. After a few minutes, a heavy-set man wearing a suit approached and stood over the table. He eyed Carter, then spoke in rapid French. "Can we just talk?" Claudia said. "I was talking. Don't you have a hug for your father?" He opened his arms. "No, I don't," she said flatly. "That hurts, Claudia," Louis said. "So who do we have here?" The older man gave Carter a sidelong glance. "This is my friend." He ignored how it hurt that she didn't mention Louis, her aunt's brother, was actually her father, and how she didn't introduce Carter as her boyfriend. Louis appraised Carter from under bushy eyebrows. The man was easily in his 60s but was tall, and in his own way still formidable. Carter imagined him wearing a fedora and playing the role of a mobster in an old movie. "You look familiar," Louis said. "Do I know this guy?" he asked Claudia. He knew when someone had identified him by the certainty in their eyes, but Louis was playing it cool. Claudia inclined her head, then shook it. "Listen, I want you to leave Margot alone. Whatever you've been doing, stop. She's not in any state to. It's tough seeing her get so old, but where she's going, she doesn't need her money. She always took care of me, so I figure why stop?" He let out a dry laugh. "Because you're a leech," Claudia ground out. Carter wasn't sure of the sordid details of the family's past, but Claudia's worry seemed to turn into anger. Whatever was going on was probably illegal, and if the police weren't going to get involved right away, he understood why she took matters into her own hands. But so would he. He slid his hand into his pocket and clicked the record button on his phone. Father and daughter were going back and forth about Margot and him sneaking into the house, when Louis suddenly stopped. "Hey, I do know you. You that rock star? Wilder? That song about that blazing star is pretty good." He smirked. He was referring to Falling Star, one of his hits, but Carter didn't acknowledge it. "I bet I could get a nice sum if I call and tell the paparazzi where you're hiding out. Claudia, you could give an exclusive interview and make some fast cash." "I don't cheat people like you do, Louis. I prefer to think of it as leveraging my connections." Louis' smile was greasy, slimy. "Where have you been?" she asked. "Here and there." "Is there jail?" Made some good friends in the joint and learned some computer skills. He winked. Tapping into accounts isn't impossible. If you don't give me the passwords, I'll find a way. Louis's voice was like sandpaper in Carter's ears. Hopefully his phone was picking up everything the guy was saying. If you were hoping to have a nice little family reunion fee, surely you know me better than that. Claudia wiped her eyes quickly, as though she wouldn't spare a tear for the man who called himself her father and stole from his family. No, I wanted to tell you to leave Margot alone. Or what? Louis asked with a threatening edge to his voice. Carter had heard enough. He stood up. Or me. You. When I was your age, I took down guys like you for breakfast, Louis snarled. Carter leaned in, filled with a protective sense of rage. Cheap cologne bit his nose and he fought a sneeze. You're no longer my age. Louis was still a large man, but where he once may have been muscular, he was doughy. Carter was hardly intimidated. Do you want to take this outside, music man? Louis asked. It would be my pleasure. What had started as a warm concern for Claudia turned into boiling anger, as he prepared to take the liar and thief down.
Chapter 11. Claudia. Carter stalked out of the coffee shop and Claudia caught up to him as he neared the door and gripped his arm, stopping him. You don't have to do this. I know I don't. I certainly don't want to, but that guy is a creep. I'm not going to let you take any of this lying down. I'll make sure he stays away from you. He rushed away. She followed, desperate not to let anything get out of hand. She knew Carter was tough, but she'd seen Louis take bigger men down. Then again, he'd plumped up quite a bit since she'd last seen him, which was at least 15 years previous. Carter stood in the middle of the parking lot, looking around. Louis was nowhere to be seen. Where'd he go? Carter's chest heaved as though he was ready to fight. His fists were drawn tight. She placed her hand on his arm. Figures. He took off. It's not the first time. That's more his style, to disappear. Carter took a few deep breaths through his nose and paced a small circle. Why didn't you tell me that Louis was your father? Because he lost that role a long time ago. What about your mother? Claudia went on to tell him that her mother and father were never really in love. When they had her, her mother wanted to give her up for adoption. To his credit, Louis disagreed and for long periods of time, he left her with Margot. They were siblings, but almost 20 years apart. She ended up taking care of me, and eventually adopted me. I'm sorry, love. Carter wrapped his arms around her. She closed her eyes as he held her and the word love echoed in her ears. It was like how Aunt Margot called her darling. It didn't mean anything. Because anyone who was ever supposed to love her cheated, left, or both. Louis was a jerk, but he was right. Aunt Margot would be leaving soon. If she let herself get too close, Carter would as well. After all, he had a tour in the fall and wherever else his rock and roll lifestyle took him. Undoubtedly, that would mean far from her. She got in the car, still feeling shaky, so she tuned the radio to a rock station, which happened to be playing one of Wild's songs. He turned it off. Wait. Let's listen to this. He pulled out his phone. For the next few minutes, she relived the meeting with Louis, as he essentially confessed to everything. The recording wasn't perfect, but it was enough. Wow. That was good thinking, Claudia said, grateful he'd had the presence of mind to record the conversation on his phone. I've been using this feature of my phone a lot lately. Carter's lips quirked. I figured it was good for more than writing love songs. He tapped to send a copy to her phone. Feeling a sense of relief that she had some evidence to give to the police, she maneuvered out of the parking lot at the coffee shop and back to the long road to Blue Bay Beach. Claudia went directly to the mansion, eager to check on her aunt to make sure she was okay. She'd already changed all the passcodes for the house's security system and canceled Aunt Margot's mobile service, but mostly she worried about her aunt being alone and afraid, much how she was feeling, despite Carter's help. Aunt Margot was asleep. As she started to slip quietly out of the room so she didn't wake her, she paused, noticing for the first time in weeks that Margot looked even older and frailer, like one day she might not wake up. Claudia knew it was coming and wiped away her tears. Downstairs, Carter was seated on the piano bench and gazing out the window. He turned and smiled when she neared. She'd miss him too. He got to his feet and rubbed her upper arms. "You've had quite a day. You know what always makes me feel better?" He guided her to the seat and sat down beside her. As her fingers landed gently on the piano keys, the tension dissolved. The worries and chatter in her mind went quiet. She started to play, not a piece with sheet music or anything anyone had ever heard, but what came from deep within. It was intense at times as she channeled her emotions into the moody song, but when the piano went silent, she could breathe again. "When I was little and upset, my mother would bring me to the piano and say, 'Let it out, let it all out.'" Carter played a melody that was livelier than her dirge. "Claudia, I don't think you've let it all out. I understand that you're channeling more than sound. You're trying to make sense of the past when you play the piano." She gazed at her hands. "I've never met anyone who understood that." He brought two of his fingers to her chin to lift it so she'd meet his eyes. She wanted to look away from the intensity in those gray pools that said as much about the truth as did his perfect lips. But she knew better than to trust any of it. "You've never mentioned much about your parents," she said, changing the subject. His chest lifted and fell with a deep breath. "Mom and Dad were amazing. I couldn't have asked for better parents. They were supportive, kind, compassionate. My mother loved Elvis. My dad was more of a Beatles guy. They were everything." Carter's gray eyes misted over. His hands landed on the piano keys, and he played a song that matched hers in intensity. When he was done, he said, "See? I understand." "What happened to them?" she braved asking. "They died in a car accident, a drunk driver. It was the day after my 11th birthday. They'd gotten me a guitar. I smashed the thing, then it took me 3 months to put it back together. It's never left my side until now." Since being in Blue Bay Beach, Carter had gotten tan, and he was so close Claudia could count his freckles. His eyes dipped, then his lips landed softly on hers. A flare of longing rushed through her, but she jolted back. He circled his arms around her waist as though sensing her retreat. "The last weeks with you are like nothing I've ever experienced. When we're not together, I crave you, Claudia. I'm not a drug. I was never on drugs or alcohol. I think you understand why. It was all for show. The big show, the charade." "But how do I know what's real with you?" she asked. He flinched. "I thought," he stammered. "I thought I was showing you that. Maybe I need to hear it." She struggled internally. She didn't want to push him away, but she had to before things went too far. He nodded. "Yeah. Maybe you do. Maybe you also need to hear the truth." His accented voice turned sharp. "Maybe it's time you get real with yourself, Claudia. You try to keep all the pain from your past tidy and organized. Let it flow through you, out your fingertips and into the keys. Then let it go." "Oh, and you're the expert?" "I'm not an expert and I'm not perfect, but I've given up on wild, the whole British bad boy persona. I'm just being myself. I'm sorry if that's not enough." She shook her head and got up from the piano bench. "This is too much. I have to go back to San Francisco at some point, and you have the tour in the fall. This is just a summer fling or whatever." Tension formed between Carter's eyebrows and went all the way to his shoulders. He opened his mouth as though to defend himself. Claudia cut across him. It's been fun, I'll admit that. But I let everything happen with Louis because I haven't been with my aunt enough. I let it all happen because I was distracted by you. Carter crossed the room to where she stood. You can't blame yourself. You have been taking care of your aunt. Louis would have caused that trouble no matter what. Can't you give us a chance, Claudia? The flares of longing and loathing fought inside Claudia. She wanted to be with Carter, but hated herself for letting anything come between what little family she had. It would be hard, but she had to do what was right and cut things off with him before their relationship took her away from what was most important, protecting her aunt and her own heart. You're not used to hearing no, Carter, but I'm telling you no. No what? He asked, suddenly pale. No to us. It's okay to say yes, Claudia. Why not say yes? You can take care of your aunt and we can see where things go between us. She turned from him. No, we can't. At that, she went upstairs because she knew, like everyone else, he'd leave. When Claudia got to her room, she heard the front door open and close, then she dissolved into tears. Her bedroom window was open, and as she watched Carter walk away, she felt the animosity and uncertainty swirling between them like the breeze coming off the sea. She turned on her computer and started typing an email to Professor Prince to inform him she wouldn't be able to complete her assignment. She was concluding the letter when her aunt called her from the other room. She rushed out, leaving it for later.
Chapter 12. Carter. Carter didn't immediately return to the sandy shore inn. Instead, he walked along the beach, wondering how everything had gone so wrong. He picked up a smooth, flat rock and skipped it over the water, but a big wave came and swallowed it up. Claudia's family story was so sad, and he'd never opened up and shared his family tragedy with anyone. Everything had been perfect with her, just as it had been with his mom and dad. He should have known better than to trust that the beginning of a relationship with the most beautiful woman, inside and out, that he'd ever met, could result in anything other than loss. The familiar emptiness he'd tried to fill with fame, with things money could buy, with meaningless time spent with women, seized him. It turned him inside out, leaving him with a hollow ache in his chest. More than anything, other than having Claudia back, he wanted his guitar. Instead, he sat down in the sand and let the melody of the water washing to shore drown out his thoughts. Carter wasn't sure how long he sat in the sand, but he returned to the inn later than usual, and slept in until noon the next day, much like he used to when he was on tour. If Claudia didn't want him in her life, he was left with nothing. He dug his phone out of his pocket and dialed his manager, Joey. "I knew you'd be back," Joey said around a whoop of laughter. "We all think a woman is going to fix us, but we're broken men, Wild. And that's why you're famous. All those female fans want a piece of you because they want to be the one to fix you." He laughed again. The words grazed Carter's awareness as falsehoods. He'd left the rehab facility and fixed himself. Claudia hadn't done a thing other than let him fall for her. Admittedly, he'd fallen hard, but the idea that he was irreversibly broken snagged in his thoughts. It just wasn't true. It couldn't be, could it? But Joey went on about interviews and the upcoming tour. Carter had to get together with the band for pre-promo, to practice, and the rest of it. He only half listened. If he couldn't be with Claudia, maybe he should follow through with the tour. "Where are you, anyway?" "I'm sending Alana Winstead from Music Nation Daily for an exclusive interview after Wild's sudden disappearance and month-long hiatus," Joey said as though reading a headline. The mention of the interview reminded Carter of Claudia's assignment. They'd spent plenty of time together. Hopefully, she had everything she needed. Well, except for one thing. He never told her that he loved her. A heaviness settled over him, pressing him down, keeping him on the phone with Joey as he reviewed the many ways the musician was going to be bigger than ever. It was well past breakfast and even lunch before Carter slogged his way over to the Coconut Cove Cafe for something to eat. He was in a daze, wondering how he'd practically skipped across the street to the dock for weeks, eager to see Claudia. He could hardly put one foot in front of the other, knowing that things were over between them. From nearby someone shouted, "There he is!" Carter looked up, blinking into the bright sunshine. A gaggle of starry-eyed fans mobbed him. He practically fell over in the sand next to the dock leading to the restaurant. They asked him where he'd been for his autograph and snapped selfies. He felt closed in despite the wide blue sky above. He didn't miss the attention at all, and when a sleek black car pulled up, the heaviness that he'd been feeling practically crushed him. They were coming for him. The door opened. A pair of feet wearing stiletto heels emerged, followed by its owner, a woman who'd seen the inside of a plastic surgeon's office countless times and had an artificial personality to match. She wore a tight red dress and looked as out of place in Blue Bay Beach as he suddenly felt as Wilde, the subject of her interview. But he didn't want to draw any more of the chaos his fame caused to the quaint town. He turned from the restaurant and met Alana Winstead, internet gossip extraordinaire, on the street. As he got into the sleek black car, he spotted a gorgeous face gazing at him from the patio adjacent to the cafe. He lifted his hand to wave, but the car pulled away, kicking up sandy dust as it sped out of town. "So Wilde is back," Alana purred. "Not exactly. Tell us about your sudden departure from the Rockers in Rehab show." No comment. The heaviness was still present, but with it also came a hefty sense of resentment. Carter felt all wrong sitting on the leather seat in yet another pair of board shorts he'd bought at the shop in Blue Bay Beach. Not only that, he felt wrong giving an interview. Carter was just a guy who liked to play music. He wasn't the larger-than-life rock star he'd been made out to be. "Rumor has it you found yourself a cute little plaything. Do tell us the details, Wilde. What's her name?" No comment, he repeated in a low tone of warning. Why had he agreed to the interview? Why had he handed over control of his life to managers, agents, and other people in the music business? He didn't want to give them or Alana anything, not only because it was personal, but because he no longer had Claudia in his life. Oh. Time away from your handlers has made you feisty. We get a wild version of Wilde. I like it. Alana tossed him a coy smile. Are you looking forward to the tour this fall? No comment. When Claudia interviewed him that first time, he'd given the same answer to all her questions much as he was doing then, only he'd give anything to snog Claudia one more time. Alana shifted irritably, as though upset her usual tactics weren't getting the results she wanted. There's a lot of speculation going around. Hoopla and drama surrounding your name. Some say you've thrown your career down the drain. Clearly she changed her approach. It was odd to think about how the fame and persona was never what he wanted, but he'd let it be constructed around him because he hurt so much after losing his parents. He'd craved the attention, the adulation, and in his loneliest moments he always had people surrounding him, even if they were just there to snap photos and hear about his crazy antics, most of which were made-up stories. Others are saying you've lost your edge. Gone soft. Alana needling him, trying to find a weak entry point to get him to reveal something juicy. But all he had was the truth. He was done hiding behind the name Wilde, and Carter wasn't the kind of guy to fake anything. Nor was he someone who'd give up. He sat up a little taller as his resolve lifted the weight that had been burdening him. My career? I don't know. Just give me a guitar and the girl I love and I'm golden. Love? Alana asked, leaning in. Wilde is in love. No, Carter. Me. Not the British bad boy rock star role I've played all these years. Tell me more, she said, intrigued. I'm done faking and hiding things inside. She taught me that. No one can hold a candle to her. She's the light in my darkness. Alana asked a dozen more questions about the mystery woman who'd tamed Wilde, but he wasn't going to share anything personal. He repeated no comment until she finally gave up. He'd said what he needed to say. He told the driver to bring him back to Blue Bay Beach. He forced himself not to gaze out the window at Margot's mansion as they passed, so as to not reveal where Claudia lived. He knew if he did, the place would be surrounded by the press and fans before long. He didn't want to bring that into her life, but he did want to bring her back into his. As the car pulled in front of the inn, Alana asked one more question. Go ahead. If you give up Wild, what will happen then? I'll just be me. Carter Wild Westcott. He wouldn't tell her that he was a bit afraid of what the future would bring, but he was ready to find out. The reporter's question followed Carter to his room at the inn. Claudia told him to be himself, but who was that? A guy who loved music, the ocean, pina colada smoothies, his stomach grumbled, and Claudia. Before he went to get food, since he'd missed breakfast and lunch, and before he tried to formulate a plan to win Claudia back, he went to the church in town. Again it was quiet, but Carter felt a bigger presence that drowned out his doubts. He dropped down to his knees and let the long-held emotions run through him. He let the past go. Then, instead of praying for anything, he filled the next hour with everything he was grateful for, namely that he'd found himself again and love. Hope lit inside him, and it was a bright guiding light. Carter's stomach growled again. Feeling lighter than ever, he went to Coconut Cove Cafe. He wasn't sure what he was going to say, but he knew how he was going to tell Claudia how he felt. Unfortunately, Claudia wasn't working. Betty was there, and he realized she was just the person he hoped to see. The older woman with hair as white as the sandy beaches lifted an eyebrow when he sat down in her section. Come back to beg? No, I was thinking more of a gig. She tilted her head in question. I wrote a song for Claudia, and I'd like to play it. Here. The cook called Betty's name for an order, and as she hurried away she said, Hold that thought. I'll be right back. Carter overheard another server named Isley ask a customer if they'd like to donate to the weekly meal program called Coconut Cove Cafe Special Delivery that the restaurant provided for those in need. A plan formulated in Carter's mind. When Betty finally came back, he placed his order. More importantly, I'd like to run an open mic night here at the restaurant. We can take donations for the special delivery program. She nodded. I like that idea. I'll run it by Billy, but I have a question. Why? Did you write a love song or something? Betty waggled her eyebrows. That's exactly what I did. He smiled. Carter had written half a dozen love songs since meeting Claudia, and they were all for her. He'd found his muse in Blue Bay Beach, and the muse never lied. He'd show Claudia how he felt about her, and he'd tell her the best way he knew how. Through music.
Chapter 13. Claudia. Claudia paced on the lanai. The wind had picked up, and the palm fronds rustled in the trees above. The ocean was choppy, and the sun hid behind clouds. She hadn't left the mansion since she'd seen Carter walk away from the dock with a leggy blonde, dressed in red, and then get in a sleek black car. She guessed he was back to being wild, and everything that went along with that persona, including hooking up with the blonde. She'd never asked if he had a girlfriend. He probably had many, scattered across the cities he visited, like Isley's ex-boyfriend from Baltimore. If Claudia wasn't entirely sure about breaking things off with him before, she definitely was after that spectacle. She'd avoided her phone and friends from work. Aunt Margot mostly slept. She'd become too weak to leave the house, so Claudia had an in-home doctor visit. He informed her that her aunt was in fine health, and her confusion and sleepiness was part of the aging process. Thankfully, Claudia had the dogs to distract her. She'd even made them homemade treats. She walked outside to get the mail, and they scattered across the front drive, barking and running in circles. In the stack of letters and collection notices there was one from Allied Financial, where her aunt had one of her accounts, which Louis was likely still trying to get his hands on. Without the passwords and Aunt Margot being unable to go to their offices, she wasn't sure how to address the issue. Thankfully, the letter indicated everything was in good standing, meaning Louis hadn't figured out the passwords yet. She'd have to contact them on the next business day and explain the situation. Claudia called the dogs. Bella, Bear, Lulu, let's go have a cookie treat. She didn't have much or a sweet tooth, but if Coco's cones delivered, she would have ordered a pint for herself. The dogs were sniffing a bush on the other side of the enclosed driveway area. She called them again. The wind picked up and blew the mail from her hands. She scampered after it, dropping her foot onto the Allied financial letter so it didn't blow away. Come on, guys. She picked up the letter. Bella, Bear, Lulu, she repeated. As soon as the 3 names were out of her mouth, she felt a zing of recognition rush through her body. Thankfully, it wasn't storming like it had the month before, but she may as well have been struck by lightning, and not the kind that Carter caused. She rushed inside and the dogs followed. After giving them each the cookie she'd promised, she hurried to the office and clicked on the computer. After finding the Allied financial website, she entered in her aunt's email username, then tried Bella Bear Lulu. Voila! She was logged in. The customer dashboard appeared and indicated Aunt Margot's 7-figure savings. Relief swept through Claudia and she leaned back in the chair. Aunt Margot had said, the dogs would do a better job of protecting my wealth than that old trout. Indeed they had. She'd be able to pay off the medical debt, whatever other costs they'd incurred for her aunt's care, and the bills that were past due. She picked up the phone, ready to call Carter and tell him the good news, when she remembered they weren't friends anymore. They weren't anything. A dark, dull feeling took place of the relief. Claudia held her head in her hands as the phone screen dimmed. Before it clicked off, she found the recording of the conversation between her and Louis. She thumbed through Aunt Margot's files until she found her lawyer's information. She went ahead and called the lawyer and the police, prepared to do whatever it took to protect her aunt and her assets. No way was Louis going to interfere again. He'd done enough damage. As she glanced at her wrist to check if it was time to bring Aunt Margot dinner, she realized she'd done a great deal to let go of the past. Including the recent past and the beginning of a relationship with a man who'd proved to quite possibly be the one. He understood her and her need for music. Doubt rippled through her mind. Her phone beeped with a notification from the lawyer, requesting the recording. She sent it and saw that Carter had sent a second audio file. She tapped it. His voice came through her phone, singing about how he'd been broken, but found pieces he didn't know he was missing. She caught references to the beach town, to playing the piano, and to her smile, her eyes, his love for her. She clutched the phone to her chest, wishing things were different. When the song ended, she listened to it again, before she brought Aunt Margot something to eat for dinner. Claudia sat with Margot as she nibbled a piece of toast. Her appetite had faded to almost nothing. Do you want to hear something? She asked. She knew her aunt was tired, but she didn't want her to go to sleep. She missed her sharp intelligence and sense of humor. She missed their shared laughter and her aunt's stories, which were always entertaining, but usually contained a pearl of wisdom. Sure, darling. Margot's voice was thin. Claudia played the song. It sounded tinny coming from the phone, like an old record. As it drew to an end, her aunt's lips lifted into a smile. Darling, you have no idea how much that young man cares about you. You'd been pining away, searching for the one for years. I've never seen you as happy as you've been since you met him. He seems quite special. You both picked up each other's pieces and found a way to be whole, together. Claudia took her aunt's thin hand, then smiled, feeling yet another loss in the woman's awareness. Thanks. But you haven't met him, Aunt Margot. She wanted to ask if her aunt wanted to do so. Maybe having something to look forward to would keep her from slipping. Perhaps if she invited Carter over to visit, Margot would hold on a little longer. No, darling. You're right. I haven't met Carter. But I've heard the two of you play the piano together. Claudia's heart pounded out a beat in double time. It was beautiful. I know you've had to do a lot of letting go in your life, but I wouldn't let him go, darling. Aunt Margot whispered the words. She closed her eyes, then in an even lower voice asked, "Will you pray with me?" Claudia squeezed her aunt's hand and the two women prayed until Margot drifted back off. Once she was sure her aunt was peacefully asleep, she slipped out of the room. The sun hadn't quite set yet, so Claudia walked along the beach path to town, then the Coconut Cove Cafe. Everyone was probably worried since she'd asked for a few days off and hadn't returned their calls or messages. As she neared the dock, the faint strains of two women singing met her ears. The tiki torches on the rails of the restaurant patio were blazing, and strings of lights reflected off the water, much like when they'd had the beach blast from the past party. The sun cast the space in golden light as it dipped below the horizon. Isley waved her over. "I hoped you'd come to our open mic night. There's a donation if you want to participate. All proceeds go to Billy's special delivery, getting food to the people in our community who need help." Wow. Whose idea was this? Wait. Let me guess, Betty was behind it. Claudia smiled affectionately. Well, kind of, but actually it was. Isley pointed to a guy with shaggy brown hair. Carter sat at a table clapping for the last act as they left the makeshift stage. He glanced over his shoulder as though wondering who was up next. His gaze landed on Claudia. It felt as if she were the only woman on the patio in the world. His lingering look was like a spotlight warming her all over. He smirked, raised his hand, then sauntered to the front. He picked up a battered and bruised guitar and strummed. Although there was a decent-sized crowd, she expected loads of fans to spring up from the surrounding water at the sight of Carter aka Wild playing live. "Is this thing on?" he joked, tapping the mic. Everyone present fell into a hush. "I once wrote a song called Falling Star about how I believed I was like shattered, broken glass reflecting, but not shining starlight. A special woman recently came into my life and taught me what it is to fall in love. Instead of a feeling of shattering into a million pieces, I now feel whole. As it is, this is my debut song as Carter, the guy formerly known as Wild." Everyone started clapping, Claudia included. His words were like poetry, but also like the truth, one she was surprised to hear, but one that felt like starlight shone inside of her. Carter played the song on his guitar, and it was at once soulful and joyful. Claudia couldn't help herself, but she rushed to the stage when he was done. "That was amazing. You asked me to tell you how I felt. Will that do?" His accent was as charming as ever, but it was his sincere smile and the meaning behind his words that made her bypass a hug and plant a kiss on his lips. "Yes, Carter. That will do." The next act was up, and he pulled her to a quiet corner by the tiki bar, which was really just a place for the servers to stash items when waiting tables on the patio. The light of the tiki torches made his gray eyes amber. Doubt flickered inside as she recounted the days since they'd last seen each other. "The song was beautiful, but I have to ask, what about the woman in the red dress?" Claudia asked. "You could be with any girl tonight." "Why me?" "That was Alana Winstead from Music Nation Daily. You should check out the interview." He winked, then gripped her shoulders. The weight of his hands, the hands that had strummed the guitar, had danced over the piano keys, and that had held hers, melted some of the tension she carried. "I thought you said I was your first interview, maybe your last." He gave her a gentle squeeze. "I think we can keep what we have just between us. No paparazzi. No spotlight. But if you check out the interview, you'll see that I let the world know how I feel about you." Her heart melted a little more. "I've been with a lot of girls and none of them are you, love." He bit his lip. "I don't use that word lightly either. I love you, Claudia." She lifted her chin and held his gaze. "I should have told you sooner. I love you too." He twisted a piece of her hair. I've never done this before, you know. What do you mean? I've never asked a girl to go out with me. Do you mean they all just came crawling, groveling at your feet? She teased. Well, no. Yes. He laughed. But not you. No one is like you, Claudia. I do have one request, but don't make me beg. I need to finish the interview for my project. He strung his arm over her shoulder and led her back toward the open mic stage. I played solo for a long time. Now I want to duet. Can we record it on my phone so I can pass it into Prince? Be my guest. First though, a while ago you said that I have everything I want. That wasn't true. I want you. Will you be my girlfriend? He asked in a tone that was tender yet filled with certainty and resolve. Claudia nodded. Yes, I will be your girlfriend. Carter leaned in and captured her lips. They kissed, and the stars inside Claudia lit up and were brighter than the sun, brighter than all the lights in the sky. Afterward, Carter took her hand and led her to the stage where there was a keyboard. He strapped on his guitar. Think we can make this up as we go along? He asked. Isn't that what we've been doing? She started to play a tune on the keyboard, and he strummed the guitar. As though channeled from somewhere deep inside or above, they sang about love and kissing, how he was her morning and she was his night, and how they'd always and forever drink milkshakes on the beach under the stars. Epilogue. Claudia and Carter hardly spent a day apart for the rest of the summer, visiting the beach, playing music together, and for Aunt Margot. She was usually sleeping, but Claudia thought that the pleasant tunes they wrote together must have been filtering into her dreams. Then, on an overcast day late in the season, Aunt Margot didn't wake up. Claudia despaired, but knew her beloved aunt was in a better place. Carter stayed by her side during the entire process of celebrating the amazing woman's life and saying goodbye. He even wrote a melody that they played together on the piano at the reception, after the funeral. Tears filled Claudia's eyes, but they weren't only from sadness, but all the joy, love, and lessons Aunt Margot had given her, had given everyone she'd encountered. In the days after, the house felt especially empty, silent. Claudia could have filled it with music, but instead, she stepped outside into her aunt's garden. Bella Bear and Lulu frolicked around, dodging under the shrubbery. She stood in the center, surrounded by the warmth of the fresh air, the scent of the flowers, and the birds chirping. Claudia closed her eyes and said a prayer, thanking God for the tremendous blessing Margot had been in her life. The woman had loved her like a daughter, had made her feel safe and seen and smart. She had given her countless gifts, both tangible and in the form of pearls of wisdom. And it seemed even in her passing, she was going to impart one more. How to move on when a person who was at the center of her life had passed, was no longer there to talk to listen to be with. Granted, Aunt Margot's death wasn't surprising, and had happened gradually, slowly, so it was no surprise or tragedy other than that it had happened as the natural way of things. Claudia drew a deep breath. Is that another one of your nuggets, Aunt Margot? She asked, not particularly expecting an answer. But from deep inside, one came. So you mean to tell me there aren't any promises in this life? She sighed. And that I should savor every juicy minute. She nodded. Yep, that was exactly what Aunt Margot would say. Claudia turned slowly, enjoying the garden, and vowed to take care of it in Aunt Margot's memory now that the mansion was hers. In fact, as odd as it may have sounded to anyone else, going out there to talk to her aunt felt right, it felt good. She decided she'd put a bench by one of the gardenias and sit out there whenever she felt sad or missed her aunt, or needed advice, or time to think. As she continued in her circle, the silhouette of a man stood outlined in the entryway to the garden. Carter, how long have you been standing there? He strode toward Claudia, freshly showered and shaven. He wore a white t-shirt and brushed his hand through his hair. Long enough to tell you that you're wrong. She tucked her head back. Wrong. There is one promise in this life, Claudia. He gripped her arms and then lowered to his knee. I hope this isn't too soon, but one of the last times I sat with Aunt Margot, you went to let the dogs out, we were talking about the future. I asked if it would be okay if I asked you to marry me. Her hand flew to her lips. Margot thought it was the best idea she'd heard in a long time. But she said I had to do it properly, romantically, and be sure to always, always let you know how much and how deeply you are loved. He swallowed. Claudia, I know life won't be perfect, things might be hard, like right now. But I can promise you this, I will always love you. My love for you is perfect because it is endless, boundless. It encompasses all things, the good and the bad, the easy and the tough. My love for you stretches beyond time, place, or circumstance. Will you do me the honor of marrying me, so I can show you day after day after day and beyond how very true that is, so I can keep my promise? Claudia pulled Carter to his feet, wrapped him in a hug, and then planted a long kiss on his lips. In it she felt her own love flowing to him, and it was also forever. They parted and they gazed into each other's eyes, sparkling like an infinite sea. Yes, Carter. I will marry you, she said, and sealed it with another kiss. The end.
The famous Coconut Cove Cafe Piña Colada smoothie recipe. Some people may turn their noses up at putting an avocado in a smoothie, or at avocados in general, but bear with me. Yes, avocados are green, but they're also very nutritious and create the creamiest smoothies. The nutty fruit is both flavorful and healthy. Fun fact, in some parts of the world including old-time Florida, avocados were called alligator pears. Oh, and make sure you decorate your beverage with lots of colorful island-style accessories like mini umbrellas, swirly straws, and other flair. This makes one generously sized smoothie. To make more than one serving, double. Ingredients: 1/4 to 1/2 small avocado. 3/4 cup pineapple chunks, can be frozen. 1/2 banana chopped into coins, frozen. 1/4 cup coconut cream. Note, this is different than coconut milk. I purchased at Trader Joe's. Coco Lopez is another brand. Approximately 1.5 cups coconut milk, the kind from the refrigerator section for a mild flavor, the canned kind for some coconut intensity. If you use protein powder in your smoothies, feel free to add a scoop for a boost. Method: add all solid ingredients to blender, then top with the liquid. If you like a thick smoothie like a milkshake, add less liquid. If you prefer a thin smoothie that you can easily sip through a straw, increase the liquid. Blitz on high until thoroughly mixed together. Pour into a coconut cup or a glass and decorate as instructed above. Enjoy. Summer with the Billionaire. Chapter 1. Billy. Billy Fisher hurried along the sandy street of Blue Bay Beach as the sun lifted over the lip of the horizon. She was rarely late opening Coconut Cove Cafe. She'd been working there since she was old enough to have a job, and even quite a while before that. In all those years, she could count on one hand the number of times she'd overslept. The routine was like clockwork. 6 days a week, she woke before dawn, got ready, set everything up for the day, and then unlocked the doors for the early morning regulars. The night before, she'd had a hard time sleeping because of the rumors that had been carried into town on the breeze, rustling the palms, creating ripples across the water in the bay. They'd since drilled themselves into her mind. If they were true, what did that mean for her livelihood, her future, and all the people she employed and served? Usually she ignored gossip, but the restaurant was already on shaky ground, or a rickety old dock as it were. It needed repairs for sure. But after her quarterly meeting with the accountant, things were worse than she'd feared. The chatter about a resort developer disturbing her small, idyllic town didn't help matters. Billy would never admit to anyone she'd lost sleep over the issue, but the dark circles under her eyes told a different story. The respectively squat and tall silhouettes of Alvin and Elmer, just two of the regulars, stood on the dock by the front door. "There she is," Alvin called. "We were just about ready to send out a search party." "Yes, here I am. Sorry that I'm running late, fellas." "Not to worry. You've had the lights on by 6 a.m., every day excluding Sundays and Christmas, for how many years running?" Billy had lost track of how long she'd been working at Coconut Cove Cafe, but knew it had been 11 years since her father, the founder of the restaurant and her best friend, had passed. "I guess we can cut her some slack," Elmer joked. "I'll have your coffee out in less than 5 minutes. The bimini bread will take a bit longer." "My apologies." She turned the key in the lock and flipped on the lights and overhead fans. "Make yourselves at home." She gestured to the otherwise empty dining room with its worn hardwood floors, mismatched tables, with some made of driftwood, and beachy flair that only came from decades of genuine dedication and passion for the establishment. "We always do, Billy," Elmer said, settling at the counter. As she went about the opening tasks, Alvin glanced at a laminated piece of paper outlining what she'd long ago memorized. He then went to the walk-in and got out the containers of milk and cream. Elmer hopped up and set out the sugars at each table, including the counter. Meanwhile, Billy got the coffee started, then turned on the ovens and put in the first batch of bimini bread for the day. They prepped the lightly coconut-flavored bread the day before, so it was always ready in the morning. Alvin and Elmer lowered onto their usual stools. One opened his newspaper, and the other clicked on his phone, as they grabbed the headlines they'd use to engage in friendly debate for the next couple of hours while they drank coffee and ate their bread. Usually, they'd return for lunch. According to them, it was exactly the kind of life they'd wanted to live after retirement. Soon, Billy had brought their coffee. "Thanks for your help, guys. You've done enough for us over the years." Alvin nodded in gratitude. "Every town should be so lucky as to have a gal like you." Alvin started to say something about Blue Bay Beach, but the timer for the oven dinged to indicate it was up to temperature. Usually something that happened before Billy had unlocked the doors for the day. She twisted her long blonde hair into a knot on top of her head and went about the rest of her tasks, which thankfully weren't too many, since over the years she'd transformed the restaurant into a well-oiled machine where much of the prep for the next day was done the night before. She found it satisfying to thank her past self for making life easier for her present self, especially early in the morning, and especially since she was running behind. That day she needed all the help she could get. As more customers filtered in, she felt slightly out of focus and preoccupied. It didn't help that the murmurs that an investment company set up a temporary mobile office on the other side of the cove came in with them. More rumors reached her ears when she checked if anyone needed more coffee. "I heard it's that same firm that built the Barracuda Beach Resort." When she stopped to chat with folks she hadn't seen in a while, she caught snatches of conversation. "Did you hear they're talking about calling the resort the Sand Dollar?" While she did her side work, she overheard the fuss and fear over what would happen to their town. "They intend to buy up all the oceanfront property, even this place." By the time Billy got back to Alvin and Elmer, they were in one of their famous debates. "They'll have to build the resort around my cottage." Alvin crossed his arms across his chest defiantly. "They can call me the old man on the beach instead of the old man on the mountain." "What'll you do if you're smack dab in the middle of the golf course and get whacked with a golf ball?" Elmer asked. "I'll throw it back, that's what." "What are you going to do, Elmer? Sell out?" "Not over my dead body, but these guys know what they're doing. They'll do their best to drive us out. We have to be smart and strong." Billy winked. She was younger than the old guard in town, but Blue Bay Beach was her home, and if what she was hearing was true, despite her anxiety, she would fight for it. She knew they relied on her too, especially as a business owner, to form an alliance and bolster them. It wouldn't be the first time. Were Blue Bay Beach strong? We'll charm the pants off 'em and send them on their way." "That's a girl," Alvin said with a jovial laugh. "Your father would be proud of you, Billy." Elmer tipped his hat. She nodded. "Yeah? He would. But even if he could, he wouldn't see the knots forming in her stomach. Coconut Cove Cafe was her entire life. Nothing would come between her and keeping its legacy going, except finances." Shortly before 8 a.m., Betty arrived for the morning rush. She was significantly shorter than Billy, which was saying something because even she needed the step stool to reach the top shelf in the walk-in. Her shock of white hair and always smiling eyes brought Billy instant comfort. "Morning, morning," she said, greeting Alvin and Elmer, who were pulling out their wallets to pay. "It's on the house today, fellas," Billy said, refusing their payment. "We're paying customers, Billy," Elmer said. "You were working employees today," she corrected them. "We hardly lifted a finger." Alvin shoved the money at her. She held up her hands, refusing it. "Come back later and get the lunch special. You can leave a big tip." She winked. "You're pulling a double shift today?" Alvin asked. It was more like a triple, but she did have the evening off. "Don't worry, Claudia will be here later too." The two guys started talking about Claudia and her boyfriend's recent piano recital at the community center. Billy took the opportunity to dash off to bring out an order. Betty had technically been waiting tables at Coconut Cove Cafe longer than Billy had been alive, first while her kids were in school to help with the bills, and later because she enjoyed the social aspect. She always joked that she wasn't going to work, but to entertain her best friends. She slipped seamlessly into the morning routine. The two women worked in companionable silence in an almost choreographed dance as they swept from the waitstaff station to the tables, to the counter to the cook's window. When the morning rush started to slow, Betty poured Billy a glass of coconut lemonade and broke them each off a piece of bimini bread, then added a few dabs of vanilla cinnamon-infused butter to the still warm bread. It melted in Billy's mouth as she took a much-needed bite. She'd never tire of its subtle coconut sweetness and pillowy soft center. The smell and taste always brought her home, not that she often left. Not with her responsibilities or financial situation. The Coconut Cove Cafe was a Blue Bay Beach institution, and the thought of something happening to it nearly caused Billy to want to crawl under a mangrove tree, but instead of telling Betty, she asked about her weekend spent at an antique car show with her husband Gus. There were a lot of classic cars in town, including Billy's own Chevy, which was passed to her from her father. "Gus is thinking of starting a classic car club with an annual show here in Blue Bay Beach. We could have a barbecue, Cocos Cones could set up for ice cream, and if you're up for it, Coconut Cove Cafe could have a refreshments table and sponsor a gift card for a raffle." Betty twirled her straw in the coconut lemonade. "That's a cool idea. I think it would go over well." "I'm surprised no one has thought of it before," Billy said. "It's a lot of work to organize, but Gus has something of an apprentice now. It was his suggestion, and he offered to help with it. The young man comes over a few times a week and Gus teaches him how to fix old cars. Our garage has been hopping lately. Gus always says they don't make 'em like they used to. He's right about that. It's a good practical skill to understand auto mechanics." Billy took a sip of the coconut lemonade. Betty grinned wide. "He seems to be very good with his hands, is around your age and—" Billy flashed the ring on her right hand. "Oh right. You're fake engaged." "I'm not looking for a relationship." Billy didn't have time for romance, except on Sunday nights when she settled in with a rom-com or sweet romance special on TV. "Because you're married to this place." I know, Betty joked. The trickle started for the lunch rush and they both got back to work even though neither had sat down while chatting, but had organized supplies and restocked behind the counter. Billy found herself tired and preoccupied, and had a case of the Butterfingers. Sunday, when she could relax, couldn't come soon enough. "You okay, dear?" Betty asked after they nearly collided. "Oh, me? I'm fine." Billy picked up a knife that had slid off the plate she'd cleared. "You sure?" Betty lifted an eyebrow. Billy nodded. However, Betty was right to be concerned. Billy prided herself on rarely being out of sorts. "Well, good, because today's your day." Betty waggled her eyebrows. Today was not Billy's day, but she didn't want to upset Betty, so she kept why she felt slightly less than fine to herself, though Betty had certainly heard about the rumors about the resort. Billy had to be strong and solid for everyone, and not let them think she was worried or saw the resort as a real threat. "It's your turn," Betty prodded. "My day? My turn?" Billy asked, not understanding. Maybe she missed something and was much more tired than she thought. Just then, Isley appeared with a bright smile and Coco, her adopted daughter, on her hip. "Hey everyone! We lost Bunny." Isley went on to describe the little stuffed animal Coco usually had with her everywhere she went. "I haven't seen it, but I do have a big hug for Miss Coco." Betty gathered the adorable little girl in her arms and sang her a silly nursery rhyme. Coco was practically the Coconut Cove Cafe mascot. Everyone adored her. "While we're here, let's get something to eat, huh, Coco?" She turned to the others. "Don't tell Ford, but we've kinda been living on ice cream." Isley went on to talk about the success of her ice cream business called Coco's Cones, and how they'd started selling online using a delivery service that mailed the ice cream in insulated containers so it would remain frozen. They settled at a table right by the counter, and Billy brought them a small cutting board with a slab of bimini bread on top. Her father, Frank Fisher, made the cutting boards himself to perfectly fit the small loaves of bread brought to each table after the customers placed their order. There was even a little divot to set the pats of butter, and a holder for the knife. It was little touches like that which brought the customers back, but it seemed things had slowed recently or that overhead had increased and Billy was spending more. Since her meeting with the accountant, she'd hardly had a chance to look at the books and really figure out where the leaks and fires were in her business. She'd hardly had a chance to stop and catch her breath. As she poured waters for Isley and her daughter, Billy closed her eyes a moment. She had hardly had any sleep. When someone brushed behind her, she startled. "Just here for my check. Sorry to surprise you. I forgot it last week." Claudia appeared and was all smiles. Claudia routinely forgot her check, her apron, and would likely forget her head if it wasn't attached. She supposed that's what happened after falling in love. Not that Billy wanted, or even had time for that. No, she was married to her business, and that was the way it would stay. But she loved that even her employees stopped in on their days off. Betty smirked as Claudia reappeared from the back office carrying the envelope containing her paltry earnings. Most of the women worked part-time and none of them needed to from a financial standpoint, none of them except Billy. Betty and Gus were comfortable with their retirement. Ford, Isley's husband, came into a fortune after the grandfather he'd never known had passed away. Claudia and Carter were successful musicians, especially Carter as the rock star formerly known as Wild. Fortunately, she'd tamed his wild ways. They weren't married but were deeply in love. Billy imagined they'd soon be tying the knot. Mostly, Carter was concerned about the attention from the press and didn't want to bring that into their lives. "Good. You're all here," Betty said. "This is perfect. It's Billy's turn today." She shook her head, still not clear about what Betty meant. "You have to date the next guy you wait on," Betty clarified. The space between Billy's eyebrows creased as she recalled the batty idea Betty had come up with to initiate the new hires earlier in the summer. She'd dared them to date the next guy they waited on. Betty was a romantic and wanted to see everyone happily coupled, if not engaged or married. "That's not fair. I don't need to be initiated." I own the place. Billy shook her head, feeling slightly childish, but the whole idea was foolish. What if she waited on someone from out of town, someone who was married, or any number of other dreadful possibilities? She knew what could happen. Betty would just move on to the next eligible customer. If nothing else, Betty was persistent. She supposed her 50 years of marriage to Gus didn't happen by accident. Think of it as a way to demonstrate to your employees that you're a team player. Betty shook her hands like she held pom-poms. I am a team player, I give you days off when you need them, she started to protest. You have to ask the next guy that comes in on a date. Betty wagged her finger. Don't forget she can't have waited on him before, Isley added. They knew she hated this. On second thought, maybe not. She was a team player and close to the other women, but she rarely talked about her personal life. She'd once had an employee who dragged all her problems onto the dining room floor and griped day and night. Billy made it clear personal matters stayed at home. Well, at least for her. That was the tone she set for the rest of the workers. Billy was no nonsense and rarely gave second chances. Thankfully, she didn't need to very often. Nor did she run into trouble with employees or customers, but she credited that to the fact that she made it clear it wouldn't be tolerated in her establishment. Although Betty, practically family, was exempt from pretty much all the rules. Betty gripped Billy's shoulders and angled her toward the other end of the counter, where a man wearing a dark suit had just sat down to peruse the menu. He looked anything but beachy. I've been coming here since I learned how to say no. No, I'm not going to do it. Billy dug in her heels. The man lowered his menu, revealing a handsome face with a summer tan. His hair was trim on the sides and slightly longer on top. It would have the hint of a wave if it were grown out. He removed his jacket and rolled up the sleeves on his button-down shirt, revealing defined forearms. The guy definitely wasn't a beach bum. He had a professional air, worked out, and took care of himself. Billy couldn't stop staring. Ooh la la, Claudia whispered. Billy snapped out of her trance and glanced back at the others, who were practically drooling over him. Even though they were in happy relationships, there was no denying that the guy was beyond good looking. I can't, Billy rasped. Then she cleared her throat and repeated, I can't. I've seen him before. He's a bit of a flirt. Claudia winked. In that strong silent type of way. The kind that makes you curious and tempted. Not that I am, but you know, it is summer, Billy. Nothing wrong with a little fling. He oozes flirtatiousness, Isley chimed in. I won't, Billy said. As Claudia said, he's been in before. But you've never waited on him, Betty said, thrusting Billy toward the end of the counter. Billy swept the loose pieces of her hair from her face. The knots in her stomach shifted from knots to a rolling sensation like jumping over a wave on a warm summer day, something she hadn't done or felt in ages. He glanced up as she approached. His eyes were dark and floated over her top to bottom, like the bimini bread wasn't the only tasty thing at the Coconut Cove Cafe. The corner of his eyebrow lifted subtly, and the edges of his mouth just barely curved toward a smile. It was as Claudia said, he was intriguing. She looked away, fussing with her notepad. Hi. She was so used to greeting customers and asking if she could get them something to drink before placing their order, she hardly had to think about it. But the words that came out of her mouth stopped at hi. Hello, he said in a low rumbly voice that reminded her of moonlit nights. She stood there dumbly for a moment as though entranced. The sounds in the restaurant, the soundtrack to her life faded, including the actual music playing through the speakers, one of Elvis Presley's love songs thanks to Betty's tuning the dial to the oldies station. The thick stubble covering his strong jaw could easily have become a beard, but looked intentional in a stylish and rugged way, drawing Billy's gaze to his lips. His very full and very perfectly shaped lips. She swallowed. Can I take your order? A drink to start? She was turned inside out. Backward. The words came out wrong. I'll take an iced tea and the lunch special. The suit pointed to the board over her shoulder, inadvertently pointing at the women gathered at the other end of the counter, reminding her of what she was supposed to do. What she couldn't do, despite the whispering of longing tugging on her insides. She nodded and put the order directly into the kitchen window, shouting, "Order in," before hustling to get his drink. She felt Betty, Isley, and Claudia watching her, waiting for her report. She avoided them, keeping busy for the next 30 minutes while the guy at the counter ate his lunch. Just as Billy was about to tally up the bill, Betty gave her a shrewd, pointed look. It was the kind that would make a lesser woman shrink. "Do it or no more coconut cream key lime pie," Betty leaned in and whispered. Billy may have become a lesser woman. She'd do anything to make sure her customers had access to the delicious pie that Betty baked. Moreover, she had yet to refuse a slice herself. Betty kept the recipe a closely guarded secret. After Billy tallied up the suit's bill, on the bottom, she scrawled, "Will you go on a date with me?" She tucked it on the counter next to him at the same time as the suit reached for it. His fingers grazed her skin, sending a shooting thrill up her arm. She refused to allow it to settle in her belly and warm her through, so she hurried off to help deliver plates of food. The lunch rush was in full swing, and she couldn't go back to check on the guy at the end of the counter, but soon she saw the suit with all his swagger waiting at the register to pay. He passed her a $20 bill. "Keep the change?" "Oh, and the answer is yes." He winked at her. Again, the room went quiet. "The answer is yes." Yes to her request that they go on a date? The clanking of a piece of silverware on the wood floor drew her out of what was sure to be her second trance of the day. She was tired. She'd hardly slept. Fatigue was getting to her. And stress. A customer waved at her, needing a new fork. "I have to go." "I know where to find you." "I'll be back." With that and a cocky smile, the suit strode out of the restaurant and down the dock. Betty appeared and gave a low whistle, apparently having witnessed the whole thing. "I sure hope he will."
Chapter 2. Rhodes. The second Rhodes was on the other side of the restaurant door. He flipped his phone on. It lit up with messages and voicemails. After too many interrupted meals, he'd started turning his phone off while dining. Eating and sleeping were the only times he allowed himself to be unavailable from his demanding job as the head of a real estate investment firm. He'd hoped his father would add and son to Bishop Enterprises, but when that didn't happen, Rhodes set out to make a name for himself. If his billions in the bank were any indication, he certainly had. He was sure that landing the Blue Bay Beach property would be the success that finally convinced his father that he was the real deal. The only problem was, his maternal grandmother had moved to one of the mansions in town. He'd buy her 3 of them, but in a different location. It occurred to Rhodes that his father had tipped him off to the town as a subtle form of revenge against his ex-wife and her family, Rhodes's mother. But he avoided thinking about that and visiting Mema. Being on the water did little to diffuse the midday heat and humidity in the southern Florida town. He made a note to check with the bidding contractors to ensure that they not only planned to install top-of-the-line cooling units, but had backup for the resort. No way would his guests endure the stickiness and humidity when indoors. The locals didn't seem to mind it, but when he opened the doors to his new resort, he'd have people coming from all over the world, up north in particular where they wanted to escape the cold but not suffer in the tropical heat. As he walked to the car waiting for him at the end of the dock, he took in the vista of the town from the shore. It was scenic, a snapshot in time. There was a definite vintage feel, but everything was well kept. He had yet to speak with too many business owners, but clearly they took pride in ownership with fresh paint on the wood and stucco buildings, abundant and fragrant flowers and manicured palms, along with an amusement park quality that gave the town an enchanted feel. In fact,
When he'd first scoped out Blue Bay Beach, he was certain it had been designed by Walt Disney himself, a secret little village created by the master of quaint, idyllic, and magical. But Rhodes's resorts were even better. That was the Rhodes Bishop way: find something that's great and make something fantastic. He didn't settle for outstanding. He created exceptional experiences and was routinely rated the best in the business. That's why he was a billionaire. As he got in the car, he turned back to the restaurant at the other end of the dock. It had a certain charm, but the dock needed repair, and the thatched roof was well on its way to having to be replaced. He had an eye for details. It was part of his job to notice when things needed updating and sweep in and do the tough work of making way for the new. He'd have to be sure to get the bimini bread recipe before leveling the poor little restaurant, and the number of the cute waitress with blonde hair, blue eyes, and bronzed skin. He'd be sure she got a job in one of the world-class restaurants at the resort. He might go on a date with her, but he wasn't the kind of guy to go on a second date, just like he didn't stick around long enough to see the buildings in the towns he invested be demolished. Too bad, it would all be but a memory for the history books after the resort was built. Rhodes Bishop didn't get to where he was by being soft. The next few days were spent in meetings with the teams of people who would see his vision through. The Sand Dollar Resort would be but another notch in his belt, eventually raking in money as he built his empire. His father, Martin Bishop, had done similarly in Mexico, where he'd find breathtaking tropical properties for cheap and build luxury resorts. Rhodes grew up in his father's shadow and was making a name for himself after his father had retired. Rhodes stayed closer to home on U.S. soil, even though there was less land available in desirable locations. He took it as a challenge to buy out fledgling businesses, old homes, and then bring a resort to life in all its new, shiny, and opulent glory. The sun was low in the sky as he gazed at the building plans. He was meeting some resistance from several of the contractors because it turned out they had a certain nostalgia attached to Blue Bay Beach, having visited when they were children. That wasn't a problem. Rhodes had other outfits that would go in there and flatten the place. It just might mean he'd have to spend more money. That wasn't a problem either. When the property was completed, there would be over 200 luxury guest suites with all the amenities, a world-class 18-hole golf course, a relaxing spa, 6 swimming pools, hot tubs, numerous restaurants, and more. All nestled on the little slice of paradise that was hardly on the map. Miami wasn't far, so airport access was convenient. As he surveyed the rolls of plans set out on the conference room table in the mobile office building that he'd brought in as he got started, his phone started to beep. Word had gotten out that he intended to build a resort in place of the town, and people weren't happy. It didn't matter because money could buy their happiness, if not their silence. The phone continued to alert him that there were incoming messages while he rolled up the plans. After responding to a few of the concerns and quieting others, he turned the light off and locked up for the day. Nothing would keep him from resort number 10, pushing well into the ranking of top billionaires in the country. His father couldn't deny his success then. Rhodes walked toward the shore to mentally superimpose the image of the sprawling resort with its hacienda-style architecture and lush landscaping against the backdrop of the town that would soon no longer exist. The waves at his back crashed to shore, and he smiled because nothing would stop him from getting what he wanted. Never had. Never would. He was that kind of guy. As he strolled to grab dinner at the Coconut Cove Cafe and see if that cute little waitress was working, he almost stumbled over something in the sand. He bent over to pick up a small stuffed animal rabbit with a pink bow around its neck. His throat felt scratchy for the briefest of moments. Then, with the rabbit in hand, he continued on down the beach. The dock leading to the restaurant was lit with a string of lights, which was charming, but the sunset behind the building was magnificent. Bold shades of pink and coral lit up the sky as the golden orb seemed to slide into the water. As he entered, a waitress rushed up to him, grabbed the bunny, and then threw her arms around him. The suit saved the day. Thank you so much." She clutched the rabbit to her chest. "This is my daughter's, and we thought we'd lost it." She went on to chirp about how grateful she was, but his eyes landed on the blonde waitress who'd cleverly left him a note on the back of his order slip, asking him on a date. It wasn't the first time a woman had expressed interest. Not at all. But there was something about her that he couldn't put his finger on that made his answer an instant yes. Rhodes was good at saying no, but yes was a rarity. A sign instructed him to seat himself. First, he strode over to where the cute waitress stood, folded over the counter, writing something down. He leaned over her and inhaled the scent of coconut and vanilla. She smelled like summer. "When are we going on that date?" he asked in a low voice. Cutie seemed to freeze mere inches from him, but he could feel her warmth. She slowly stood up and turned around. She was no taller than 5 feet 5 inches, and he towered over her. Usually the women he dated were wearing heels, so they at least came up to his chin. Her blue eyes lifted to meet his. She had a few freckles on her nose, and her blonde hair was piled on her head like a crown, much like the first time he'd been in there. He wondered what it would look like if she let it down. He sensed the other waitresses watching him, likely the other female customers too. He usually didn't pay it any mind, but because of her delayed response, he felt a sinking feeling but quickly dismissed it. Usually, women had no problem telling him yes. Rhodes was a large man, and although he stuck out in a crowd, he made it a point to be comfortable wherever he was. He prided himself on his swagger, ability to take over a room, and for being no-nonsense and quick-witted. However, something about the woman standing there threatened to disarm him. They stood, locked like that a moment longer. Was it her blue upturned eyes? Her slender figure with curves in the right places? The plump lips that he was waiting to hear speak? Yes, all of the above. "Feel free to take a seat," Cutie said. She gestured to the dining room. That was not what he was expecting her to say. "I'll be right over." She seemed to unglue herself from the spot and rushed off to the soda machine behind the counter. He took a table where he could see the last of the sunset. He had to be sure he optimized the placement of the ocean-facing villas to capture the view in all its picture-perfect glory. Cutie eventually came over. "Can I get you something to drink?" He smirked. "I thought you were going to sit down with me. Remember the date?" That was a dare. She cast a glare at her coworkers, who were huddled together, giggling. I see. Maybe they drew straws to see which one of them was the lucky winner. Clearly, she wasn't pleased about with the dare. "How about we try again? Would you like to go on a date with me?" Rhodes was the kind of man who never gave up when he set his sights on something, or someone. She was pretty, and he may as well have a bit of fun while he was in town. She shifted from foot to foot, then blew a stray hair away from her face as though annoyed. "I would like to bring you a drink and take your order." Oh. She was feisty too. He could work with that. After he placed his order, the other members of the waitstaff delivered his drink and meal. Cutie kept her distance, busy with customers. When he went up to pay the bill, she was nowhere to be seen. Maybe her shift was over. A shrug rippled over his massive shoulders, and he took out a 20 and would just leave it with the bill. He routinely tipped double the meal. Then she appeared. "Hey. Are you sure you're not interested in swapping numbers? I'll be in town a while." His lips quirked. Cutie bit her lip, then shook her head. A woman with white hair appeared and nudged her. She was older, maybe even knew his memo. However, if he was reading the situation right, she'd encouraged, if not instigated, the dare. The cook called Betty, and she dashed to the window to retrieve an order. Cutie remained standing there. "So no date. I'll be back tomorrow to convince you." Rhodes winked. "In the meantime, maybe you can help me with something else then. I was told to look for Billy Fisher, the owner. Is he available?" he asked. Cutie stood there, unmoving, unblinking. It was a small town. Perhaps she wasn't used to guys showing interest in her. Then again, with her big eyes, beautiful face, and flattering figure, that would be a shock. "I've left several messages to arrange a meeting with him." Rhodes flashed his phone. "Who's asking for Billy?" Her tone was flat. Maybe she didn't like her boss. His brow furrowed. Well, I am. He extended his business card. Her eyes floated over the simple, clean, and masculine font. Rhodes Bishop, she said. Why do you want to talk to him? You want to go on a date with him, too. He couldn't read that woman, which gave him a certain kind of thrill, the chase, the challenge, much like taking ownership of the land in the town. If I recall, you're the one who asked me on a date first. I was just following up. But no, I won't be asking Billy Fisher on a date. He chuckled. Her eyebrow arched. Then what do you want with him? Rhodes straightened, trying to read her angle. It's about the resort being built. I'd like to talk to Billy, the owner of this fine establishment, about the property. He held her eyes, and the confusion turned into amusement. She was playing with him. Yes? He was sure she'd meant to say it firmly. Instead, it came out all swoony and drooly, like she was staring at a slice of that coconut cream key lime pie in the dessert case after being stranded on a deserted island for a month. But she was staring at him, and she'd say yes. Yes, he repeated. Yes to the date, or you'll go get Billy Fisher so we can have a word. She leveled him with a glare. Billy Fisher, huh? Well, that would be me, Rhodes Bishop. She didn't smile. She wasn't joking. The smirk faded from his lips.
Chapter 3. Billy. If Billy had been off-kilter earlier in the week, when word had traveled across the coconut wire in her small town that an investor had been sniffing around, interested in building a resort, not to mention the restaurant was struggling, Betty's dare for her to ask the most attractive man Billy had ever laid eyes on out on a date had completely derailed her. The afternoon they'd first met and the following days, she'd done little more than forget to reorder items that were out of stock, and she'd missed an important meeting with a woman who sold kitchen appliances. They needed a new dessert display or to just get rid of the old one and keep the pies in a different refrigerator. Not to mention she'd slipped up on orders and was almost late again after sleeping through her alarm clock, which she'd never before needed to use. She decided to keep a toothbrush in her office, in case she ever had to literally jump out of bed and run to the restaurant again. Thankfully, Alvin and Elmer didn't seem to notice she was disheveled that particular day. But when Billy had received Rhodes Bishop's business card and made the connection that the suit, as all the girls had taken to calling him, was none other than the man who wanted to level their town and replace it with a resort, she would have liked to tell him where he could take his resort plans, but her fine establishment was a family restaurant, so she held her tongue. She couldn't stop replaying the scene in her head. She'd wanted to make a grand exit, but a flurry of people that were exiting barred her way. Instead, she'd felt his gaze on her, appraising her, surprised perhaps that she was Billy Fisher, the owner of Coconut Cove Cafe. It wasn't the first time someone had mistook her for a man. In fact, if she ever had a daughter, she'd name her Frankie, after her father, because he was the best person she'd ever known. Betty was a close second until the stupid dare. She'd asked Rhodes Bishop, real estate developer, destroyer of towns, and who for all intents and purposes was her mortal enemy, given his grand plans, on a date. She'd refused to meet those dark eyes of his, but in the days since their confrontation, she couldn't get them out of her mind. She didn't have time for the suit, nor did she have an interest, now that she knew who he was. Yet, she couldn't stop thinking about him. After yet another flub on the dining room floor, she tossed her apron on the counter and turned on her heel. Her fury grew at his nerve to try to date one of the employees of the restaurant that he was sure to soon put out of business. But she was almost more upset with herself because he'd taken up residence in her thoughts, just as he did the portable office building on the north side of town. According to Alvin and Elmer, the Bishop Corporation drove into small coastal towns and plowed them to sea level before erecting luxury resorts that none of the locals could afford to visit. Sure, in Billy's deepest fantasies, she longed for a day relaxing on the beach or even taking a vacation, but not at the expense of an entire community. She wanted to tear up, crumble, or throw his business card back in his face, but she hoped never to see him again. Pulling it out of her pocket, she gripped it tightly, allowing the sharp corners to poke the skin of her palm, if only to remind her he was the enemy, and not the hunky stud in the suit, who'd said yes to her request to go on a date. Her, Billy Fisher, who'd missed dating in high school because she was always working, who didn't go to college because she was carrying on the family legacy, and who was well into her 30s with no prospects on the horizon, despite Betty's insistence she find a nice fella. Along with her relaxation fantasy, she also had one that included true love with a happily ever after. But that was unlikely given her circumstances and the risk it would take for her to allow herself to feel that way. It came at too high a cost. The temptation of his perfect 10 good looks and smooth confidence was real. She instantly hated that he woke that up in her, because she was married to the Coconut Cove Cafe. End of story. Billy disappeared into the kitchen. She continued past the cook, the prep area, the walk-in fridge, and out the back door. It was still warm out, even after the sunset. The walk-in would have cooled her off, but she needed to breathe fresh air. She needed the soothing sea. She needed her father. But all she had was the restaurant and her friends. She turned her gaze from the ocean to the land. At the end of the dock, a very tall, muscular, and good-looking man walked past, thankfully not stopping. She'd never had to throw out a customer, but she wouldn't hesitate to start that day. He had the good sense to continue on down the boardwalk, probably going to the Shake Shack to woo one of the workers, before kicking over the building and planting a flag, declaring it his own. Much to her dismay, she was sure that wasn't the last she'd be seeing of Rhodes Bishop. When Billy was finally able to bring herself to go back inside, the restaurant had settled down. All the employees got several breaks throughout their shifts, but she rarely took one. It wasn't entirely because she was a control freak and wanted to make sure everything ran smoothly at the restaurant, and she knew it didn't set a good example, but the truth was, most days if she allowed herself to stop moving, she would lose momentum. She was often so tired, if she stopped, she wouldn't be able to get back up. However, if she remained in motion, she would make it through the day. Betty gingerly stepped over to her. Any updates on the suit? Did he change his mind about the date? Or postpone it? He's very handsome in a commanding kind of way. Betty smirked because her husband had been in the military, and apparently she had a thing for the strong silent type. Only Rhodes wasn't silent. He marked his territory all over the country by buying up businesses and land, and developing monstrosities for vacationers. She shook her head. No. There's no date. Not the other day. Not today. Not ever. Why ever not? Betty asked. You hardly have a life outside the cafe? You could let your hair down. Live a little. Maybe fall in love. The summer isn't over yet. Betty, because I'm busy. Not to mention the suit is the guy who wants to take over our town. Well, he did bring back Coca's bunny. What? Did he take that too? That thief in his custom-tailored suit is no better than a common criminal. He returned the bunny. You can ask Isley what it's like to hug him. She was overcome with joy. Betty winked. I'd say he's captured something of yours, she emphasized. These last few days, you've seemed to be a bit preoccupied. Captured something of mine? Yeah, he'd like the deed to my property to build his luxurious resort, Billy sing-songed. As far as I know, he hasn't taken anything yet, dear. He found the bunny on the beach. Betty's tone was gentle. Maybe he's not as ruthless as he seems. Billy wasn't upset with her, but remained quiet the rest of the evening, while they closed down and prepared for the next shift the following Monday. Betty was right, Billy was preoccupied, and she merely offered a wave as they parted ways at the end of the dock. Billy returned home. Another night spread out long, as Billy lay in bed contemplating the rumors about the resort, her encounter with the suit, and the trouble the restaurant was in. The next day she dragged herself to church and left feeling refreshed and connected to her Lord and Savior. Then she stopped at the restaurant to gather up items for the weekly meals she brought to residents of Blue Bay Beach that were in need of support. Betty dubbed it Coconut Cove Special Delivery, and the name had stuck. First, she had a few items to do in the office at the restaurant. Even though it was officially closed on Sundays, she always went in, prepared for the week ahead, tended to the books and the other administrative tasks common to restaurant owners. Truly, it was her second home, and she enjoyed being there when it was brimming with people as much as she did when she had the place to herself. After balancing the books and figuring out the weekly order she called in on Tuesdays, she leaned back in the ancient swivel chair that still had the indentation from her father. She sighed. The Coconut Cove Cafe was so named because after Frank Fisher came ashore after 5 years in the Navy, he rambled into Blue Bay Beach in his brand new Chevy Bel Air in a shiny shade of seafoam green. It was one of the hottest and most humid summer days on record. He was so eager to get to where the white sand beach met the crystal clear water, he didn't notice the coconut falling from the palm tree. It came close to bonking him on the head, which may have resulted in a concussion, and instead glanced off his shoulder. It still hurt, but it also gave him an idea. He dove right into the water and decided he'd never leave that oasis, even if he had to live off coconuts. After becoming fully enchanted by the then even smaller town and a young woman who lived there by the name of Priscilla, they fell in love, got married, and decided to open a restaurant. But to keep safe from falling fruit, or was it a nut? Experts argued about exactly what plant family the coconut belonged to. And because Frank loved the water, he built the dock and then the restaurant over it, so every customer had a view of the ocean. He and Priscilla poured their hearts and souls into the restaurant. Because it had been inspired by the plentiful coconuts in the area, they started adding the ingredient to a lot of their menu items. The bimini bread was Priscilla's specialty and had a soft, lightly sweet flavor with a hint of coconut. They also had coconut shrimp, coconut-encrusted onion rings, and of course the famous coconut key lime pie. That was Betty's addition. Along with the bimini bread, it lived on, while Billy's mother Priscilla had not. Things weren't in a good state, but Billy couldn't figure out a solution to saving the place by remaining still, idle. As much as she wanted to go home and escape into a rom-com or Hallmark movie, she was a secret sucker for sweet romance and happy endings. She did her best thinking on her feet. As she strolled down the hall leading from the office, she straightened one of the framed photos of her dad and mom on the wall. There were others of them, with famous celebrities and singers. The Coconut Cove Cafe had been a place where people, no matter how famous or important, could rely on a delicious meal, great service, and being treated, well, normal. There were even a few photos on the wall of Billy in pigtails, one on her father's shoulders, another with a few members of the Beatles and Rolling Stones, and another with Dolly Parton. Billy smiled and the upturn of her lips felt rare, stiff almost. It had been a while since she'd truly smiled. Dad had loved music. Her smile grew as she realized that Betty always tuned the station to the oldies, probably in Frank's honor. He and Gus, Betty's husband, had been good friends. There were plenty of new people and businesses in town since Frank's day, but so much also remained the same. The tight-knit community, the friendliness, and the way everyone could rely on each other when life got tough. Billy had never lived anywhere else, but imagined those qualities were unique to Blue Bay Beach. Those thoughts carried Billy through her food deliveries to a single mother, a widow, the homebound, and several others who'd hit hard times or needed a helping hand. Coconut Cove Special Delivery was weekly, and it was the least she could do. As she passed the restaurant with its sagging thatched roof, the dock in need of repair, and several other updates that she'd kept putting off, she didn't want to admit that she needed a helping hand too. As much as she wanted to flop on the couch, she resisted. Instead, she tied on her running shoes and beat out her helpless and hopeless thoughts as her feet pounded against the sand. The sun was still a while from setting, but backlit by its rays, the silhouette of a well-built man approached, also running, but from the opposite direction. Her stomach fluttered. Even though her anger toward him and what he stood for was as thorny as a rose stem, she couldn't deny her attraction. But she shoved the notion away, not willing to risk it, and be left with bloody hands and a bleeding heart in the process. The thing was, he was as good-looking in a suit as he was in athletic gear.
Chapter 4. Rhodes. Rhodes could usually turn off his mind the moment his feet hit the ground when he went out for a run. It was his form of meditation, shutting out the billion-and-one tasks he had to attend to. One of his buddies coined it #Billionaire problems, and focusing on the rhythm of his breath. Usually, if he was experiencing a problem, the solution would rise into that open space in his mind, and he'd come away sweaty but resolved. Most of the time it worked. But the last days spent in Blue Bay Beach, a slender figure with blonde hair filled the spot in his mind, even in place of the irksome bother of the continued resistance that he was receiving from the zoning board. Then there she was, running toward him. He could have stopped by the restaurant and asked her why she was so upset, what he'd done to offend her, but he knew. He was the uptight alpha with the corporation, the enemy. She was, well, she seemed uptight too, but in a beachy, laid-back kind of way if such a thing were possible. Rhodes wasn't used to a woman telling him no, or that she wasn't interested. In fact, it had never happened before. He slowed to a jog as she came fully into focus, wearing a blue Miami riptide hat that reminded him of her bright eyes. Her skin glistened from exertion and her tank top clung to her curves. Her cheeks were flushed a perfect shade of pink. He swallowed back the fire that built inside whenever he was in her presence, another rarity. Sure, he was a guy who felt an attraction to beautiful women, but she was different. In front of him, yet somehow out of reach. She wasn't like the other women who typically threw themselves at him. She was definitely unique. "Well, hello neighbor," he said, stopping in front of her. She looked like she wanted to dart past, but the way her blue eyes sparkled as they drifted over him suggested she struggled with her own desire. His wide stance took up all of the hard-packed sand between the waterline and the fluffy, powdery sand, which he saved for his early morning runs before the heat of the day took hold. Her brows formed an inverted V as though she was not pleased to see him, or at least tried to convince herself as much because there was no denying her body reacted when she was around him. "Neighbor," she spat, but at the same time she inhaled sharply then coughed. She turned away from him, coughing and clutching her throat. A ring glinted on the fourth finger of her right hand. Strange, he hadn't even noticed that she was engaged. Maybe that was what had set her off. Then again, why would she have asked him out if she was already in a relationship? "Billy," he said, nearing her. "Are you okay?" Her cheeks were red and her eyes watered. She tried to swallow, then started coughing again. "I think a bug went down the wrong pipe," she rasped. "Can I get you anything?" Concern laced his voice. "Some water." He eyed the ocean. They were on the edge of town, away from the shops and the Shake Shack on the other end of the beach. A mansion Rhodes had been avoiding since he'd arrived loomed on the other side of the narrow road that ran parallel to the water, Mansion Mile. She continued to cough. "Come on, I know the person who lives there. We can get you something to drink." He gestured to one of the mansions. Her shoulders were rounded as she continued to sputter a cough every few moments. He wrapped his arm around her back to support her as she walked. Something black and lacy stuck to her shirt like Velcro. It must have happened in the clothes dryer from Static Cling. It appeared as if a pair of her underwear got stuck to the clingy, athletic fabric of her shirt. He tried not to smile. He knew she'd be okay once she got a drink of water, but there was no sense in embarrassing her when she was already having a tough time. He caught her beachy coconut and vanilla scent and breathed deep despite his better judgment. She stumbled in the sand as her body shuddered with another harsh cough. He gripped her waist and suddenly felt an itch inside, being so close to her. However, it wasn't something he could easily, or ever, scratch. Especially not if she said no. And especially because Rhodes was perpetually single by choice. He dated, but didn't want to end up like his father, at least not in the relationship department. What Martin Rhodes lacked in love, he made up for in business sense. When Rhodes was a little boy, his father asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. His response: "I want to be just like you, Daddy." He'd since made an amendment to that declaration, hence being a longtime bachelor. However, he'd show his father he was as capable when it came to investing in and building winning properties. Billy lost her footing as they rose up over the dunes, and he caught her small frame, keeping her from falling, but she shrugged him off. "I swallowed a bug. I didn't break a leg." Even though she was irritable with him, an overwhelming and inexplicable desire washed through him like a warm wave. With her pink cheeks and pleasingly plump lips, he wanted to see her smile. Just once. At that thought, a grin rose to his lips and then just as quickly fell away when they reached the gate to the mansion. Rhodes drew a deep breath and pressed a series of numbers on the keypad. To his surprise, it opened. "Know the owners well?" Billy asked around another cough. "You could say that." But the code was just a guess. He'd never been to that particular mansion but to another up north, and she'd used the same code, a combination of his sister and his birthdays. He steeled himself as he rapped on the door. A housekeeper answered and blinked a few times. "Well, there's no denying family resemblance is strong," she muttered. She showed them into a sitting room where a massive painting hung over a cold fireplace. It depicted a man that may as well have been the spitting image of Rhodes, well, in a few years. In his mid-30s, Rhodes's hair was still dark brown, while his grandfather in the painting had started to go white around the temples. Billy gazed from it to him, then back to the painting on the canvas. He didn't explain because he wasn't sure where to start. His family matters were a tangled mess that no one ever talked about. "What did the cat drag in? Or should I say the sharks?" a familiar voice said from down the hall. Rhodes's grandmother came into view. Always a woman of style and grace, even if just alone at home, she wore a floral blouse and coordinating slacks. Diamond studs shone on her ears, and she had a thick gold necklace around her neck. Rhodes bent down to give her a kiss on the cheek. "Hi, Mema." "Don't hi Mema me. Give me a proper hug, young man." Her slight southern accent warmed. By that, he understood he was forgiven for not visiting sooner, at least for the time being. She'd probably have something to say about it later. Mema was clever. He wrapped her small, frail frame in a hug. Then again, Mema's seeming forgiveness may have something to do with the fact that he brought a guest, not that the women seemed to know each other. The Bishops may have been forthcoming with their private matters, but the Thorpes, on his mother's side, guarded their affairs with their lives. Billy coughed again, and her eyes were wide as she took in her surroundings. The mansion was a plethora of marble, polished antiques, and old money opulence. "I see you brought a companion," Mema said. Her eyes flew to Billy's finger where the small stone glinted. Billy quickly tucked her hands behind her back. "Rhodes, my only grandson, why didn't you tell me?" Mema caressed Billy's cheek. She stood there, unmoving. "She's beautiful. Keep looking after your skin, dear. Be sure to wear sunblock and look both ways before crossing the street. It's getting a bit wild here in Blue Bay Beach. Not like when I was a girl." She smiled warmly. Rhodes introduced them. "We'll soon be family, so you can call me Mema." Billy coughed. "She needs water," Mema pointed out. "We were out for a run and she swallowed a bug," Rhodes explained. The housekeeper must have been nearby and gleaned as much because before Rhodes could find his way to the kitchen, she appeared with a tray and 2 tall glasses of water. Billy practically downed the whole thing in one long gulp. She took a deep breath. "That is much better. Thank you." She didn't spare him a glance. "Mrs. Thorpe, you mentioned you've been coming here to Blue Bay Beach since you were a little girl." She nodded. Rhodes's brow wrinkled. He practically knew Mema's life story and had never heard of Blue Bay Beach until he received word that she'd bought up the mansion property. According to his father, the town was a veritable gold mine. After setting up shop with the intention of developing the land, he was delaying announcing it to his grandmother, until it was a sure thing, just in case she'd become attached to the house. "I have some old photos you might like," Billy said. "That would be wonderful, dear." He noticed her voice was shaky and she wasn't as strong on her feet as she'd been when he'd last seen her, which he realized hadn't been for quite a while. Rhodes took a long sip of his water and caught Billy's eyes abruptly jerk away, as though she'd been watching him and liked what she saw. He smiled inwardly. "Let's have a seat, Mema." He led them into the nearest sitting room. "Well, this is such a surprise. Are you staying at the inn in town?" Mema asked. "Had I known, I would have made up rooms for the two of you. Now tell me all your plans." Billy's eyes were still wide. Rhodes stammered. "Come on. I want to hear all about the wedding. I knew I'd live to see this day." Mema beamed and patted Rhodes on the knee as he lowered into the chair beside her. He brushed his hand over his face in dismay.
Chapter 5. Billy. Billy took off her baseball hat and smoothed her hair, afraid it was a frizzy mess from the run. She'd never been in one of the vast estates on Mansion Mile, and slowly settled onto the silk sofa, embroidered with faint pink and yellow cherry blossoms. The ceiling was high, making Billy feel small. And what appeared to be a painting of Rhodes in about 10 years, hung over a massive hearth. The genes on his mother's side must have been strong. Mema certainly had character. To say the mansion was grand was an understatement. Having just barely recovered from the agony and embarrassment of swallowing then choking on a fly, to say she was having a slight crisis was an equally large understatement. She wasn't sure where to put her hands or what Mrs. Thorpe meant about wedding plans. Maybe she mistook her for Rhodes's girlfriend? Fiancé? He sat beside her, taking up space, robbing the room of air, and heating it at least 100 degrees, even though the house had climate control. The sun had set, lowering the temperature to a modest Floridian summer evening of about 80, but beside Rhodes, her skin was hot all over. "All right, let's hear all about it, kids." Mema crowed. "I'm so excited. I'd been praying you'd find true love, Rhodesy." Billy, usually comfortable with herself and in her environment, felt as out of place as a dolphin in a china shop. They could easily do as much damage as a bull. And it seemed the damage, or mistake, about the ring on her finger, had been done. Rhodes's grandmother looked so hopeful as she sat tall and proper in a chair that matched the sofa, while waiting to hear the wonderful but fake news about their pending union. He was the last person she'd ever say "I do" to. It was more like "I don't." She didn't like the way he took over a room or town, like he owned the place. She didn't like his business of paving resorts over perfectly good places. She didn't like that he'd witnessed her nearly choke to death on a fly. She didn't like that he'd helped her. She didn't like his cocky smile. She sighed. Okay, maybe she liked his smile a little bit. There was just something so alluring about his lips. But that wasn't the point. Rhodes's eyes flicked to her. "It's unlikely Scarlett will marry, so you have no idea how pleased I am to know at least one of my grandbabies will get a happily ever after. You know that Rhodes, your grandfather and namesake, was a wonderful man and would be so thrilled to see you happy at last." "It's not like that," he started to say. "Like what?" Mema asked. "Tell me what it's like. I do love living vicariously. There's a mini-series on the Hallmark Channel." She went on to describe her favorite show, set in a small mountain town. "I watch it too," Billy confessed. Rhodes shifted uncomfortably beside her, as though he might catch cooties from the mushy description of romance. "I think Tracy and August should get together. They make the perfect couple," Billy said, referring to the show. "I think they'll get their happy ending for sure," Mema confirmed. She had a faint southern accent. "Don't keep me in suspense any longer. Tell me all about your happy ending." "No, wait. This is just the beginning." Mema had all the enthusiasm of a teen girl with her first crush. Billy bit the inside of her cheek. Rhodes gazed at his hands, hanging between his knees as he leaned forward with his elbows resting on them. When they'd arrived at the house, Billy had thought that maybe the old woman was senile, but she was focused, alert, and gave no signs that she was confused or mistook Billy's identity. The room was uncomfortably silent, so Billy said, "I grew up here in Blue Bay Beach. Rhodes and I met here, actually. I own the Coconut Cove Cafe. I'm surprised I haven't seen you there." Mema lit up. "I don't get out much these days, but the Canasta gals and I order a pie when we play cards, and Esther, the housekeeper, gets takeaway for me once a week." "Wait. Hold on," Billy said. "Let me guess. Your order is the Reuben sandwich with extra pickles and 3 servings of bimini bread." "Yes. That's me. I freeze the bread and eat a slice with my tea every morning." "How rude of me. Where are my manners? Would you like to stay for dinner? Esther can make you something." No. We don't want to be any trouble, Mema," Rhodes said politely. A jolt ran through Billy at the word we, as if he were referring to them actually being a couple. "In fact, we should get going," he said. Billy jolted again. "Are you okay, dear?" Mema asked. Billy reached for the water. "I'm fine. If you won't join me for dinner, stay a little longer. I still want to hear the exciting story of your courtship, and all about your wedding plans." Billy cleared her throat, trying to steer them out of awkward territory and maybe focus the target on Rhodes. "You mentioned you've been coming here since you were a girl. I'd love to hear more about that. My father, Frank Fisher, came here in 1951 and never left." "Frank Fisher is your father? Oh my." She blushed. "He opened the restaurant. Forgive me for not making the connection. He was quite the catch. I always envied Priscilla." "What about Papa?" Rhodes asked aghast. "I envied her before I met your grandfather." Mema straightened a bit and delved into her memory, recounting stories of bonfires on the beach, dances, and even a tale about a drag race. Clearly, she was as sharp as a tack. The stories carried Billy into the past, when she was a girl, and her father would reminisce. In many ways, Mema reminded her of Betty. But tears sprung to her eyes because as much as Frank liked to take trips down memory lane, it always upset him to think about the love he'd lost. So much so that he'd work extra long hours to distract himself from his pain. "You will definitely have to show me the old photos sometime. Who knows, I may be in one of them." Mema's smile doubled. Rhodes's jaw tightened, and he cut Billy a look she couldn't read. Mema leaned in. "Rhodes Sr., your grandfather would have loved it here. I think he's happy, looking down at me content in my little house, puttering around in the garden, having the girls over for canasta, and falling asleep to the soft sound of waves. You just never know, one of these days I won't wake up, but I'll have lived a good life. Even more so now that I know you met a lovely young lady, Rhodesy." She turned to Billy. "Now dear, tell me more about how my grandson proposed. He's always been rather big for his britches, and I'd like to hear about how he softened up." Billy opened and closed her mouth, unable to think quickly enough to explain. Rhodes leaned back on the sofa and extended his legs as though getting comfortable and settling in for the story. The older woman leaned in, eager. Billy wouldn't lie, but also didn't want to disappoint Mrs. Thorpe. "Mema. It's not like that," Rhodes said at last. "Then tell me what it's like, Rhodes. I want to hear all about how you met. When you proposed. The whole kit and caboodle." Her words were slightly clipped as though her patience was wearing thin. He cleared his throat. "Like Billy said, we met at the restaurant." She wasn't sure what to say next, so she simply told the truth. "Actually, I asked him on a date." Rhodes turned toward her a measure and his eyebrow lifted. "You didn't ask me, you wrote it on the order slip." "Same thing," Billy said. "Not really. Speaking and writing are two very different mediums. Fine, but it was because my coworkers dared me to. Billy pressed her lips together. And you didn't want to. Mema's eyes widened as though intrigued by the potential drama. Not really. I mean, don't get me wrong, Rhodes is a decent-looking guy, successful by some people's estimates, but... He turned sharply to Billy. Decent-looking? Really? You think I'm just decent-looking? Apparently, he knew he was devastatingly handsome, but wasn't willing to say as much. Just like his grandfather, Mema said. Billy played with a loose string on her tank top. Yeah. I mean, you're fit, tan, take care of yourself. Her eyes slowly lifted to meet his. They were smoldering. Burning into her. Daring her to admit that she thought he was more than just decent looking. She hated that he knew that about her, and about himself. Because the truth was, fine, you're the most handsome guy they first have ever seen. There's depth to your eyes, a hidden sadness and vulnerability that scares me because I'd like to believe that you're just superficial, just chasing money. It's easier to put you in that box. But you surprised me by defying my expectations. Your lips terrify me because they're just so perfect. And something happens to my body chemistry every time I hear that growly, smoky voice of yours. She couldn't believe she said all of that out loud, and in front of Mrs. Thorpe no less. Her cheeks heated. Mema leaned back, pressed her hand to her chest and said, "Oh my? This is better than my mini-series." Rhodes shot Billy a look. "Don't mind me. Carry on." "Rhodes, what do you think of Billy? You know, it's really best to get all of this out before you walk down the aisle. To tell the truth about how you really feel. In fact, the pastor in town offers premarital counseling if you're interested." Rhodes got to his feet and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "What do I think of Billy?" He rubbed his chin. "To start, when I first saw her, I thought she was cute, and then I realized that she's pretty, which makes her beautiful. She has intelligent, sparkling, knowing eyes that I can't stop thinking about. But she's just a bit too feisty for her own good. What was it you said, Mema, about me being too big for my britches? Well, Billy is too. Takes one to know one. But at the same time, she's very short." His expression was of smug victory. Billy sprung to her feet and folded her arms across her chest. "I am not short. I'm of average height." They stood in front of the fireplace, facing off. He glared down at her, but beyond that, she saw something in his eyes she wanted to draw out. She wanted to make them light up. She wanted to see them blaze like a fire in the hearth. Nonetheless, Billy squared her shoulders, not backing down. Mema sighed. "Your grandfather was afraid of his feelings too at first. Over time, he softened. Rhodes, take a seat please. You too, Billy." They did as ordered. "I see that you're both very passionate individuals. It's normal to have mixed feelings, but you see, it's the differences you see in each other that will help balance you out. To temper the flame, as it were. Now, I'd like you to take each other's hands." Rhodes tilted his head at an "I don't think so" degree. Mema cast a glare that made Billy scramble for his fingers. She nudged her chin as if to suggest, "Let's just indulge your grandmother and get this over with." He adjusted his position on the couch and they faced each other, holding hands. Billy's were cold, but he warmed them. His grip was tight at first but then lightened. Likely because her hands looked so small next to his, like if he held on too tight, he could snap her bones. "Each of you take a deep breath. Then when you exhale, look into each other's eyes." Mema's voice was gentle yet commanding. Billy could hardly tear her gaze from his hands, but she felt his searing into her and lifted her chin. Her eyes were drawn down to his lips, but she pulled them up when Mema insisted they hold eye contact. Rhodes's chest rose and fell as if he'd only just then stopped running. Billy took shallow little sips of air because her heart was racing ahead. Staring into his eyes like that was arresting and made her feel vulnerable. Again, she wanted to look away. He seemed to want to do the same, but Mema swatted him lightly, reminding him to focus. You've done a lot of outstanding things in your life, young man. It shouldn't be too much to ask to gaze longingly into your fiancé's eyes. He breathed a long exhale, then returned his focus to Billy's blue eyes. As a minute or more ticked by, a thrill worked its way into Billy's belly. She tried to ignore it, and when that didn't work, she tried to resist it. But it was insistent as it swirled around and around, like riding a roller coaster. It swooped and dove, rose and fell. Her lips parted, and she swallowed hard as the sensation grew in intensity, as they continued to hold eye contact. She wasn't lying when she said his voice did something to her, but it was also him looking at her, seeing her. She felt something big shifting inside, making room, opening up. A slight tremble started on Rhodes's lip, as though he was going through a kind of alchemical shift as well. Soon, the corners of his lips lifted. Billy fought against leaning in, looking more carefully at his mouth. Another minute passed, and what had seemed agonizing softened into something else. Not quite comfort, but something warm, fuzzy, intimate. She started to feel curious and wonder what Rhodes looked like when he woke up in the morning. Did he have any pets? What did he like to do on Friday nights? What amazing things had he done in his life that his grandmother had mentioned? What were his dreams and goals, besides taking over Blue Bay Beach and replacing it with a replica? More time passed, and his grip on her hands suddenly tightened, as though instead of wanting the moment to end, he held fast to it. Another shot of warmth rushed through Billy, and her eyes felt wet. She blinked a few times. Rhodes's gaze softened, and his eyes misted over. It was like they stared into each other's souls. She swallowed hard, afraid of what was happening to her, to them. Everything around her faded. It was just the two of them. His strong jaw and stubble. His lips. His eyes. His touch. And all of that was focused solely on her. Rhodes plus Billy equaled something more. We. Us. She felt a connection she'd never felt before, not to any man, not to anyone. She felt seen, safe, protected, adored. Rhodes's lashes were thick and his eyes were dark but not shadowed. They were brown and full of depth and kindness that she hadn't quite seen before. She was drawn in and felt herself leaning forward toward him ever so slightly. If just looking at each other and holding hands was so intense, what would it be like to kiss him? Now, tell me how you feel about each other. Mema's voice slammed Billy back to reality. Rhodes dropped her hands.
Chapter 6. Rhodes. Neither Billy nor Rhodes answered Mema's question. The truth was, he didn't know how he felt, other than overwhelmed by a sensation that threatened to burst out of his chest. It had a name, but he couldn't speak it. He'd never felt it before, and worried she didn't feel the same. He'd heard about love at first sight. Maybe it was love at 4 minutes of intense, continued sight. You can start by saying, I feel. Go on. Give it a try, Mema said when neither Billy nor Rhodes came forward with their feelings. I feel less animosity, Billy muttered. What was that, dear? I couldn't hear you. Mema cupped her hand around her ear. I feel animated, she said, recovering quickly. Rhodes had not foreseen his grandmother making the mistake that they were actually together, and then meddling in what was hardly a relationship. He should have corrected her, but now that it had gone on, he wasn't sure how to explain without letting her down. However, something had passed between him and Billy. Perhaps what she meant by less animosity was the same thing he felt for her, just phrased differently. Or maybe the best way was just to be direct and explain before things got out of hand. When it came to business, he had no problem saying what he really thought, stating his desires and demands. But like the word love, an explanation didn't pass his lips. Deep down, he wanted it to be true, but wasn't sure Billy shared his feelings or if he could ever risk revealing them. Mema, there's something you should know about Billy and me, he said, forging ahead. Billy swallowed, as though relieved he was going to confess the truth. Billy and I, Mema said, correcting his grammar. What I want to know is when you plan on getting married. I need a date. Have you set one? Please make sure it's after July 1st, but before September 21st. Why before the end of September? He asked, thrown off. I'll be lucky to live through another summer, Rhodes. But she smiled warmly. Deep furrows formed on his brow. Please don't talk like that. I'm on gravy time, as your grandfather used to say. She gazed wistfully at the painting of the original Rhodes, the patriarch of the family. The three of them had been close. Rhodes had basically been raised by his grandparents. That's where he'd learned what his father refused to teach him, even though he was a successful businessman. Rhodes never understood it, but his own father had kept his distance after the divorce, and wasn't overly friendly or fatherly to him. Martin Bishop didn't show him the ropes. He'd never placed his hand on Rhodes's shoulder and said, "Son, someday this will all be yours." Even without his parents' divorce, his father was distant and often cold. It's set for August 14th. 6 months after Valentine's Day when Rhodes proposed, Billy blurted. Oh, that's only a couple of weeks after the gala. Perfect, Mema said before he could correct either of them. Billy, we'll have to get you a gown for our premier annual event. Rhodes ignored his confusion and what appeared to be Billy's change of heart. Yeah. We figured that it would be a small ceremony. Just a few people on my side, and of course, Mema, you're welcome to come. We don't want to make a fuss, he said, playing along. You only get married once, well, unless you're Martin Bishop, Mema said. You should make a big fuss. Listen, I want you to do whatever you kids like. Make it grand, lavish, memorable. It's my treat. She leaned closer to Billy. I know your parents are gone, so I'd like to do this for you. It would make me very happy. She glanced at the ring on Billy's hand, then clapped hers together. This is a wonderful day. What a surprise. My only grandson has been in town, hadn't visited me because he was busy falling in love, and then shows up with the best news ever. She hurried down the hall. I will be right back, she called. What are you doing? Rhodes hissed at Billy when Mema was out of earshot. I could ask you the same question. What kind of grandson doesn't visit his grandmother while in the town that she clearly loves, and he plans to demolish? The truth was, he'd been avoiding visiting Mema because he knew she wouldn't like his latest venture. One question, August 14th. Valentine's Day. That was 2 questions. I thought you were going along with it, she whisper-shouted. Her breath danced over his cheek, reminding him of easily the most intimate moments of his life when they'd gazed into each other's eyes. Whatever animosity was between them, the long-held stare had diffused it, and gave way to a deep spark he'd never before felt for anyone. Rhodes was a single man, living his best life. Not someone to be tied down by marriage. Then why had their irritation with each other returned, and why didn't he correct Mema? Rhodes got to his feet but felt like he was on shaky, uncertain ground. He started pacing to find his stride, his strut, and the thing that made Rhodes Bishop a bigger man than most, other than his actual height. I didn't mean to go along with it, he finally answered. You hesitated. Just now. What took you so long to answer? She got to her feet and met him in front of the fireplace, blocking his path. I did not hesitate. Then why didn't you correct her? Billy's coconut scent forced him to take a steadying breath. Why didn't you? He asked. She's not my Mema. Billy fought a smile as she said the family name aloud. If you must know, my younger sister started it. Mema, like my ma. We were closer to our grandmother than our own mother when growing up. He didn't like his defensive tone. Why and how had Billy worked her way? Into his life. Under his skin. Into his heart. How many of you are there? She asked. There's just one of me, sweetheart. Her hands flew to her hips. Sweetheart. He flashed his cockiest smirk, returning to familiar territory where he had the upper hand. "Isn't one of me enough, or can you not handle me?" "I meant how many bishops, but I can certainly handle you, Rhodes." She squared off in front of him, lifting onto her toes. "I don't think you can." Their eyes met. "Is that a challenge?" Her voice raised over a whisper, and he watched her lips as she punctuated each word with determination. He bit back the desire that had swept through him periodically since they'd met, and especially when they were gazing into each other's eyes. "I can certainly handle you, Rhodes. But can you handle me?" He almost laughed. "All 5 feet of you." 5 feet 5. Almost. He was right about her height. She lifted higher on her toes as though stretching to meet him. Oh, he could handle her for sure. His feelings for her were another matter. But he knew just how to disarm her too. He reached for her while wiggling his fingers, then worked them across her neck, then down by her ribs. She writhed away, giggling as he tickled her. He chased after her as she circled the sofa. They were standing at opposite ends, sizing each other up, waiting for the other to show signs of movement left or right. He feinted right and he cut her off, but she was quick, and she rounded to the back of the piece of furniture. Once more they faced off. "Your tactic is to tickle me?" she asked, out of breath. "That's just stage 1. Her eyes went wide. "Well, you'll have to catch me." She started toward the door. But he dove over the couch, capturing her, and they both fell back onto the cushions. He had her in his clutches and started tickling her again. Laughter erupted from Billy, and her smile reached her eyes. It was a cheap move to force her smile and laughter, but so was his grandmother's attempt to force intimacy between them by insisting on a staring contest. But as he slowed his attack and she settled next to him, catching her breath, he rather liked the feel of her warmth so close, conforming to his side. Maybe his grandmother's ploy wasn't cheap. Risky, intense, and unusual, but not at all cheap. Perhaps she saw something between them that they both refused to admit. It was something he knew deep down was true. Rhodes liked a stubborn, headstrong, beautiful woman named Billy Fisher, and that was going to be a problem, because actually he feared it was more than like. She must have felt it too, because she didn't move. Leaning against the corner of the sofa, she was nestled alongside him in the crook of his arm. They were face to face. Her eyes floated to his. His dipped to her lips, then back to her shining blue eyes. They stayed that way a long time, once more staring at each other as though they both knew words brought them conflict, but their other senses, sight, touch, smell, brought them calm accord together. His breathing slowed. Hers fell into sync. The corners of his lips lifted. Hers followed to reveal her magnificent smile. His grew even wider. "This is unexpected," she whispered. "Definitely." But what this was, he wasn't entirely sure, other than that it had happened, a shift, a deepening. All he knew was that it felt good. It felt right. He didn't want it to end. "What are we going to do?" she asked. "I have one idea." Then he leaned in. She smelled like summer. She was like sunshine. She was feisty, and he liked it. She certainly could handle him. But could he handle her? Just as his lips were about to brush hers, Mema's shoes clicked down the hall. "Found it," she called. "I had to go into the safe and open years' worth of old treasures, but this one is the best of all." Rather sheepishly, they both straightened on the sofa. Billy smoothed the loose pieces of her hair. "I prayed and prayed, and knew the good Lord would bless me during this lifetime to see you married, Rhodes." She passed him a velvet box. "Now this ring has a wonderful story." Mema settled on the chair opposite them. Billy was seated close enough to Rhodes that the outsides of their thighs were touching. She didn't shift away. The small box burned in Rhodes's hand. Sweat, and not from horsing around, dotted his brow as if he were nervous and was actually going to propose. "Don't get me wrong, the ring you got her was lovely, but you're a Thorpe, and we can do better." Mema winked. "Oh, actually, this was just temporary." Billy shook her head and slipped the thin ring from her finger. I just wore it symbolically. He'd have to ask about that later. Mema pointed to the box in Rhodes's hand. That ring was the first one Rhodes Sr. used to propose to me. We were in the south of France. It was a beautiful evening, and we strolled along the Riviera. The air was scented with hyacinth and the buttery smell of pastries. A man was playing the violin, and there was a group of plain art painters capturing the sunset. She closed her eyes in reverie. The picture she was painting brought a smile to Billy's lips. The sight drew him in more than his grandmother's story, though he was enjoying that too. "I've never left Florida," Billy said. "Well, there's a first for everything. Rhodes will do something about that, won't you, dear? You guys get to plan your honeymoon. Although Blue Bay Beach is a paradise, so I understand why you'd never want to leave." An edge entered Mema's voice at her last sentence, as though she knew what had brought Rhodes to town. He nodded, but his thoughts were elsewhere. How had Billy never left Florida? He suddenly wanted to show her the world. "Where was I?" Mema asked absently. "Ah, yes. We stopped by a beautiful vista to watch the sunset." His arm was on my shoulder, and he turned to me and said, "I know we've only known each other for a week, but I feel like I've known you my entire life." I never forgot those words because of what he said next. Tears pricked her eyes. Rhodes reached for her hand. "I'll never forget. Your grandfather said, if I make it out of here alive, I'd like to spend the rest of my life getting to know you." And he did. He kept that promise. Billy sniffled. "You see, we were both overseas during the war. I was a nurse, and he was in the army. Anyway, I said yes, and he slipped the ring on my finger. Then I threw my arms around him in a hug, and Mema's hand flew over her mouth. I still don't know how it happened. The ring went flying into the ocean." "This ring?" Rhodes asked, pointing to the box. Mema nodded. "That very one." We were both stunned, shocked, and searched for it in the growing darkness. She shook her head. Not long after, we were both called back to our duties. A year and a month passed. The war was over. I didn't know if he'd lived or died. But we'd made an agreement to meet at that same spot if and when the time came. Sure enough, he showed up one day. The day before, I was to return to the States. We rushed into each other's arms, and he presented me with a second ring. She pointed to the one on her finger. I remember, I was shaking. I just couldn't believe it. We took a seat in the sand and talked for hours. It was a hot, sunny day, so eventually, we waded into the water to cool off. Billy's jaw lowered as though she knew what was coming. I saw something sparkling. Sure enough, the ring turned up too. When something is meant to be, it has a way of working out. Mema beamed. "Wow. You never told me that story," Rhodes said. "You've never been engaged." Billy smiled. "That is better than any mini-series plotline. Thank you for sharing it." Mema nodded. "Now go ahead. I want you to do it properly." "Do what?" Rhodes asked. "We'll go to the garden. It's probably safer than the beach. Wouldn't want to lose that thing again." Billy's eyes widened with alarm as Mema swept to the large double French doors leading to her garden and ushered them outside. Landscape lighting illuminated what by day he knew was her magnificent collection of blooms. Rhodes stood there dumbly as Billy exited onto the slate terrace. "It's lovely back here." She turned in a circle. "Oh, just a little something I do in my spare time. You'll have to come back during the day soon to see it in all its splendor. Now I thought you kids had somewhere to be, keeping you from joining me for dinner. Let's get on with it. I'm getting hungry." Rhodes stammered. "Your grandfather didn't get down on his knee the first time, but he did the second time when he pledged his life to me." Nerves exploded inside Rhodes. Was she really making him do it? Or was he willing, and that's why he hadn't objected? Was Billy open to the crazy notion? Were they hypnotized by Mema's eye contact game and her magical story? Whatever it was drew him over to Billy like a tractor beam. Or maybe it was her magnetism. There was likely some scientific explanation. Chemistry. Biology. Alchemy. Something. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about her since they'd met. He stepped closer to her, gripping the box. He took a deep breath, glanced through the window to the painting of his grandfather, to his grandmother, then back to Billy. It was strange, but there was something about that moment that felt more right, more certain, than any other in his life. They stood toe to toe. She lifted her chin and he dipped his head. He met those sparkling, beautiful eyes of hers. "I know this is unusual, unconventional, but Billy, will you do me the honor of marrying me?" he asked. Then, as though compelled, he opened the box. Her eyes never left his. There was a question between them, but his answer was in his actions. Was it crazy? Yes. Was it rash? Sure. Did he mean it? Absolutely. His eyes must have said as much because hers lit up. She took his hands in hers and said, "Yes, Rhodes. Yes, I'll marry you."
Chapter 7. Billy. It was true that Billy Fisher had never left Florida. She didn't go to college. She'd had few experiences outside the ones provided by working at, then owning, a restaurant. But that was not to say she was dumb, naive, or sheltered. But as she and Rhodes walked back toward town after saying goodbye to Mema, she felt a little punch drunk. The waves rolled softly to one side of Mansion Mile. A gentle breeze rustled the palm fronds overhead. The loose sand on the road crunched under their sneakers. It was an ordinary night, but something extraordinary had happened. Billy felt elated, joyful, certain. She wasn't sure she liked Rhodes, but something unusual, deep and inexplicable had passed between them, that resulted in a feeling inside her that transcended like. And she had a ring on her finger to prove it. Passing under a streetlight, she studied how it sparkled. Mesmerized, she let out a contented sigh, much like the one that had escaped after she'd surrendered to Rhodes's tickle attack. There was a moment afterward when they were slouched on the sofa, side by side, when he'd turned to her, when their lips had nearly connected. But maybe a kiss wasn't necessary, because they'd connected in an unbelievable, unexpected, and even deeper way. The pair were silent as they continued, either both still under an enchanted spell of wonder and shock, or not quite sure what to say. Billy was equally divided between both. As they entered the town proper with its low buildings and strings of lights in the trees, a certain trepidation started to worm its way into Billy's mind. Her steps slowed as they neared the Sandy Shore Inn. "Can I walk you home?" Rhodes asked. "Aren't you staying here?" she asked, pointing at the white building with a wide front porch. "No, I rented a house over on Cormorant Place while I'm in town. I'm on Egret. Opposite direction." She pointed. "Well," he said. "Well," she repeated. She couldn't help it, but she extended her hand and admired the ring. "Well, maybe we should get to know each other," he suggested. Considering, he gestured to her hand. "Well, I suppose that's not a bad idea. Do you know anywhere I can get a bite to eat at this hour?" His stomach grumbled. "It seems like Blue Bay Beach closes up shop pretty early." "It's Sunday," she said, as if that was explanation enough. His attention turned to a weathered wooden sign. Maybe somewhere with casual dining that serves breakfast, lunch, and dinner like Coconut Cove Cafe. Too bad they're not open. They have delicious bimini bread. I happen to know that a really cute waitress works there too." "Cute?" she asked. "I call her cutie, but she's more like beautiful." Billy's cheeks flared. "I wouldn't mind having dinner with her there." Her lips quirked. "Yeah, I know the place. In fact, I own it. So, my fiancé is a proud business owner." "Good to know. By the way, sorry about thinking that you were a guy. Happens all the time." She gave him a forgiving smile. Do you bake the bimini bread as well, making you a baker? She nodded. I wear many hats. Also, it's a secret family recipe. As far as I'm concerned, it's a delicious family recipe, and you look good in that hat, though I can't say I'm a fan of the riptide. He jiggled the brim of her hat. She ignored the comment about her favorite football team because once more, Rhodes was heating up the space between them. Are you saying you like my bimini bread? Because if so, I can overlook the I'm not a fan of the riptide comment. I really do like your bimini bread. He leaned back, resting his forearms on the rail at the end of the dock. The smile he wore was all kinds of flirty. Her belly lifted and rolled like the waves on the nearby shore. You've only had it a few times. He shrugged as if quantity didn't matter so much as quality. I might be addicted. Then you have a problem. Her pulse quickened at the intensity of his gaze, lingering on her, eating her up like she was a slice of bimini bread, fresh out of the oven. It was different than the long-held eye contact at Mrs. Thorpe's, and ignited a different but powerful sensation inside of her. I might have a problem. But if so, there are worse ones to have, Rhodes said. At the word problem, a sudden vision flashed before Billy's eyes of the restaurant and the town at her back gone, and in its place the Sand Dollar Resort. In all its quaint sleepiness, Blue Bay Beach was real, it was her reality, and the resort was a replica, a fake. It was like she was splashed with cold water. I have a problem too. It's you, Rhodes. He tilted back as though the words were a blow to his large frame. Then he straightened. Come on, don't talk to your fiancé like that. Rhodes, we're enemies. This is all fake. She waved her finger between them, and the ring caught in the low light. Confusion flickered across his features. But you said yes. How was I supposed to say no? She squeezed her eyes shut, wishing the vision of the possible future hadn't interrupted the magic that was exploding between them, but she had to face reality. No way was she going to be lured into thinking anything between them could work, even though a big part of her wanted it to. How were you supposed to say no? He repeated. Like this. He leaned in, closing the space between them. His hands landed on her jaw as he moved in slow motion like he wanted to give her a moment to anticipate his mouth meeting hers, and what a kiss from him would be like. It was like he gave her time to say no. But she didn't. Her eyes closed and she let him kiss her. It became all sensation, touch, smell, taste, sound. His lips were softer yet stronger than she imagined. They were demanding yet generous. He was a giant of a man yet tender at the same time. He alternated between little pecks and deeper, more intense kisses that tasted like peppermint and were somehow sweet. They were like a nibble of a cookie, and the whole thing. It was like dipping her toes in and diving in. There was the promise and the fulfillment. The yearning for more, and the delivery. It was a drop of the ocean and the entire expanse. Feelings big and small flooded her body. She wanted more, and Rhodes gave it as his hands moved to the space just behind her arms, drawing her closer. One moved to her spine, and the other shifted to cradle the back of her head. He kissed her with meaning and purpose. With tenderness and devotion. With like and love. She hadn't seen that coming when he'd sat down at her counter that first time. Their foreheads tapped together as he pulled back for a moment, meeting her eyes. You can still say no, he breathed. She didn't want to. She wanted to shout yes, but instead she lifted her chin and kissed him back because maybe for them words were dangerous, false, but action told the truth. Her pulse raced, and she could feel the thundering of the heart he hid in his chest, under his brawny tough businessman persona. Warmth spread between them as they clasped hands, as she pressed him against the dock rail as her lips crashed against his, demanding more. The waves crested in her stomach, rising like a tsunami, about to flood the village. At the reminder of her town, she lowered onto her feet. He was breathing hard. She closed her eyes, trying once more to wipe away the vision of Blue Bay Beach, decimated as she stood at the foot of the dock. It was like a crossroads. "Are you good at everything you do?" she asked, hoping his answer was no. Despite being the suit, maybe he was a terrible businessman and the deal would fall through. He grunted at the same time his stomach growled, reminding her of her own hunger. "Come on. You saved me from choking to death. I'll save you from starving. Then we go back to being rivals." As she flipped on the lights inside Coconut Cove Cafe, an idea appeared. It could have been the mystery or chemistry of attraction between two people, the moments she and Rhodes had shared at Mema's, her stories, or something else entirely, but hope flickered inside like the starlight glistening off the water in the distance. Perhaps if she showed him what Blue Bay Beach was like, things would work out. "Engaged rivals," he called to her. The ring sparkled in the dim light. She needed a moment to think, and she did her best thinking on a full stomach. Good thing she was at the restaurant.
Chapter 8. Rhodes. Without a word, Billy disappeared into the kitchen of the Coconut Cove Cafe. Rhodes found the washroom to freshen up, then as he wandered back down the hall toward the main dining area, he paused in front of numerous photographs. The first group depicted the town in the 1950s, then moved through time until the early 2000s. It was like watching a slideshow as the area grew, but somehow preserved the small town, old-time charm. There was even a mint green Chevy, circa the 50s, in both the early and more recent shots. As Rhodes continued down what must have been Billy's family's memory lane, he came to a couple labeled Frank and Priscilla. Once again, they aged as the town grew. There were photos of them with famous singers and celebrities who must have been guests at the cafe over the years. Then came a man holding a baby. The mother, Priscilla, was not in any of the images after that. The man beamed at the little girl as she grew, but a sadness snuffed out the light that had been present in his eyes in earlier shots. Rhodes shook his head, wondering what tragedy had befallen the Fisher family. Before he reached the most recent photos, footsteps approached. "Trying to figure me out?" Billy asked, holding two plates containing sandwiches and piled with chips. "That's just it. I can't figure you out, Billy," he said, following her into the dining room. "You go from warm to cool, then cold, then warm, then hot, now cold again." He moved his finger in the air, as if to keep track of her many moods. "What made you soften all of a sudden, then harden, and then soften again?" "My father was a very forgiving man, and I try my best to be like him," she said simply. She set the plates on either side of a small table by the window, then sat down. "I figured since your grandmother likes a Reuben sandwich, you would too. Also, don't blame me if it's terrible. I'm not renowned for my cooking skills." Rhodes was starved and sunk his teeth into the sandwich. He may not have been able to figure Billy out, but she was definitely an amazing cook despite her comment. It was the best, most delicious sandwich he'd ever eaten, and that wasn't because he was so hungry. "Don't tell Mema," he said around a mouthful. "Best Reuben ever." "Why shouldn't I tell her? You heard her say that she orders one every week. She used to make them for me when I was growing up. I claimed hers were the best. You've got her beat." Billy forced away a smile that he was desperate to see. She had the kind of smile that was like endless summers, like warm sunshine. It made him want to kiss her again. Maybe after he had a mint or piece of gum. She hardly touched her meal. "So what are we going to do about the fact that we're rivals?" "Engaged rivals," he repeated. She rolled her eyes. "We live on opposite ends of the town you're bent on leveling to the ground. I hardly think this ring will change that." He wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I guess I do see that being a problem." He'd meant it as a joke because he intended to show Billy how amazing the resort would be, how it would bring jobs and revitalize the area. "A major problem, Rhodes. Also, you're a Miami Riptide fan," he said, shaking his head with mock disdain. She tipped her hat, then waved her hand at his shirt. "And you like the loser bruisers." He pointed at his shirt with the Boston Bruisers football team logo. I'm originally from Massachusetts. It's practically a birthright. Oh, so you're from one of those old money families like the Kennedys, or something like that. But what would you know? You've never left Florida. Her eyebrows lowered. I'll pretend that you didn't mean that as an insult. I meant it as a joke. If we were to get married and the resort gets built, we can travel the world. She shook her head slowly. Does Mema know about your grand plans? What's going to happen to her house, or rather mansion? Rhodes shifted in his seat because he hadn't quite gotten to that part of the plan yet. In fact, he'd detoured from the plan, the map, or whatever it was that he'd used to successfully guide himself through all of his previous business transactions. Since arriving in Blue Bay Beach, or more accurately since meeting Billy, he felt lost, adrift, unsure. Rhodes could not afford uncertainty. Not when so much money was at stake. Not when he was finally going to make his father proud. At the same time, he wanted to see where the thing with him and Billy might go. He felt like there could be a future for them, he just wasn't sure how. What are we going to do, Rhodes? She asked as though reading his thoughts. I don't know. Sometimes they say opposites attract, or the stormiest relationships are also the most passionate ones. Oh, come on. Please. You go from wanting to tear down my restaurant, to asking me to marry you, to wanting to dine at my restaurant. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you can have whatever you want. No, you're right. He gazed out the window, then at Billy. Their eyes locked. If it were daytime, they'd match the surrounding water. He didn't mind being lost in her. No, not one bit. But here's the thing. I'm not sure what I want. Part of the truth escaped his lips. It was a risk, he knew, but so was the kiss that had blown his world apart and confirmed his feelings for her. That's a surprise because you stomped into town pretty clear about what you wanted. Seeing Mema, he said vaguely. She softened you to Blue Bay Beach. He shrugged. Or you could give in to the billionaire. Until he figured out a plan, he'd stick with the original course of action. Billy squawked a laugh. What's the offer? Well, we're already engaged. We are not engaged. His eyes drifted to her right hand. You said yes. You haven't taken off the ring. She shifted her gaze to the sea, but she didn't deny the truth with a response. I'm using it as collateral. The spark between them was undeniable, despite what she said or didn't say. It's beautiful on you, he murmured. He felt caught in a trap, unsure how to resolve things and create a win-win situation for everyone. In business, that was what his grandfather had taught him. But whatever was going on between them wasn't business. It wasn't a game. He didn't know what it was other than maybe, just maybe, something real. But it was as though neither one of them wanted to admit it. She admired the shiny band and glistening stone on the ring. But you do realize how ridiculous this is, she said with a bit of what sounded like apprehension in her voice. Much better than the fake one. Why were you wearing an engagement ring anyway? She sighed. I guess to keep from people getting the wrong idea. Which was? That I was available. Before I started wearing it, I'd get asked out all the time. No big surprise there. Her eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that? He didn't need a guidebook for what he knew was absolutely true, what was plain to his eyes. Because you're beautiful. Big blue eyes. Your smile. That adorable little tooth there on the side. My crooked tooth. Her tongue grazed over it. It's less crooked than you think. It's adorable. Your eyebrows are very expressive. Your cheeks are very kissable. Oh, and your lips. He smiled and his eyelids lowered. You have a laid-back but ticklish look about you. Any guy would be nuts not to ask you out. Any guy would be nuts to ask me to marry him. Count me as crazy. Rhodes chuckled. If that's what you think, then why, when we were at your grandmother's, Did you criticize me for being short, feisty, and what was it? Too big for my britches? Her mouth twisted. His lips quirked. I needed to know if I could tell you how I really feel. Is it that big a risk? Big guys have farther to fall. Are you teasing me about my height again? It's not my fault you're a giant. She flung her arms in front of her chest. I'm only 6'5", Rhodes said. That means you only have 12 inches on me. So back to the ring. I saw some photos of your parents. Wouldn't they have wanted to see you get married? Her eyes clouded over. They'd want to see me happy. Rhodes opened and closed his mouth, not sure what to say first. Are you unhappy? No. Focusing on the restaurant makes me happy. But love can come at a cost. What cost is that? He leaned in, curious about what she was going to say. How much it can hurt if the other person is suddenly gone. Sadness rippled over her features. Do you mean your mother? His voice was soft, gentle. She sniffled, as if the tears were still quick to come, even if it had been years since whatever tragedy had befallen the Fisher family. I had just turned 1. My mother was driving home from Miami with friends. They'd been celebrating a birthday or something. They were hit by an oncoming car that had swerved into the wrong lane. None of the women survived, but the drunk driver of the other car did. Rhodes got to his feet and took her into his arms. She clung to him like she needed a life raft. He wanted to melt her sadness, to shore her up, and protect her from the lingering pain. She clung to him for a while longer, then pulled away, wiping her eyes. In the end, my father forgave the man. She shook her head, then cleared their plates. Billy took a few minutes to clean up and collect herself while he waited by the door, thinking about love and marriage, hurt and forgiveness. After she locked up, she said, You asked a personal question. My turn. Mema said something suggesting your father and mother are no longer married. Sadly, there's no redemption to be found there. As wonderful as Mema and Papa were, my parents were quite the opposite. I'm hoping it skips a generation. There's that saying that something like hope is not a plan of action. You can't hope to have a good relationship. It takes honesty and hard work. You're right. Good thing I'm not averse to either. He paused a beat. My mother only had Scarlett and myself. My parents had a bitter divorce. My father went on to marry again and again. He's had upwards of 7, maybe 9 wives. Who knows? I've lost track. Rhodes did not mask the disgust in his voice. Sounds like you're not a fan of marriage. They reached the end of the dock and he walked beside her in the direction, at least he assumed, of Egret Street. Yet I asked you to marry me. You were pressured by your grandmother's talk about her mortality. The truth was right there on his tongue, but he wasn't entirely sure Billy returned, or had warmed to the sentiment despite the proposal and explosive kiss. He revealed another fact instead. My father is not a fan of me. Never has been. He never took to Scarlett either. Whether I was just an annoying kid or overeager teenager trying to please him, I'm not sure, but he's always kept a distance from me. Yet, you followed in his footsteps as an investor and resort developer. Right then, he followed her steps because he wasn't exactly sure where they were in that section of town with all the streets named after birds. All he knew was that his cottage was on Cormorant. Yeah. I guess. Rhodes brushed his hand down his face. I guess I feel like I had something to prove because I wasn't good enough for his attention. So much truth had been drawn out of him that night, he wasn't sure what was left. You shouldn't have to earn your father's love. No. That's not how it works. He took a breath to release the bitterness in his mouth. She was right, but he couldn't reconcile it. He wanted to have a better relationship with Martin Bishop. Why did you go through with the proposal? She asked. Maybe I thought we could prove something to each other. Maybe because I like you. Maybe because I want to escape. I am no Paradise Rhodes. And like I said, love doesn't need to prove itself. It just is. Says the woman who challenged me to whether or not I can handle her. Why didn't you warn me? She paused on the sidewalk. Why did you say yes? He countered. Because I'm a good liar. I don't believe you. She harumphed and turned away from him to face a modest craftsman-style beach cottage with gray shingles. It was in dire need of paint, the lawn had gone to seed, and the fence was missing some slats. And here we are again, at another impasse. She crossed to the other side of the gate. And my house. Maybe we just need to figure out what we both want. Well, she stopped herself as though realizing he was right. Yeah. Oh, and for the record, I hate Valentine's Day. It occurred to him that he wanted to change that. The sparks between them, whether caused by hate or love, practically lit up the night. Don't lose the ring, he said. We have to tell your grandmother the truth. Which one? He asked vaguely, not sure what it was anymore. I guess we should figure it out. But we should tell her we're enemies. Are we? Silence spread between them and pressed against the darkness. Yeah, we could tell her and dash all her dreams. He was beyond conflicted. Whose dreams? She asked. Rhodes wasn't sure what he wanted, but his gut, his heart, and his brain were telling him who. She glanced at the ring on her finger. What are we going to tell people? We're not. His tone was flat, commanding. She nodded, going along with it, and thinking on the spot. We're going to delay the wedding because of something. Because you and your wrecking balls are going to destroy my town and my business. Irreconcilable differences. It just won't happen. Your grandmother will live past September and she'll understand. Everything about what Billy said was like a collection of slivers in his feet, hands, and chest. She thrust her shoulders back and lifted her chin as though she'd resolved her internal conflict. He wasn't the kind of man who gave up when he'd set his sights on something, a resort, property, or as it turned out, a woman. Everything about Billy, from her smile and beyond, was irresistible. It was almost worth lying to his grandmother. How was he going to get out of it? Or how were they going to go on with it? He had no idea but would figure it out, just as soon as he got up the courage to tell her how he really felt. You know, we make a good team, bouncing ideas off each other and coming up with solutions like this, he said. I'd hardly call this an alliance. She snorted. But we're engaged. We could form one. How about you go on a date with me? A proper one. She glanced at her watch. I have to get up in 4 hours and be back at the restaurant. Well, there's always the gala. He winked and started to walk away. By the way, the ring fits you perfectly.
Chapter 9. Billy. Billy hadn't pulled an all-nighter since her father was sick, but it didn't look like she was going to get any shut-eye after the long, strange, and she'd admit it, at times wonderful evenings spent with Rhodes. Never mind the fact that the rock on her finger was like a lighthouse with its own beacon, blinking for her attention or to warn her she was in troubled waters. His grandfather must have had old money for sure to have been able to afford a ring like that while he was serving in the war. Either that, or the ocean returned a different treasure. In fact, the style of the band reminded her of a cresting wave, the way it curved into the stone. She slipped it off and turned it over. On the back side were the initials BR. She didn't know Mema's first name but assumed it started with the letter B. Her husband was Rhodes Thorpe. Definitely sounded like old money. Billy laid in bed, giving in to wakefulness as she reviewed the day, from choking on a fly to Rhodes's parting words. The ring fits you perfectly. But what was imperfect was the situation. They were rivals. They were at odds. They wanted vastly different things. Oh, and never mind the fact that when he'd started tickling her, she discovered a pair of her underwear had stuck to the fabric of her athletic tank top like Velcro, probably from the laundry. How she'd run from her house along the beach then have a dreadful coughing fit with it remained attached, was a mystery. Had he seen it? She only discovered it once inside the mansion, because of course, she'd show up at a mansion with a pair of underwear clinging to her shirt. Thankfully it was clean and well small, so she easily tucked it in the band of her pants to spare herself further embarrassment. But it didn't matter because her cheeks pretty much remained pink, from when she and Rhodes had met on the beach, to when they'd parted. It wasn't the way he looked in his running gear. Hot. It wasn't his voice. Mesmerizing. It wasn't his lips. Drool-worthy. It wasn't his eyes. Honest. It was everything about him. She'd seen different sides of Rhodes throughout the evening, from how sweet he was with Mema, to the staring contest, to the proposal, to dinner. Billy was torn, conflicted, confused. She couldn't come up with one thing she didn't love or hate about him. There was no middle road. There was no making sense of how quickly and completely she'd fallen in. No. She wouldn't think it. She wouldn't admit it. But she sure did feel it. And it was never part of the plan. Whatever the plan was, other than run the restaurant, anything more with Rhodes went against the plan. She loved her freedom, and never saw herself as the sort to settle down. Love just complicated things and ultimately led to loss. She couldn't bear that. Her father had barely survived it, and considering he died of a heart condition, she was certain it was because his heart was broken. As the sky paled with the dawn, Billy's eyes finally drooped with sleep, but she forced herself to take a cool shower and get dressed for the day ahead. As she walked to the restaurant and the night flashed in her mind, along with the vision of the resort in its place, she told herself it was just like any other day. She'd pop the bimini bread in the oven. She'd make coffee. She'd meet Alvin, Elmer, and the other regulars. Just a regular day at the office, she murmured, as she neared the entrance to the restaurant. A bouquet of flowers in sunset shades of yellow, orange, and pale pink, that were as tall as the door handle, blocked her path. Oh my! Billy brought the arrangement inside and set them on the table by the entrance. Mercifully, the morning was as normal as they came, until Isley showed up for her shift. Several times, Billy caught Isley giving her a quick second glance or a long side eye, as though she wanted to say something but held back. "What's up?" Billy finally asked during the lull. They sipped pina colada smoothies. Is Ford in the doghouse and trying to make an apology, or is he actually the sweetest guy on the planet? What do you mean? Isley asked. The flowers. Isley tilted her head, then shook it. Her gaze drifted to Billy's right hand. She forgot to change out the ring and discreetly tucked it behind her back. So Ford isn't in the doghouse. But he's building one for the rescue dog we're going to get at the end of the summer. Sweetest guy on the planet, Billy confirmed. Actually. Once more, Isley's gaze drifted to Billy's hand. My mother mentioned that one of the women in her canasta club had great news and couldn't wait to share, so she called late last night. Oh, really? What's her name? Babsthorpe. Billy knew what was coming, but also learned that the B on the ring stood for Babs, probably short for Barbara. Did she mention that what brought me to her house was the fact that I was choking on a fly, or that I had a pair of underwear static clinging to my shirt? Billy asked. Or that you were with the guy who comes in here and flirts with you like it's his job and oozes flirtatiousness, the muscly one that smells like wealth. The others call him the Suit, but I call him Dreamboat. He also happens to be Babs's grandson. The very same person who asked you to marry him. Dreamboat. Billy stuck out her tongue. Also, he does not flirt with me. He flirts with his eyes. He flirts so hard. He also intends to replace our town with a resort. That's his actual job. Correction. His job is wooing you. I'm not the type to be wooed. Billy stacked a few cups and fussed with the supplies in front of her. Well, he sure wants to give it a shot. Isley passed her a small white envelope. This was nestled in with the flowers. Billy tossed Isley an aggrieved look, then opened the card. For my fiancé, who loves Valentine's Day even though she has a hard time describing her feelings. XO, the suit. She let out a long sigh that would easily have been identified as a swoony sound had the cook not called an order from the window. The unexpected delivery that Monday morning made Billy undeniably gooey inside. She'd never gotten a bouquet of flowers or a love note. The following day she received a box of chocolates that was as big as a pizza. The day after that it was a window box with herbs. The note said, "For my fiancé, who loves cooking almost as much as I love eating the food she makes." XO, the suit. The gooiness turned into something thick, syrupy. He was trying to woo her, all right. Thursday, she received a bouquet of donuts, and on Friday, a large box tied with a blue ribbon was delivered to the cafe. The card attached to it said, "For my fiancé, don't open until you get home. I'll be out of town until next weekend. See you then." XO, the suit. Billy wasn't sure what Rhodes's angle was, but she marched over to the temporary office on the edge of the proposed site for the resort, which was the whole town. The flowers hadn't yet wilted, but she threw them down as she entered his office. She tossed what was left of the box of chocolates on the desk. She'd have brought the donuts, but the girls at the cafe ate them all, and Betty insisted on keeping the planter with the herbs. As it was, her arms had been full, so she wasn't able to carry the newest box. "Hello. I was just leaving." Rhodes reached to embrace her like they were an actual couple. "Now everyone knows that I'm fraternizing with the enemy." She scowled. "Are we fraternizing?" "Don't tell Mema. She's very devout. Strict about things like that before marriage." "As a matter of fact, I am too." Billy huffed. Amusement played in Rhodes's eyes. "Am I really the enemy?" "If you're intending to build this monstrosity," she pointed at an easel propping up a tasteful painting of the resort, "then yes. Let me prove that I'm not the enemy." She'd listen if he proved it to her with his lips. Then she shook her head hard, hoping to cast the intrusive thought out to sea. "Okay, don't build your resort. Go on a date with me," he said. She folded her arms in front of her chest. Rhodes looked dashing in a dark blue suit, his masculine watch and the light scruff on his face. Despite his handsome good looks drawing her into his clutches, she said, "No." "Well, we can't let down Mema. We have to go to the gala. You'll even get to meet my family. I was under the impression you don't like your parents." "Oh, I don't." "Are you introducing me to them to punish me?" He chuckled. "You did say I was the enemy." "Where have you been all week?" she asked. "Busy." "Too busy to visit your so-called fiancé." Clearing the calendar. "August 14th isn't that far off, our big day when we tie the knot." He flashed his cocky smile. She prickled because he seemed to really enjoy teasing her. "It's less than a month away. Do you think we can learn to tolerate each other in that amount of time? What, and become friends? Or more?" "I am not marrying you, Rhodes Bishop." He hitched a grin. "I beg to differ. You still have the ring on your finger." Her nostrils flared. Her jaw tensed. Her fist clenched. No, he wasn't trying to woo her. He was trying to best her. To wear her down, so she'd roll over and give him the deed to the restaurant property. Trepidation gave way to irritation. "Wait just a minute." She stabbed the air with her finger as she approached him. It all became clear. "You put Mema up to that whole thing. You tried to get me to marry you so you'd have rights to my property, so you could get a hold of my restaurant and bring a wrecking ball to expand your empire." "No, but Mema helped pick out the latest gift. She really likes you." "She's a lovely woman, but," Billy said, feeling slightly disarmed. So are you. He crossed the room and braced her with his massive hands. The weight of his grasp seemed to steady her, but she wouldn't have been able to get away if she wanted to. He was like an anchor holding her fast, but if she were to leave the shore, where would she go? She didn't have an answer for that either. Rhodes dipped his head and met her eyes. All of the above? False. Marry you someday? True. He leaned in and kissed her. Again, she let him because woo her or outdo her. There was no denying that Billy had fallen for Rhodes Bishop. She returned home in a bit of a gummy-kneed daze. She went over to the office to give him an earful and instead had fallen into his arms. Coconut Cove Cafe and Blue Bay Beach didn't stand a chance if she gave in so easily. As the following week passed with him absent and out of town, she talked herself into going to the gala, but once there, she'd out Rhodes and tell everyone, including Mema, the truth.
Chapter 10. Rhodes. After a long week spent in meetings, facing a surprising amount of opposition, and at risk of shelling out more money than he ever had before, Rhodes stood outside Billy's house. He'd hired a crew to get started fixing things, but she'd sent them away. She certainly didn't make things easy, but he'd never gone for easy. He preferred a challenge. Except the situation between them was more than that. Much more. He knocked on the door, and Betty answered. "Oh dear, your chariot awaits," she sing-songed. From behind a door on the far side of the small house, he heard the murmuring of several voices he'd come to recognize as the girls from the restaurant, Claudia and Isley. "It's too fancy." That was definitely Billy. "You look gorgeous," Claudia said. "I can't pull this off." Definitely Billy. "Stop moving, you're going to smudge the makeup," Claudia hissed. "But I look like a confection." Billy groaned. "You look like a babe." That was only something Isley would say. A mermaid babe who's going to marry a billionaire. "I am not going to," Billy started. Rhodes strode across the room and threw open the door as Betty protested. "You can't see her before." Billy, quickly picking up on the conversation, said, "It's not like it's our wedding day." "Not yet." His smirk bloomed into a full-on smile. "You look gorgeous. A mermaid babe going to a gala." The dress he'd commissioned for her had threads that matched her eyes with other shades of blue and seafoam green. Mema helped with the cut and fit, tight at the top with thin straps and loose and flowy on the bottom. The fabric was almost gauzy and moved like waves in the ocean. She was a dream. He held out his elbow. "Ready?" Billy turned to her two friends, who each nodded, then Betty, who still stood in the living room. "Dear, this isn't like playing dress-up. You look like a real-life mermaid princess." Tears flooded the older woman's eyes as she held the camera away after snapping a few photos. "In fact, I'd say you look more like a queen," Rhodes said. Betty smiled at Rhodes, possibly for the first time. "You got that right." "Thanks you guys, but I'm more beachy and less fancy." Billy shifted from foot to foot. "Not tonight." Isley whistled. "Will you be my queen for the evening?" He wanted to add, "my queen everlasting." That was the kind of poetry on his heart, but he didn't think she was ready to hear that, considering she was clearly uncomfortable with the gown. And he wasn't entirely sure he was ready to make such proclamations. He drove them in his sleek black sports car, leaving Blue Bay Beach for the waterfront venue a few towns south. Billy arranged her dress and smoothed the skirt, then ran her fingers through the beachy waves in her hair. "You know how you felt it necessary to remind me that I've never been out of Florida before. I'm sorry about that. Sometimes my ego gets the better of me. I'll say." She snorted. "Well, I've never been to a gala either. This is going to sound stupid, and I will make you pay if you dare embarrass me, but what is a gala? What am I supposed to do?" Rhodes's lips quirked as he made a turn. "The only reason I've ever teased you is that I like the way you look when your cheeks are flushed. Mostly though because when you realize you're red all over, you smile." "You like my smile?" Her fingers wandered to her lips. His hand reached hers in the darkness and he kissed her knuckles. Billy, I like all of you. More than like. How is that possible? We've hardly known each other for much more than a month. Remember Mema's story, he hinted. Yeah, but that was during wartime. We've been fighting our own battle, and sometimes you just know with someone. He shrugged. Yet you're intent on taking over my town and introduce me to your parents, who you clearly don't like. I thought by meeting them, you'll get a better understanding of me. As for the gala, it's a big party where everyone gets dressed up to network and crow about their successes, at least insofar as my father is involved. Sometimes it's also for a fundraiser, like in this case. He avoided answering the question about the resort. I didn't know you were altruistic. Oh, I'm very generous. What's the cause? She asked. It's the premier event in the nation to raise money to support people with Down syndrome. It's very near and dear to Mema. Her organization has raised the most contributions from private donors, and this year we even have a major corporate donor. Wow. That's impressive. Well, so is my sister. You mean Scarlett? She asked. What I'm really looking forward to tonight is you meeting her. She'll be the guest of honor. As usual, the gala was madness as the valets moved cars and limo services dropped off guests. He left his keys with the former and helped Billy out of the car. Billy and Rhodes ascended the long, wide outdoor staircase into the venue. The building glowed from within, and with all of Mema's talk about dying in September, he wondered if it would be the last event she hosted. He made a note to get the details to carry on the legacy. It took ages to get inside, during which he and Billy were greeted by countless people asking him about the resort. Numerous women, including some he'd dated, and others who wanted to date him, greeted him with hugs and kisses on the cheek with the intention to linger too long. He only had eyes for one woman, and she had sparkling blue eyes that matched her dress. She wasn't like the others who'd pursued him for wealth and status. She wasn't like the ones he'd hooked up with because he'd felt like it. Billy was hard-working and pretty. Honest and clever. She was a woman like no other. Nonetheless, with the continued fawning and false flattery from the other women, she seemed to shrink, but he gripped her hand tightly, deflecting questions with vague answers and keeping his attention on her. When they finally reached Rhodes's parents, who stood at opposite ends of the line like he was being made to choose which one to greet first, Mema appeared. She wrapped Billy in a hug. I'm so glad you came. Dear, you look beautiful and my Rhodesy looks happy, which makes me happy. A short young woman with dark hair and eyes the same color as Rhodes's eyes walked slowly toward them. She wore a red gown and a wide smile. Mema extended her hand. Scarlett, this is Billy, the special person I wanted you to meet. It's so nice to meet you, Billy said warmly. You too. Scarlett smiled and looked Billy over carefully, then her gaze landed on her brother. He smiled wide and wrapped her in a bear hug. Careful, my dress, Scarlett said as he let her go. You look beautiful, sis. Are you having a good time? Now that you're here. Mom and Dad won't talk to me. Mema narrowed her eyes. Rhodes tossed his hand in their direction. Who needs them? The fun is right here. He signaled between their small group. That's right. Scarlett clapped her hands together. Brother and sister swapped some inside jokes and Mema leaned in toward Billy, talking in a semi-hushed tone. But he could still hear them, maybe on purpose. I'm not joking when I say you've made Rhodes happy. He went from avoiding me because of his silly quest to prove his worth to his father, to visiting me every day, asking me about love and all manner or romantic things. He imagined Billy making a face of disbelief. I didn't really do anything. You said yes to possibility. He's a cunning businessman and has done very well for himself. But sometimes I think he works too hard. He tries to go bigger, better, or he tries to escape. Escape what? He's a billionaire by my count. Indeed. But there's one thing money cannot buy. His father has tried 9 times. Mema clicked her tongue in disapproval. Oh my. Can't wait to meet him. Billy's voice dripped with sarcasm. You seem like a rare kind of woman, Billy. The kind of woman who can handle Rhodes. She exhaled and turned back to him and Scarlett. Well, we have to mingle, but we're all seated at a table together. Oh, and Billy, I still want that bimini bread you promised and to see those old photos. Mema winked. The truth was, Rhodes couldn't handle keeping his eyes off Billy's mouth, dressed up in red lipstick like a bow. Or the contour of her outline in the dress, the soft waves of her hair, or her bright eyes. Mercifully, Rhodes didn't have to interact with his mother or father until the meal was served. Unfortunately, his mother laid into him about how he wasn't around nearly enough, and if he'd decided whether or not he was going to fund her new clothing line. She was actually asking if he would foot the bill for her latest plastic surgery. His father avoided the conversation altogether, which was both disappointing and a relief, since he didn't want to talk about the resort right then. If the gala had been the month before, he would have crowed about the acquisition and the plans. Instead, he listened to his father boast about his latest investment property in Argentina. Meanwhile, his wife, apparently a makeup artist and around Billy's age, which meant she was only a couple of years younger than Rhodes, chattered enthusiastically to Billy about how flawless her skin was. Billy repeatedly tried to get Scarlett in on the conversation, but it was as if his sister was invisible to wife number 9. So, Billy is it? Funny, I have a cousin Billy, but he prefers to go by William. Tell us what you do. Rhodes's mother asked after the servers cleared their plates. Billy simultaneously stiffened as though irritated and shifted as though uncomfortable. I own a restaurant in Blue Bay Beach. Is it Coconut Cove Cafe? Billy brightened. Have you heard of it? It's the one my son is slated to replace with something classier. The former Mrs. Bishop flashed a plastic smile. That's right. Seek and destroy, Martin Bishop said. Rhodes's jaw muscles and shoulders tensed. Funny, I think that's the biggest compliment you've ever paid me, and it's about ruining my fiancé's restaurant. Rhodes's mother scoffed. I thought this is all for show, to appease my mother before she dies. Billy's mouth fell open. Mom, she's wearing Mema's ring. Rhodes's mother cut Billy a glare, and her eyes flared with anger. The ring she wouldn't give me? Rhodes's own anger brimmed to the surface, but before he could say anything, Mema tapped the microphone at the podium on the stage. She thanked everyone for attending and for their generosity, then explained about Down syndrome, along with the support and tools the donations would serve to benefit people living with the chromosomal condition. We've recently partnered with Chromoverse, a company that helps people understand their ancestry, genetics, and provides reports on health. The findings are fascinating and will help us better understand Down syndrome and the future of those in our families living with it. They've offered to fund several centers to serve women like my darling granddaughter Scarlett for education, advocacy, and more. But here's the fun part. They offered us 3 kits. After this presentation, you have the opportunity to connect with representatives from their company to have your ancestry tested. It's easy, painless, and I'm sure fascinating. In the meantime, will my grandchildren Scarlett and Rhodes please come up? The representative from Chromoverse is going to share our results. He had forgotten the test he'd done at home months ago that would detail whether he was French, like his mother claimed, or German, as his father insisted. He hated leaving Billy alone with his parents and squeezed her shoulder as he got up. Everyone clapped as they took to the stage. Rhodes read his line first. Chromoverse stresses the importance of family, and to quote part of their mission statement, roots grow underground but emerge into the light of who we are. And no matter what our backgrounds, we're all connected, Scarlett added, reading from the paper on the podium. Thank you for the opportunity, Chromoverse. Now for the big reveal. Mema extended her arms around her grandchildren's backs as they turned to view the large screen on the wall that showed pie charts, along with other details outlining the heritage of Mema, Scarlett, and Rhodes. A hush fell across the room when it became clear that he and his sister had different fathers.
Chapter 11. Billy. The guests at the gala were too polite to heckle the family, but there were a few gasps. The graphics on the screen illustrated that Mema was Scarlett and Rhodes's maternal grandmother, but that his father was not Martin Bishop. Billy got to her feet, not thinking, but intending to rush over to Rhodes. His mother and father each gave her a long look of appraisal, eyeing her up and down like she was a few inches too short, and a few dollars too poor to be worthy of Rhodes or to even be at the gala. She didn't care. At least she truly loved him. With a dismissive wave, a chair skidded across the floor as Martin threw his napkin on the table and glared at his ex-wife. It was as though the news took a minute or two to register. I knew it. I knew he wasn't my son. The man seethed as he exited the room. Billy's attention shot to Rhodes, still standing on the stage as though glued there. Mema cleared her throat. Well, apparently the chromoverse tests are extensive and regretfully accurate. Her southern accent came on strong. You knew? Rhodes asked. I hoped. There's no way you're related to a man like Martin. Mema's lips puckered as though her former son-in-law was as bitter as a lemon. Scarlett's face fell because Martin was still Scarlett's father. Mema realized her error. I'm sorry, Scarlett. Luckily you have your brother, me, and… Let's talk about this later. She ushered them both from the stage and returned to the podium to continue emceeing the event. Rhodes gave Scarlett a hug and talked to her a minute before she met with her group of friends. He strode toward the banquet table where Billy stood and stopped in front of his mother. Tell me the truth. Did you know? His mother gave a slight nod but didn't meet his eyes as though mortified. I didn't want to be a single mother. Tension rolled off Rhodes as he clenched and unclenched his fists. Then he rushed outside. Billy hurried after him, across the black granite floor flecked with gold, through the wide glass doors, and into the fresh night air. He paced along a balcony that led to the parking lot on one side, and the expanse of ocean on the other. He muttered to himself using coarse words. Billy wasn't sure what to do. Did he need to cool off, or did he need someone to help with his frustration and anger? He took off his suit jacket and draped it over the rail. Then he leaned over it, bracing himself on the cool metal. Billy took a chance and rubbed his back. The strong roped muscles underneath eventually softened, and he let out a long breath. That's why he's always treated me like, Rhodes shook his head. In the distance, ocean waves crashed and the moon snuck behind high clouds. He suddenly turned his back to the sea, as if the only view worth looking at was Billy. His gaze relaxed. Heat spread across her skin like summer lightning. He seemed to forget his animosity, at least temporarily. I need to get out of here. I understand. Listen, if there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate. I'm sure this is quite a shock. Her words felt inadequate. I'll get a car home. Good night, Rhodes, and I'm sorry for everything that happened. His gaze jerked to her. No, you're coming with me. Her heart stuttered. Rhodes went back inside to make sure Scarlett was okay, and reported back that Mema had everything under control. Thank God for Mema. They got in the car and Rhodes was quiet until they neared the exit that led to the long road into Blue Bay Beach. Do you want to talk about it? Billy asked. No. Mansion Mile came into view. She'd glimpsed the lives of the wealthy and the women in towering heels and flawless makeup, the world where Rhodes belonged. He parked in front of her shambling house. She moved to open her door. Wait. She lifted her eyebrows. He exhaled. That was a disaster. I'm sorry you had to witness it. Me and hundreds of other people. She truly was sorry. It must have been devastating and confusing. His phone beeped as if on cue. A woman's name flashed on the screen. Samantha. They'd met during what seemed like the endless meet and greet, where Billy had felt completely out of place. "You can answer that if you need to," she said. He propped his elbow on the ledge of the window, and the edge of his hand rested against his mouth, as though he was deep in thought. "What I need is you, Billy." Ripples raced through her belly. "I'm not the kind of woman you're used to." "And what kind is that?" "Like Samantha and all the others. Fancy, proper, well-heeled. I like laughing with my mouth open, I've hiccuped in public, and have been known to cry at commercials with adorable puppies." The edge of a smirk peeked out from under his hand. "Sounds like my kind of woman. I own a restaurant that's barely scraping by. I work long hours. My house is falling apart. I'm not the refined, glamorous, tall woman you're looking for." "Who said I was looking?" Something inside of her fell, like a shingle off a roof. Her expression in the half-light from the moon and the street lamps must have revealed as much. "I didn't mean it like that. Sometimes when we're not looking, we're pleasantly surprised by what shows up in our lives. Sometimes you don't realize you were missing something until it appears. I'm not a fanciful flavor of the week." "No, you most certainly are not. Your reputation, your lifestyle, your height. I just don't fit, Rhodes. Sometimes I'm sarcastic. I give people free meals if it looks like they haven't had a warm one in a while. And if I'm not working, I rarely wear shoes. It sounds like you're telling me all the reasons we're wrong for each other. How about I share my list of why I think we're right?" Her breath caught. That was not what she expected to hear. "You do lead a different life, but it's one I might want to ease into. I like the cafe that you work hard and have a big heart." His eyes raked over her. "I also like your pretty eyes, your pretty nose, and your pretty lips." His fingers grazed the skin on her cheek. If she weren't feeling so vulnerable, she would have kissed him. "And you can't help that you're short." He flashed a cocky grin. "Average height," she corrected. "I'm kidding, but there might even be some things that I love about you, Billy." A pleasant warmth filled her chest, but at the same time her mouth went dry. "I'm not looking for love." He had so much going on, not to mention letting things between them go farther, was the ultimate betrayal to everything her parents had built and to her town. Yet the yearning did not go away. "You make it sound like a hardship. Love can lead to loss. You've mentioned. But we can't think that love only has to be difficult." "Do you know that for sure?" "First hand?" she asked. "Second hand. Mama and Papa." A giggle escaped. "What? You still can't get over what we call our grandparents? I told you that Scarlett started it. I just followed along. I'm glad you got to meet her." "Me too. But you don't seem like the kind of guy who follows along. You seem to make up the rules or break them." His mouth dropped open as though aghast. "Name a rule I've broken." "Associating with me. The enemy." "Tell me more about this so-called enemy." Amusement played on his lips. "For instance, is the name Billy short for something? What's your full name?" "No, you'll laugh at me. Like how you laughed at me calling my grandmother Mema. You have to admit it sounds hilarious coming out of your mouth." "My mouth? What kind of mouth is that?" Heat lit up her cheeks. "A demanding one. A commanding one. A perfect one. Also, a big one. You'll laugh louder at me than I did at you. Try me. I can be nice." That was true. The last weeks with him were nice at times if she tried to ignore what he stood for, which she couldn't. At least not entirely. "Come on." "Fine. Billy is short for Wilhelmina. My full name is Wilhelmina Joanna Fisher, or just Billy." To his credit, he didn't make a peep. "The kids used to always tease me because my name was Rhodes. I won't even revive the things they'd say. I doubt anyone ever teased you. I was scrawny until I was about 13, so yeah. He scratched the scruff on his angular jawline. I wonder who my real father is. My life just got turned upside down, but you're the only thing about it that's still right side up. I'm not looking forward to talking to my mother, but Papa used to say, you catch more flies with honey. I think of myself as being pretty good at getting what I want. His gaze lingered on Billy. Are you saying I'm a fly? She wrinkled her nose. He laughed a deep, rich laugh. No, quite the opposite, but I didn't earn my way to billions by accident. So you're using your business strategies with me. That was exactly what she was afraid of, what she feared to be true. He got out of the car and opened her door, lifting her to her feet. No, Billy, I needed to learn a new skill set. And what's that? How not to mix business with pleasure. He led her over to the rickety porch. She hoped he didn't fall through because the slats were rotten. I was saying about how love can be easy. It's hang-ups and expectations and dishonesty that can make relationships hard. I think it's a matter of getting out of your own way and telling the ego to take the back seat. Do you now? Is this first-hand experience or second? It's observation. I've never been in love. Not really. With you, I don't feel any of the negatives that I mentioned. I feel something wonderful. It's just us. I saw how love is easy, secondhand with my grandparents. They'd dance on the porch together to their song every night. He flipped on his phone and tapped the screen a few times. The old classic Unchained Melody by the Everly Brothers came on. Rhodes gripped Billy's hand, then drew her right up against him, before positioning his palm on her waist. He held the other up and she twined her fingers with his. He started swaying side to side before they moved in a slow circle. But I feel it, I feel love firsthand with you. His words were a risk, a whisper. She wasn't sure she could accept them, let them in. She was afraid to return them, even though her heart beat out a demand that she speak the truth and allow him into her life. As the song played in the background, she melted against him, unable to resist, at least at that moment. Her knees felt weak, but he held her up, held her close. She gripped him tightly in return. It was like they were both supporting the other, but soon it was like they were weightless, floating on the front porch. She felt a lift in her heart of possibility, promise. However, she knew all the reasons that things wouldn't work between them were waiting for her on the other end of the song, in the silence. They swayed together, moving slowly. Billy wanted to extend that moment, so she didn't have to face the reality of their differences. When the song ended, Rhodes didn't let her go. He just held her close, as though feeling the same way. When Papa got sick, they'd sit together in their rocking chairs on the front porch, holding hands, rocking back and forth. But then it ended. Billy wiped her eyes. Love can be easy, he said, holding her arms and meeting her eyes. Being with you has been a special kind of lesson. Being here with you is paradise. She shook her head. The word paradise brought back the argument in her head. What about Blue Bay Beach? What about us? He asked. She wanted to say yes, but couldn't turn her back on all that she fought to uphold, the town built by local families. The coast's best-kept secret. Community. Her home and connection to her parents. She'd have to move. She'd have to say goodbye. If he went forward with the resort. Let me adore you, lavish you with nice things, a nice life, Billy. Don't you see? She asked. My life is nice. I like it here. You should go. We just have different views on things. I don't think this is going to work. It was too complicated and came with too many uncertainties. Rhodes flinched, then recovered, straightening his tie. Is that really how you feel? She could do little more than nod because her chin was trembling and tears were rushing toward her eyes. His jaw tensed. You're probably right. I'll probably just end up like my father, or the guy who I thought was my father. I have to go, she said when he didn't move to leave. At that, she fled into the house. Closing the door behind her, she slid down until she was seated on the floor. She held back her sadness until the slats on the porch creaked as Rhodes walked away.
Chapter 12. Rhodes. Rhodes drove to the cottage on Cormorant that he'd rented, but before he cut the engine, he continued on, not wanting to be alone with his thoughts. His phone beeped and showed another message from Samantha, and a couple from a woman named Liz. He didn't have to be alone, but the only person he wanted was Billy. He fought to empty his mind but couldn't. It raced with thoughts about his family, Billy, and his future. He sped through town trying to outrun them, but when he reached the beach near the proposed site for the resort, he got out and rushed to the water's edge. Rhodes kicked off his shoes and let the water wash his feet. Did Billy really think there was no way for them to be together? To make it work? He'd struggled with it, but believed the connection they shared, one he'd never felt with a woman before, was stronger than their objections. Even though he wasn't Martin Bishop's son, perhaps he was just as bad, throwing away towns and eventually marriages. He plunked down in the sand and hung his head in his hands. Shame led to misery, misery led to anger, anger led to sadness. How had things gone so wrong so quickly? 1 minute he was on top of his game, taking over the world. Then he met Billy. She changed him, brought him back down to earth. Then he was parading around with her, the woman of his dreams, and then everything came crashing down, leaving him lower than ever. His father didn't want him. She didn't want him. What did he have left? As the waves lapped to shore, he recalled the events at the gala. The enormous screen illustrated he was indeed French and German, but not his father's son. For so many years, he wanted to prove himself to Martin. To earn his love. To show that he could be as powerful and wealthy. To be just like his father. Only he wasn't. Not at all. For a while by then, but especially at that moment, Rhodes didn't want to turn out like Martin, not only because he lacked love in his life but also heart. He did not want a massive bank portfolio, but 8 failed marriages. That was not his future. Martin Bishop may not have been alone, but surely he was lonely, and always wanting the next best thing, the better property, the bigger yacht, the younger wife. Martin had everything he could buy, but not what was most important. Rhodes wasn't his son, but he was still Scarlett's brother and Mema's grandson. He rushed from the beach to Mansion Mile. When he got to the house, his grandmother and sister were in the living room. The TV was on in the background, but they weren't watching it. Instead, they were seated close together, both wearing pajamas, and passing a carton of Cocos Cones chocolate ice cream back and forth, and talking in hushed tones. Scarlett clutched the stuffed animal bunny she'd had since she was a little girl. "Rhodes," Scarlett said when she spotted him. She rushed over and gave him a hug. "I was worried about you." "Thanks, sis." "I'm still your sister?" she asked. She was smart, very smart, but he realized that she might have a tough time understanding what had gone on. "Of course you are, always." "You're my jelly bean," he said, using his nickname for her and ruffling her hair. She beamed a smile. "Want some ice cream?" "I would love some." He took off his tie and settled on the sofa. "Big night," Mema said. "I'll say. First Martin, then." "Did Billy break up with you?" Mema asked. His eyebrows shot up as he realized something that fueled him with hope. She still had the ring. But what he couldn't say was that he wasn't entirely sure they were together to begin with. She'd probably have Betty or someone else from work return it. "I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Not who I am or what's going to happen." Mema passed him the carton of ice cream and placed her hands on her knees. "I've had to do a few hard things in my life, and I'll tell you what, with each one of them, I learned a lot about myself and grew as a person." The ice cream was cold in his hands. Scarlett helped herself to it as Mema went on. "I know you came to Blue Bay Beach to build a resort. I also knew you were avoiding visiting me because, well, because I think even then you were conflicted. Yes, you created jobs to help people to pay their bills and put their kids through school and save for retirement, but you also took something away from them: community, a livelihood, history. I understand that you want to build, expand, and grow, but try to see how this lesson might help you grow as a person. He took a deep breath while also taking in her message. If you build the resort, there will be a pool, but there won't be cocos cones, beach waves salon. Mema and I got our nails done for the gala there. The souvenir shop will be gone, and that candy store. Also, Mema's favorite, Coconut Cove Cafe. We had lunch there yesterday. Scarlett passed the ice cream back to him. Plus, this ice cream is really, really good. Rhodes's lips lifted into a smile, but inside he felt like he was dissolving, breaking apart, shrinking, not growing. Mema placed her hand on his shoulder. Rhodes, what you wanted to create, the idea of an idyllic paradise with all the quaint touches already exists. Blue Bay Beach was better than a resort. It was special and it was real. So was Billy. You're right, but if I don't build resorts, what will I do? Different parts of himself, ones he'd rarely had contact with, went to war. Just remember, everything has a way of working out. Mema kissed the top of his head and excused herself to bed. Scarlett soon followed, leaving him with an empty carton of ice cream and an emptiness inside he wasn't sure how to fill. Days turned into weeks as Rhodes hid out at the mansion. He hadn't taken much more than a day off since he'd started building his empire, but it seemed to have washed away when he learned the truth about his father, still no word from his mother on who his actual dad was, and lost Billy. If he couldn't have her, he didn't want any of it. At that moment he realized the most valuable real estate he had was his heart, and it belonged to her. But if he couldn't build things or have her, what did that leave him with? Then it came to him. If he couldn't build, he'd save, he'd preserve. He'd already looked into what his limitations were in terms of the historical properties in Blue Bay Beach. He'd start there. He made a few phone calls, and over the course of the morning, he assured several people he was no longer interested in leveling the town, but protecting it from guys like himself. It took some convincing and a few more tense conversations, but he was sure he was making the right decision to invest much of the money he would have spent on the resort, and instead see to it that no one could interfere with the quaint town again. After a particularly difficult talk with his primary investors, he escaped to the patio outside his bedroom, on the second floor of Mema's house. He had a view of the ocean and took a deep breath, relieved that his grandmother, Billy, Betty, and everyone else would be able to enjoy its shores for decades to come. He sat down on the chair and voices filtered from the porch below. "You are too sweet." "Thank you, Billy," Mema said. A thrill raced through Rhodes at the same time as his heart caught in his throat. She was there to return the ring. "I remember you saying you have bimini bread with your breakfast, so I thought you'd enjoy a fresh loaf." Billy's voice was like a summer song, a melody that made him feel the sunshine even though it was cloudy. "It's still warm. This is lovely. I also brought a few photos I thought you'd like. They're from my parents' collection. My mother was an avid photographer. I saw some photos of her in the cafe. She was as talented behind the lens as she was beautiful in front of it. Just like you, dear." Rhodes imagined a blush warming Billy's cheeks. The two spent a few minutes talking about the photos as Mema looked through them. "I noticed the temporary office for the resort is gone. We're relieved but wary. Any word from Rhodes? I wasn't sure if I should call, or—" He stiffened at the sound of his name, feeling like a sneak listening, but he wasn't sure she'd want to see him. "I have had word from him. In fact, I've never seen him so." Mema paused as though searching for the right words. Determined yet distressed. "He's a big, powerful man like his grandfather, but dealing with emotions is different than doing business." "I want to give you the ring back," Billy said. Rhodes's chest shattered. He knew it was coming, but didn't expect it to cause so much pain. He gripped the arm of the chair to steel himself from the wave of feelings engulfing him. You know, when we came here that night, we weren't really a couple. At last, Billy confessed the truth. Oh no. Mema's voice was sly, like she knew that they'd told a big fib. Perhaps not officially, but I saw a spark. A promise. I felt it, I really did, but we just can't be together. We're from different worlds. Not to mention, he wants to build a resort in my town. I just don't see how it could work between us. But you said the office is gone, Mema reminded her. Yeah. I'm guessing they found something permanent. I'm not so sure. I knew Rhodes was searching to fill something inside, to prove himself to Martin. I knew he needed to fall in love, and that might just save Blue Bay Beach. He couldn't imagine what Billy was thinking. It all just happened so fast. I think I got caught up in things. Thank you for being understanding, Mrs. Thorpe. That was it. She was leaving. Remember the story I told you, of that ring? Like with Rhodes Sr. and me, sometimes the amount of time doesn't matter. It's the depth of the connection. It may have been happening fast, but you have the rest of your lives to slow things down. So you knew we weren't really engaged, and you went along with it. Surprise elevated Billy's voice an octave. I had a suspicion. I went too easy on my daughter. Look how she turned out. I don't always go easy on Rhodes. Then again, he was in town and didn't even stop by until you needed help. That says something. Plus, I have to keep myself entertained. Mema's tone suggested she knew he was listening. Was that what the staring contest was about? To see if one of us would look away first. Mema chuckled softly. Ages ago, I heard about a study that if two people asked each other the right questions and gazed into each other's eyes for 4 minutes, they'd fall in love. Did it work? Did we ask each other the right questions? You tell me. Rhodes rushed down the stairs. He couldn't let the opportunity to ask the right question and tell her the truest truth he knew slip through his fingers, even if the ring had come off.
Chapter 13. Billy. Loud footsteps pounded toward where Mema sat in the rocking chair on the front porch. Billy had just gotten to her feet and had her fingers on the engagement ring, preparing to take it off, but the humidity had caused her skin to swell and she was having a tough time. Wait. Rhodes's low and rumbly voice called. Billy's heart leapt in her chest. How about you two go take a walk in the garden so you can talk privately, Mema suggested. Maybe the beach instead? Rhodes asked. I promise, we won't let the ring fly into the water. Billy nodded, not sure what to make of his sudden appearance. She'd imagined he was in his lair, hatching plans to bulldoze Blue Bay Beach. As they crossed the street, Billy wasn't sure what to do with her arms or hands since she still wore the ring. She tugged on it a few more times when they reached the sand. Not yet. Please just listen to what I have to say. They were standing toe-to-toe and she swallowed hard. Okay. I know I showed up here full of bravado and swagger. I'm still that guy, but Mema was talking to me about how hardship can help a person to grow. Well, I'm in the business of building, so while I may still be a cocky jerk from time to time, I want to be better for you, for us, for the future of Blue Bay Beach. You said we can't make things work between us, but I have to ask you an important question. What do you value, Billy? She drew a long breath. I value independence, freedom, and being able to make my own choices. He nodded. Me too, and I choose you. I don't think it's a mistake that ring on your finger returned to my grandparents, but I'm not entirely sure it was intended for them. I think it came from the past to teach us a lesson. But we're not meant to be together. Remember, we have different goals and are from different worlds. We're enemies. It would seem that way. Call it fate or destiny, but I believe we were meant to get to know each other. I also value growth and building. Do you mean seeking and destroying? She was almost more afraid of what would happen if he laid down his arms. She knew how to fight for her town, but not for love. That was a battle she feared she'd lose in the end. No, please listen to me. Give me a chance to explain. It's true, I'm about seeking opportunities to improve things and create jobs for people, but I'm not going to destroy those very things in the process. Does that mean no resort? Hope flared inside of her, then faded, because if that fight was over, she faced a bigger one. That means all the funds I was going to invest go to preserving the town and preventing idiots like me from getting any bright ideas. I kind of like this town. Maybe even love it. He captured her gaze in his. Reminded of their staring contest and the connection they shared, maybe the fight for love would be worth it. Maybe she could endure it, and maybe even enjoy it. The wind blew a loose piece of her hair in her face, and he brushed it away. He leaned in and took a deep breath, as though catching her scent of coconut, of the beach and summer. I might even be tired of wearing suits all the time, he whispered. But you look good in a suit. You think so? A smirk bloomed on her face. I do. I like the sound of those two words coming out of your mouth. The ring practically pulsed on her finger, like it had a flashing light. She gazed into his dark eyes. When we met, I saw sadness in your eyes. Not sad. Rugged. Man. He thumped his chest like a caveman. She knocked him with her hip. I guess I knew there was something off in my life, something missing. Now you know why, and I want to have my own family. I want you to be my family, Billy. Rhodes reached to lace his fingers in hers, and something fell out of his pocket. She bent over to pick up what looked like an old order slip from the restaurant. She unfolded it and read, "Will you go on a date with me?" She straightened. You saved this? I was hoping I could cash it in sometime. Betty's insistence that she go through with the dare and everything that had happened since spun in Billy's mind. Maybe it was meant to be. She tucked the note in her pocket. That night after the gala I told you that I'm not the kind of woman you're used to. That's one of the many things I like about you. She took a deep breath, mustering her courage, but as the words came to her tongue, they felt as natural and perfect as the sun settling over the horizon. At last, she could reveal the truth because she knew she was strong enough to handle whatever came next. Rhodes, will you go on a date with me? A long date. Maybe we'll start on August 14 and end somewhere around, I don't know. 50, 60 years or so. It was as though what she said took a moment to register. He blinked a few times, then a smile tugged the corners of his mouth wide. He scooped her into his arms, then set her back down before planting his lips on hers. It was a long, luxurious, and lavish kiss that made her sparkle inside like the sun on the water, as the clouds parted to reveal the setting sun. His hands drifted along her neck, followed by his lips, dusting her collarbone before returning to her mouth. He kissed her in response to her question, in forgiveness, in hope, and with a promise. The gentle scratch of his stubble made her cheeks pink, the way he liked it. Then the kiss deepened as the sun descended for the day. But the power behind the kiss told Billy that they'd see many, many more sunsets and sunrises. When they finally parted, Billy drew a long breath. You haven't answered. I do like the way that ring looks on your finger. He kissed her knuckles, the inside of her wrist, and up her arm. He planted one more kiss on her lips, then said, Yes, Billy. I would be honored to marry you, but I have one condition. She arched an eyebrow. We hold the ceremony and reception on the beach, and you let me fix your house, the dock, and the roof of the restaurant. That was 3 conditions. Let's not get carried away. This is my promise to you. For as long as we're married, I will take care of you. You will let me. I will send you flowers and chocolates. I'll fix leaky sinks and roofs. I will take you on trips and out for fancy meals. I will rub your feet after a long day working. I promise to show you the world, but will always bring you back home. You'll really do all that? I'll do more. She lit up all over. And I'll let you. I'll love you. I do love you, Rhodes. She circled her arms around his neck and lifted onto her toes. I love you, Billy. He held her gaze then and wouldn't let go. Not for the first uncomfortable minute. Not for the next one that softened them. Not even for the third where the magic, the crackling and the electricity sparked. And not for the fourth minute when she was sure that what they had wasn't the result of an experiment or circumstance. It was something real. Epilogue. The weeks leading up to the wedding date, exactly 6 months since Valentine's Day when they'd supposedly met, Billy fluttered around her room, filled with a mixture of excitement and something else she couldn't quite put her finger on as she got ready with Isley, Claudia, and Betty. Courtesy of the latter, oldies played in the background. Coco, Isley's daughter, bounced on the bed with her stuffed bunny, and the dog sat nearby looking out the window. Mema and Scarlett were slated to be by any moment. Although the wedding party was small, just the 5 of them, along with 5 of Rhodes's friends and cousins, the entire town was invited. It was Billy's decision, and maybe that's what made her nervous, or like she'd forgotten something important. Your makeup is perfect, Isley said. As is your hair, Claudia chimed in. I can't help but feel like something is missing. Have you girls heard the saying something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue? Betty asked. The 3 women nodded. She has something new, friendship. Something borrowed? The gown with thanks to Mema. It was the dress Mema had worn when she and Mr. Thorpe had renewed their vows on their 25th anniversary. It was a soft white off-the-shoulder gown with fine embroidery on the bodice, and a flowing skirt that reached her ankles and swirled when she moved. I like how it's vintage. And who thought something so traditional could also be so beachy? So perfectly you, Claudia added. There's something blue, your eyes and heart for this town. But you're missing something old, and don't you dare say me. Betty winked. She unfolded a silk handkerchief that also had a retro 50s look. She pulled out a gold locket in the shape of a seashell. Betty, this looks brand new. You didn't have to, Billy started. Betty interrupted. Open it. Billy did so, and inside was a small black and white photo of her parents. Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them away. As Betty clasped it around her neck, she no longer felt like anything was missing. Not a thing. From outside came a honk. The limo had arrived. Rhodes didn't have too much to say about the wedding details, but he wanted to spoil Billy, so she went along with the limo ride for the 3 blocks to the beach. She teetered in the high heels as everyone helped her outside. Thankfully, the porch had been repaired, and she didn't get stuck in a loose or broken board. Soon, the limo pulled up to the beach. Guests filled the many chairs. Everyone was there, including Alvin and Elmer. It wasn't a small affair, but there wasn't a lot of fuss, despite Mema's offer for an extravagant, over-the-top wedding. Well, maybe a little bit with the makeshift boardwalk lined with rose petals, the arched canopy atop the podium, and sprays of every kind of white flower imaginable. The pastor stood beneath the arch along with Rhodes and his groomsmen, all looking dapper. The wedding party gathered, giggled, and made sure Billy was ready before the music started. As she waited for the others to go ahead of her, she felt settled, relaxed, and like her parents were there with her even though she walked the aisle alone. It was fitting, leaving her old solo life behind and entering into a partnership with Rhodes. She kicked off her high heels, happy to feel the sand under her feet. When she reached him and he took her hands, his breath caught. They were really doing it. She found her smile, and it seemed to light him up. His dark eyes sparkled as they danced over her. He mouthed, "You look beautiful." After a greeting and a reading by the pastor, the pair said their vows. A few people hooted and whistled after the I-do's were exchanged. Just before they kissed, their eyes met, sealing their promise to each other with something more powerful than words or rings, but light and love exchanged that could never be broken. The reception was held at the Coconut Cove Cafe. It spilled onto the patio, down the dock, and onto the beach. As the sun set, a bonfire was lit, the lights and tiki torches came on. Courtesy of Isley's talents, a massive ice cream cake was kept cold until time for dessert. Billy's father's mint green Chevy waited on the road. The girls had strung cans from the back bumper and attached a sign that said, "Just married." Since she got to plan the wedding, Rhodes made arrangements for the surprise honeymoon. Betty assured her the restaurant would be in good hands for the 2 weeks they'd be gone. Soon, Claudia and Carter announced that they were going to play a special song for the new couple's first dance. When the first strains of Unchained melody sounded, Rhodes took her in his arms, placing a gentle hand on the small of her back and clasping the other. They swayed together, getting lost in the music, lost in each other. He sang the lyrics in her ear, tickling the small hairs there, making her feel at once serene and stirred up like one of the colorful and fruity drinks for the guests. Partway through, Billy lifted to her toes to reach Rhodes's ear. "This was not how I expected my summer to end. It's not over. It's only August." "You're right. It's just the beginning." She smiled happily.
I want to thank you for listening to the Blue Bay Beach Romance series box set books 1 through 3, and I hope if you haven't already, you subscribe to my channel, like and comment to let me know if you enjoy these books, and be sure to listen to the next 3 books in the series, which are also available individually and as a box set. And as always, tap the notification bell so you receive updates when I release new material on the channel. Thanks again!